Chapter 1335. In that instant, Long Chen saw his pupils shrink. It was as if his head had been hit by a heavy hammer. Boom! To him, Zhou Donghuang must have been a bolt out of the blue. Back in Baiyang Town, he had killed that young man with his own hands. Even Baiyang Town had been destroyed. In his heart, this ant, who had once had feelings for the fiancé of his most respected brother, had been killed by him a long time ago. The reason why he still remembered this person's appearance was because Long Chen had left a deep impression on him. Moreover, Lingxi clearly liked this person very, very much. But today, this person who was supposed to be dead, had actually appeared in front of him. Wang Chao's mind went blank. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes a few times before he realized that this was the truth. The young man in front of him looked exactly the same as that person back then. In Wang Chao's heart, he had only been an ant among ants back then. At that moment, Long Chen averted his gaze. This was because Li Qiuyue, whom he had challenged, had already accepted his challenge. She flew down from the sky and looked at Long Chen in bewilderment. He had merely made a sarcastic remark to embarrass him. He had not expected that Zhou Donghuang would follow his wishes and call him down in public. Li Qiuyue thought that there was something wrong with Long Chen's head. How could he know that Long Chen had ulterior motives? Although he did not look at Wang Chao, Long Chen knew that he was still staring at him with a fiery gaze. Wang Chao's eyes were filled with disbelief. This was a bolt out of the blue. "Junior brother Wang, what's wrong?" asked the handsome man beside him, Ling Xiao. Wang Chao shook his head violently and said, "Nothing, I got the wrong person." There were so many people in the 3 domains and 9 worlds. It was normal for 2 people to look alike. Moreover, because of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, Long Chen's current appearance had changed. This was the only explanation Wang Chao could come up with. "Does that young man look like someone you know?" Ling Xiao continued to ask. Wang Chao nodded his head helplessly and said, "He was once an ant that I killed. He was insignificant, which is why I was so shocked." "Haha, it doesn't matter. In any case, it's not the same person." Thinking of this, his expression relaxed. "That's good." Ling Xiao nodded. His temperament was a bit like an immortal who stood aloof from worldly affairs. In this aspect, he was really similar to Lingxi. Although Wang Chao said that, his eyes were still fixed on Long Chen. Under the gaze of countless people, especially the gaze of this dynasty, in the heart of Long Chen, the spirit of resistance gradually burned. Countless experts surrounded him, forming a psychological chi field, which was in line with some conditions of the inverse god skill. Long Chen visualized the word inverse on the parchment in his mind, and some vague inspiration flashed. "Junior brother Long, what do you mean?" Li Qiuyue pretended to ask. "Didn't you doubt the strength of the Evil Dragon Palace team? I am now the leader of the Evil Dragon Palace team. If you doubt me, let's have a spar so that you will be convinced. The selection of the other 7 teams is about to begin. Let's liven up the atmosphere first. Do you have the guts?" Long Chen was so impolite. Everyone was stunned. Senior brother Li Qiuyue was here, but the other party was so disrespectful. He looked at the representative of the true martial imperial palace, a burly old man, and asked. The old man nodded slightly, indicating his permission. With his permission, Li Qiuyue smiled and said, "Since you have such a request, let's do it." Long Chen didn't show any mercy to him. The peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm was his limit. If he didn't go crazy, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Of course, Long Chen's goal wasn't to defeat him, but to make a breakthrough. He was fighting against himself. In the eyes of outsiders, these 2 were from the true martial imperial palace, but they were fighting each other here. It was undoubtedly very interesting. However, everyone was curious about where Long Chen got the guts to do this. Soon they understood. With a rumbling sound, Long Chen shot towards Li Qiuyue. His speed was comparable to Li Qiuyue's. With a rumbling sound, their fists collided. Long Chen's terrifying physical body directly sent Li Qiuyue flying. Li Qiuyue spun a few times in the air before landing steadily. Although he was not injured, his blood and qi were surging. In the first instant, those who were laughing at him became silent. "I recognize him. Isn't he the one who defeated God Lin Yi?" Someone suddenly exclaimed. The matter of God Lin Yi had caused an uproar in the North Star City. Everyone had more or less heard of it, but they did not expect it to be this young man. At this moment, Long Chen and Li Choyue were fighting crazily. Their figures were everywhere, and many people could not see them clearly. Boom, boom, boom. Around the arena, there were bursts of explosions. What's this guy's name? He's very strong to be able to withstand so many moves from the true martial Imperial Palace's experts. Moreover, he has such a deep relationship with the Wolf Tribe's Imperial Prince. I think so. His name is Long Chen. Buzz. Wang Chao's mind shook. He had a slight impression of this name because his brother was called Wang Chen. When he first found Lingxi, he seemed to have heard this name. Because it was similar to Wang Chen, he vaguely remembered it. Now that he thought about it, that person's name seemed to be Long Chen. He really couldn't compare the young man below, whose combat power was almost on par with his, with that ant from back then. It had only been 8 years, and the difference was really too big. Wang Chao didn't believe that in that place, there was actually someone who could reach this step. His strength 8 years ago was similar to his current strength, but this young man had spent 8 years to catch up to him. Wang Chao wanted to scream. He found that his mind was in a mess, and it felt like it was going to explode. This was impossible. Why did it appear in front of him today? No, 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 no. It can't be him. He realized that his heart was trembling, and his whole body was trembling. This was a natural reaction of his body. At that moment, he felt as if a knife was pressed against his heart. At this moment, Long Chen was in the middle of the battle. A cold gaze was cast over, meeting Wang Chao's hesitant and shocked gaze. Long Chen's gaze was naturally fearless, but Wang Chao avoided it. Wang Chao. Ling Xiao, who was beside him, asked curiously again. I'm fine. Wang Chao turned his head away, no longer looking at Long Chen. He tried his best to calm the turmoil in his heart. This was the most intense moment of the battle between Long Chen and Li Choyue. Li Choyue had spent so much time but still failed to defeat Long Chen. She was furious. Wind, flower, snow, moon, state. Li Choyue's Tao was elegant. Just like his name, it was incomparably coquettish. Under his control, within 1,000 meters, Long Chen seemed to be in a place of elegance. Snowflakes, flower petals, full moons, and other beautiful things appeared. However, these things all contained peerless killing intent. Countless people seemed to look at him with pity. Wang Chao's eyes were full of shock. All of this was very exciting for Long Chen, and Li Choyue in front of him was using all his strength to deal with him. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying attack swept over. Li Choyue was already someone who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. His martial arts were very interesting, just like a beautiful poem, but hidden within it was a murderous intent. Many murderous intents were hidden behind the beauty of beauty. At this moment, Long Chen had no distractions. He focused on the battle, and even more on the world of the inverse god technique. The essence of the technique was the word inverse, which echoed Long Chen's rebellious heart. Li Choyue and the others were just small heads. The real big head was Wang Chao. Although he was fighting with Li Choyue, Long Chen's inverse was on Wang Chao. He had climbed up from the bottom to where he was now. What was it for? It was to rebel against his failure. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have entered the vision of the Sword Spirit Imperial region for the first time. Not only was there Wang Chao, who had killed him before, but there was also Ling Xiao, who had a relationship with Lingxi. The battle with Li Choyue was more like a method for Long Chen to resist them. With no distractions, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. The eyes of Wang Chao and the others gave Long Chen a peerless pressure, and his will, under this pressure, gradually awakened. The will of the ancient blood spirit dragon and the will of the inverse god technique gradually merged. In this crazy battle, Long Chen finally found a point where he could combine with the inverse god technique. Frankly speaking, the inverse god technique was not a cultivation technique, but a kind of will. Everything, when the conditions were right, would be successful. Of course, Long Chen had only found a way to integrate his own spirit into the path of the inverse god skill. He still needed some time to think about it before he succeeded. At this moment, Long Chen entered a crazy state. His right hand held the scarlet blood firmament, and he used the 7th layer of the 9-dragon scripture, while his left hand used the extreme universe finger. The 7th layer of the 9-dragon scripture, with the 9-winged sky dragon as the leader, condensed all the power into the halberd, and the extreme universe finger in his left hand had the power to affect time. Under the double attack, the pressure on Li Choyue increased greatly. In shock, she even used her trump card. A layer of misty moonlight sprinkled on his body. A full moon suddenly appeared in his hand, shining brightly. At that moment, Li Chueyue slightly frowned, his face a little pale. He knew that he had been careless this time. He did not expect that junior brother Long Chen would be so strong. But didn't Xuelin say that Long Chen's fighting strength was estimated to be around the peak of the 8th divine martial realm? How could he be at the peak of the 8th divine martial realm? Li Chueyue even used the fall of the moon god. Countless people exclaimed. The two fought again. Long Chen used the 9 dragons scripture to open the way, and the extreme universe finger to attack. Although his divine origin was not as good as his opponent's, he unexpectedly had the upper hand in this battle. After a huge movement, Li Chueyue was once again sent flying, rolling on the ground a few times. Although he was not injured, it was extremely embarrassing. Chapter 1336. The dragon-shaped sword was hidden in Wang Chao's body. At this moment, it let out an earth-shattering dragon roar. It was undoubtedly a Dao tool, one with Dao patterns. The sudden change in the dynasty left everyone scratching their heads in confusion. Long Chen had just repelled Li Chueyue. Although it wasn't clear who was stronger, everyone understood that Long Chen definitely had the strength to participate in the eternal hell. This was the first time this young man from True Martial Emperor Palace walked into the eyes of the experts of the 3 regions and 9 realms in such a high-profile manner. However, at this moment, everyone turned to look at Wang Chao, especially at the dragon-shaped sword in his arms. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. This sword hid a dragon's soul. Although it was only a small part, it was many times more than the blue dragon halberd that Long Chen had obtained in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. Wang Chao's expression changed and he quickly put away the sword. He did not understand why he was so nervous. When he unsheathed the sword, it was because he wanted to kill Long Chen. This could only mean that he was afraid. With so many people looking at him in unison, Wang Chao's expression gradually became serious. He looked deeply at Long Chen and then secretly left first. Ling Xiao watched him leave in confusion. His reaction was so big, but it was all within Long Chen's expectations. Today, he had defeated Li Chueyue and scared off Wang Chao. Li Chueyue stood up angrily and said coldly, "Again, I did not lose to you. I underestimated you and went easy on you. If we really fight, you are no match for me." Enough. Li Chueyue. Among the 12 Supreme Alliances, the elder from True Martial Emperor Palace waved his hand and said, "Go back. Don't mess around. It's a waste of time." Li Chueyue was embarrassed. Although he was not convinced, there was nothing he could do since the elder had spoken. He could only return to his team angrily. "You are Long Chen. Are you in Martial God Palace?" The elder from True Martial Emperor Palace asked. "I just won the first rank of the Hidden Dragon ranking and have not entered the Martial God Palace yet," Long Chen said honestly. The old man was very satisfied. He nodded and said, "Perform well. When we return to the Martial God Palace, I will put in a good word for you. Remember, my name is Wanren Jingtao." "Thank you." Long Chen nodded and bowed before returning to his team. He was in the limelight today. However, he also had the strength to back it up. Those who were jealous of the Evil Dragon Palace's team as a predetermined team had nothing to say. This was just a small interlude. After returning to his seat, Long Chen looked in Wang Chao's direction. Wang Chao had already snuck away. At this moment, it was probably hard for him to calm down. After resisting it, his whole body felt very comfortable. The feeling of finding that path was very good. Today he had gambled correctly. I have heard of Wang Chao's sword. I think it is called the Dragon Slaying Sword. It also has 2 Dao patterns. If he uses this sword, his strength will increase by a lot. I guess your God-binding demon lock and 9-spirit golden elephant seal will be useless against him. Mo Xiaolang whispered in Long Chen's ear. Dragon-slaying sword? Long Chen had never been afraid. Indeed, if Wang Chao used the weapon with 2 Dao patterns, Long Chen would not be his match. However, he still had 10 or 20 days to study the inverse spirit technique. Next, the selection of the remaining 7 teams officially began. After about half a day, the 7 teams emerged after a bitter fight. The 20 teams from the Eternal Hell were finally determined. Of course, the strongest team was still the team from the 3 Emperor Palaces. This was publicly acknowledged. However, there were so many variables in the eternal hell. Even the strongest team could fall. Therefore, no one knew who would win in the end. This was actually a small-scale competition among the 3 regions and 9 worlds. The 12 Supreme Alliances would protect their own forces, right? Next, the Supreme Alliance would bestow the most important thing to the 20 teams, which was the token of each team. It would be placed in the hands of the team leader. When the time came, every team would have to work together to protect the token and fight for the others' tokens. The rules were naturally simple. The so-called token was a gold token with the word Emperor carved on it. It was simple and had an indestructible energy formation on it. As long as you are within 10 miles of this token, you will be able to sense its existence. You have to be careful. The god-defying cult leader threw the 20 tokens to the 20 captains. On the evil dragon palace side, he actually threw it to Long Chen. Long Chen reached out to catch it. The token actually melted into the back of his hand, forming a tattoo. Fighting for the other's token is simple. Just chop off your hand. The god-defying cult leader smiled. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. It seemed like the game the 12 Supreme Alliances had set up wasn't just a game. It had already escalated to a competition. A competition between the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Originally, the 8 teams that had agreed to let the outside world had just added a few cannon fodder. The only exception was Mo Xiaolang. Originally, everyone didn't know much about his strength. But from what they saw today, he was definitely one of the best among the 20 teams. Such a person could possibly change the situation. Coupled with the beauty Li Xuanji, who was at the peak of the divine martial realm, and Long Chen, who seemed to be able to compete with Li Chueyue of the true martial emperor palace, the overall strength of the evil dragon palace team was on the same level as the other teams of the 12 Supreme Alliances. The only regret was that there were still 2 burdens in the team. However, whether it was Li Tianji or Sui Yan, they were absolutely trustworthy. After the golden tokens were distributed, the god-defying cult leader announced the time to go to the eternal hell and some rules of the game. Today's matter was finally over. Long Chen and the others took the lead and left. On the high platform, Ren Jingtao of the true martial emperor palace looked in the direction where Long Chen had gone, deep in thought. He had heard some of the things that had happened in the true martial emperor palace recently. Soon, Long Chen and the others returned to their temporary lodgings. Big brother, when Wang Chao saw you today, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, Mo Xiaolang said. Long Chen smiled faintly. The seed had been planted. From now on, he would definitely live in a state of unease. All the hatred would be resolved in the eternal hell, an ancient relic. It was time to fight side by side again. The 5 of them were filled with anticipation. They turned back to look. Li Xuanji was slender and elegant. She had a beautiful face and a slender figure. She was perfect. However, she didn't smile often. The path she took was cold and gloomy. She looked a little unapproachable. The lively Soyan had been hanging out with her these few days. Now, she followed behind Li Xuanji every day and called her sister Xuanji. No matter what, she would stand by the side peacefully. However, as long as Long Chen needed her, she would not turn back. Xiaolang, come with me. Long Chen called out and brought the wolf cub with him. The 2 of them came to the training basement. This basement was very spacious. As long as the 2 of them were careful, the fight here would not affect the outside world as long as it was controlled. Big brother, you're going to... Mo Xiaolang had a premonition. Long Chen unfurled the parchment. Today's defiance in front of Wang Chao had given him a great opportunity. Now, he needed the help of the wolf cub to completely absorb and digest that portion of understanding. Then, he would push through the old to bring forth the new, truly reaching the great accomplishment and entering the next realm. Without saying a word, Long Chen hung the parchment on the wall. Then he waved at Mo Xiaolang and said with a smile, "We haven't had a good fight until now. Let's do it while you can still suppress me." Hearing Long Chen's words, Mo Xiaolang also became excited. Both of their physical bodies were abnormally strong. Even Li Xuanji's 9 thunder-killing demonic body was far inferior to Long Chen's physical body. However, Mo Xiaolang was stronger than Long Chen for a short period of time, because he had used countless treasures and flames to temper his body in the desolate imperial palace. Moreover, he was a demon and was good at close combat. In terms of close combat, Mo Xiaolang was good at the demon race's most powerful secret battle manual, the 100 Tribes Battle Manual. This could definitely suppress Long Chen in terms of strength. Although he couldn't suppress Long Chen mentally, he could still suppress Long Chen in terms of brute force. Long Chen didn't have to think too much about fighting with his brother. Crackle. He clenched his fists, and powerful blood-colored dragon scales covered his body, completely covering Long Chen. The blood-colored dragon scales and hideous bone spikes appeared on his body again. Now, Long Chen was in the dragon soul transformation state at all times. Alright. Mo Xiaolang didn't want to be outdone. His body swelled and his muscles bulged against Long Chen. His beautiful head turned into a ferocious wolf head. A humanoid black wolf demon appeared in the basement. Roar. Howl. At this time, both of them turned into savage beasts and faced each other. Blood-colored and black. Dragon and wolf. Thinking about it, this was the first time in their lives that they had fought. In the past, Xiao Lang had the 9th underworld demonic ancestral flame, but he wasn't as good as Long Chen in other aspects. Therefore, Long Chen wouldn't challenge him. This time, he had become the emperor's son in the desolate imperial region. It was time to fight fiercely. Before the two of them started fighting, Long Chen glanced at the parchment hanging on the wall. The black werewolf opposite him was like a towering mountain, giving Long Chen a huge pressure. It was as if the whole world was pressing down on him. The most primitive bestial nature seemed to want to devour him. The most primitive killing of life was actually to devour the opponent's corpse and turn it into one's own life force. After returning to the primordial state, Long Chen was extremely dissatisfied with the suppression of this level of life and the food chain. He was a dragon, a supreme dragon. Why could a mutated demon wolf stand at a higher level than him on the food chain? Chapter 1337. Boom. The blood-red and black figures collided violently. Both of them tried their best to control their strength, using it all on each other. At this moment, Long Chen felt as though he had collided with a mountain. The other party's strength was indeed stronger than his. His body was like molten iron, and his wolf claws were incomparably sharp. When they hit Long Chen's dragon scales, they could directly tear Long Chen apart. Of course, Long Chen's dragon claws, elbows, and knees could also penetrate the other party's body. At their current level, their recovery ability was very terrifying. The damage caused could be healed very quickly. Especially Mo Xiaolang. After consuming so many immortal essences, there was still a large amount of medicinal power accumulated in his body. As Long Chen beat him, it was released. This was the most primitive battle. Both of them were very tacit. They did not use mystiques, battle techniques, or any Dharma treasures. It was purely their physical strength, supplemented by divine essence or demon essence. Boom, boom, boom. The black and red figures fought. The scene was much more terrifying than when Long Chen and Li Chuyue fought. However, they were very careful to control their strength. Li Xuanji and the rest, who were above the basement, could only feel the ground tremble slightly. Sister Xuanji, it's not good. Brother Long Chen and brother Xiao Lang are fighting. Soyun was very anxious. Her big eyes were almost tearing up. Are you stupid? They are sparring. Li Tianji, who was at the side, laughed loudly. Soyun was relieved. She said, so that's how it is. Li Xuanji also liked this young lady. She knew that she had suffered a lot in the demon race. However, she had finally obtained the primordial 9-colored snake's bloodline. That was the end of the suffering. Now, Suyun could transform into a half-human and half-snake form. That was her strongest fighting form. Not only was she not ugly, but she also had a seductive feeling. The primordial 9-colored snake was an ancient species. Li Xuanji had heard of it before. It was an incredible thing. Rumor had it that it could use 9 powers. From Soyun's body, she knew that it was not a rumor. When Soyun transformed into a long snake tail, her tail could change between the 9 colors. Whichever power she used, her tail would change into that color. Every color was very beautiful. As for the battle between Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, from the moment Long Chen suddenly challenged Li Chuyue, she knew that he must be at a critical juncture in his search for a breakthrough. Seeing how excited he was these past few days, he must have found a path. Li Xuanji was sincerely happy for him. Sister Xuanji, what are you thinking about? Su Yan stared at the beautiful woman who had a cold expression on her face. No. Li Xuanji's fair face blushed slightly as she said evasively. While they were talking, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were fighting happily. Use all your strength. Long Chen roared. At the start, the two were evenly matched, so he didn't feel excited. Mo Xiaolang was proficient in close combat of hundreds of races. His combat power was definitely not that simple. He was going easy on Long Chen. Okay. Mo Xiaolang knew that he was doing wrong. He suddenly increased his strength and displayed the wildest and most sinister stance of a demon wolf. The sun-devouring demon wolf was originally a devouring super demon beast. After following the wolf race's moon devourer, he had learned many techniques in this area. At this moment, he gave Long Chen a strange feeling. Long Chen realized that he seemed to be the other party's food. Unconvinced. During the battle, he had been looking at the word "ni" hanging on the wall. As he fought, he was thinking about how he should attack. On the other hand, his thoughts were moving on the word "ni." With a howl, Mo Xiaolang's physical body became several times stronger. He charged into the sky and appeared in front of Long Chen. His sharp wolf claws were like 5 short knives, stabbing towards Long Chen's head. In an instant, a bloody wind blew. At this moment, Long Chen's mind was still filled with the word "ni." Bang! Being suppressed by the other party made him even more unresigned. His natural pride was defeated, and the blood in his heart was gradually boiling. His bloodline was gradually awakening, the bloodline that he was most proud of. The ancient blood spirit dragon's image densely covered every corner of his body. The word "ni" seemed to have completely fused into Long Chen's flesh and blood. As Long Chen swung his dragon claws, a powerful mental force suddenly rushed out. Bang! Under the opponent's overwhelming strength, Long Chen's bones were fractured. He was sent flying and rolled on the ground several times. Big brother, continue. Just as Mo Xiaolang stopped and said the 5th word, a blood-colored shadow rushed up from the ground and kicked towards his head. Mo Xiaolang was suddenly alerted, and the two of them started fighting again. The more they fought, the more shocked Mo Xiaolang became. He felt that Long Chen was like a madman. No matter how he hit him, he couldn't be killed. In fact, during the fight, Long Chen's combat strength was getting stronger and stronger. Combat strength was only one aspect. The other aspect was another. As proud as he was, he still felt that the man in front of him, that crazy and heaven-defying attitude, brought a kind of spiritual fear and dread. He was like a sapling that had absorbed enough nutrients and was now growing wildly. Perhaps in a very short time, he would directly break through the clouds and use his vigorous branches to pierce through the universe. This was just the beginning. From the day they returned from the inner city of the North Star, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang didn't come out of the basement. Every day, there were tremors coming from below, but the fragile yard was not destroyed by them. Long Chen gradually realized that the inverse spirit skill was not a combat skill, nor was it a magical power. It was purely a kind of spiritual power, a general outline of the Tao. This was not an ordinary Tao. Long Chen embarked on this Tao as if he had embarked on a different path from ordinary warriors. For example, his 7th level of the divine martial arts realm was definitely not the law of heaven and earth. It was a kind of power that reversed the will of heaven and earth. This kind of power gradually sprouted in Long Chen's body. It gradually grew stronger. In the beginning, in front of Mo Xiaolang, the sun-devouring giant wolf, he was as humble as food. Along the way, he had grown from a small nonentity to this point. Therefore, the spiritual power described by the inverse spirit skill was undoubtedly very compatible. The essence of the inverse spirit skill was in the word inverse, in the 9 strokes. Every stroke could not be seen by others, but it went directly into the depths of Long Chen's soul. These 9 strokes might be Taoist patterns, or they might not be. In the process of fighting with Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen found that his god martial spirit was gradually changing in another way. Although the subtle changes could not be seen, Long Chen knew that it was a change. It made Long Chen's existence in this world change. This was a change in the way of existence. If all living creatures were fish in a river and the river was surging forward, none of the fish knew where their future lay. At this moment, Long Chen was like a fish that had jumped out of the river and seen the fish in front of him. The inverse spirit skill was a kind of strengthening of the reverse will. It was completely compatible with Long Chen's dragon will and his bloodline. In the repeated confrontations with Xiao Lang, he was covered with cuts and bruises, but he was rapidly transforming. Finally, after 10 days, he let Xiao Lang go out and sat alone in front of the parchment, staring blankly. "How is it?" Seeing Mo Xiaolang come out in a mess, panting, and with a pale face, Li Xuanji opened her beautiful red lips and asked softly, "I think it should be done." Mo Xiaolang was very tired, but when he thought of Long Chen's improvement, he could not help but show a gratified smile. Oh! Li Xuanji's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. She broke through to the peak of the 9th divine martial realm first. With Long Chen's personality, he would definitely be anxious if both of them were stronger than him. In the basement, Long Chen was extremely quiet. Even though the intense battle with the little wolf cub had made him look even more battered, his eyes were still brimming with energy and vigor. The parchment in front of him actually lit up in his world. The 9 dead lines actually turned into real Dao lines, like a whirlpool, attracting him. The arrangement of the Dao lines also had a profound meaning, as if the 9 Dao lines were arranged to form the word Ni. This piece of parchment gradually approached Long Chen, and finally integrated into Long Chen's body, disappearing. Long Chen felt that there was something extra in his body. When the parchment entered his body, his temperament suddenly changed. It was a kind of temperament that was similar to that of the leader of the Defiant God sect, but many times more than him. This was a kind of natural anti-willpower, which made Long Chen feel as if he did not exist in this world. When this kind of willpower burst out, Long Chen seemed to have integrated with the law of earth and had the will of heaven and earth. In terms of martial arts, as long as he broke through this threshold, the God martial spirit would leap again and enter the 7th level of the divine martial realm. It was just that the 7th level was a little different from others. Now Long Chen could be said to have successfully practiced the inverse God power, but it could only be regarded as the basic level, and there was still the profound level to go. The success of the inverse God power drove the transformation of Long Chen's God martial spirit, which made him break through to the 7th level of the divine martial realm, which was different from others. The anti-will power gave Long Chen a kind of shocking core God martial spirit power, which had a huge impact. This was a kind of double impact on the enemy with the soul and the body, and it could defeat the enemy without a fight. In addition, at this level, the Dragon Blood Divine Spirit soared again. In terms of the level of the Divine Spirit, Long Chen could barely be compared with the warriors at the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. The other great transformation was naturally the physical body. A very important reason for Long Chen to judge whether he had reached the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm was that another 10th of the ancestral dragon essence blood was released. There was 1 chapter left at 8 o'clock, and there were 26 chapters left. Today was the day with the most classes, from 2 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the evening. He got up early to write, and the updates were set to be automatically updated. Chapter 1338. Mo Xiaolang had been nurtured and nourished by hundreds of immortal essences, and after half a year of tempering by the 9-color thunder formation, coupled with the powerful talent of the sun-devouring demonic wolf, he now had such a strong body that far surpassed that of the ordinary demon clan. Long Chen's inherited blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon was more reflected in the transformation of Long Chen's physique, talent, and so on. The addition of physical strength was only a small part of it. But even so, after absorbing 70% of the ancestral dragon's blood, his body was incomparably strong, surpassing that of the giant beasts of the demon clan. He was simply a human-shaped bomb. Now, if he wanted to compete with Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen would never lose. The 7th level of the divine martial arts realm. Compared with others, such as Wang Chao, he had a Taoist instrument with 2 Dao patterns. However, in the God martial arts realm, only Long Chen had the power of nirvana. It could be said that even if Long Chen only used a Taoist instrument with 1 Dao pattern, when he really used it, he might not be worse than others. The combat power of his body gave him a huge bonus. Although the power of the extreme universe finger would inevitably increase with the improvement of his strength, there was still the 7th level of the 9-dragon scripture. With Long Chen's current strength, he could display the 7th level of the 9-dragon scripture without any pressure. The most important thing was that Long Chen had now undergone a spiritual transformation. He could exert a terrible suppression on others on the spiritual level. It might not be shown in a short time, but the gap between him and ordinary people would gradually widen. This was the power directly reflected by the inverse spirit skill. Compared with the pressure of the will of the world, Long Chen's spiritual pressure was many times stronger. Before, I had no problem dealing with people like Li Chueyue. Now my combat power is probably close to the great completion of martial arts. Although there is still a little gap between me and Xiao Lang, this gap will soon be made up with the progress of my inverse spirit skill. Moreover, Long Chen felt that the inverse spirit skill was far from that simple, which could be seen from the 9 Dao patterns. Wang Chao. If before, Long Chen did not have the confidence to kill him, Then now, he could not wait. The eternal hell was right in front of him. This ancient ruin was filled with strange undead creatures, and it was filled with endless treasures. Long Chen wanted to obtain more and more things from it. There were attacks from other squads, countless dangerous places and ferocious creatures, as well as assassins hidden in the dark. It was going to be a very exciting journey. This time, with the help of Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji, Long Chen was no longer fighting alone. Xiaolang, come in. Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji had been waiting outside for a long time. Suddenly hearing Long Chen's excited voice, Mo Xiaolang was startled. He had a bitter expression on his face. He knew that Long Chen was going to use him as a target again. In the entire 3 regions and 9 worlds, only Long Chen was qualified to do so. Because this was his big brother. So pitiful, big brother Xiaolang. Xueqi snickered from behind. Mo Xiaolang had no choice but to enter the basement. Long Chen was already prepared, and immediately pounced. 2 figures, one red and one black, fought fiercely in this enclosed space. This time, Mo Xiaolang would not be able to take advantage. Although Long Chen's fighting style was not as good as his 100-tribe battle encyclopedia system, he had a spirit and a will to fight. Before the fist arrived, the will would arrive first, sweeping everything in its path. 5 days passed, and the 5 finished their preparations. They headed to North Star City. This was the day they would be heading to the second largest ruin in 9-star Chaos City, the Eternal Hell. On this day, Long Chen also learned that the largest ancient ruin in Chaotic Star City was called the Primal Chaos Kingdom. First, they met at the North Star battlefield in North Star City. When Long Chen's group arrived, everyone who should be there was already there. There were 20 teams, a total of 100 people. At this moment, some looked nervous, some were full of fighting spirit, and some were calm. In addition to the 20 teams that had gathered, there were more than 20 Nirvana Tribulation experts on the high platform. These were experts from the 3 regions and 9 worlds, who had come to guard the 9-star Chaos City ruins. There were strict rules among the 12 Supreme Alliances. The number of experts stationed by each force had already been agreed upon. The 12 Supreme Alliances had a total of 6 ruins. Among them, True Martial Emperor Palace and Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had about 30 Nirvana Tribulation experts in 9-star Chaos City, while Desolation Emperor Palace had more than 40. As for the other forces, there were between 15 to 20. The God-defying cult had about 10 Nirvana Tribulation experts, which was already considered very good. From these rules, one could roughly see the publicly recognized strength of the major forces. Desolation Emperor Palace had more than 40 people, so naturally, they were stronger than the other forces. In addition to these more than 20 Nirvana Tribulation experts, there were also many warriors above the 9th tier of the Divine Martial Realm guarding the surroundings. Among them, the God-defying cult leader was also among them. After the people had gathered, the God-defying cult leader acted as an interpreter and leader. After saying a few words, he took the lead and left North Star City, heading north. North was the direction of the Eternal Hell. The Evil Dragon Palace team was not familiar with the other teams, so they basically did not communicate with others. On the other hand, the other teams put their arms around each other's shoulders as if they were friends. Long Chen knew that when they arrived at the Eternal Hell, he did not know how ruthless they would be. Wang Chao was also in the group. Today he was silent. However, Long Chen knew that Wang Chao must have done some research on him over the past few days. From there, he was sure that Long Chen was the one who was killed by Wang Chao. At the same time, Ling Xiao must have known about this. Because of this, the handsome and elegant Ling Xiao left the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team and headed towards Long Chen. This attracted the attention of some people. In the Evil Dragon Palace team, Mo Xiaolang was the most eye-catching. However, Ling Xiao came to Long Chen's side and looked at Long Chen for a while. He said expressionlessly, "I am Ling Xiao. According to our relationship in the clan, should call me uncle." Long Chen had never been afraid of this moment. He said naturally, "Wang Chao told you about us." "That's right. I am Long Chen." Ling Xiao looked at this young man silently. He was actually very shocked. If what Wang Chao said was true, then this young man was undoubtedly very terrifying. In less than 10 years, he had climbed from a place like the Myriad Kingdom's domain to here. This was simply unbelievable. If he hadn't seen Long Chen with his own eyes, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. "You give me a very dangerous feeling. Perhaps I can't help but admire you. I heard that Xueqi survived because of your help. There is no enmity between us. Perhaps we can even become friends. However, there are some things that need to be clarified, Ling Xiao said solemnly. This was the first time Long Chen faced his family as an equal. In the past, he would be very nervous whenever he thought of this. However, he was relieved now. No matter what Ling Xiao said today, his will and everything about him wouldn't change. This was because the inverse spirit technique had already penetrated deep into his bones. Go ahead, Long Chen said. Ling Xiao didn't hold back. Ling Xiao did not hold back and said, I respect Xueqi's decision, but I feel that this will definitely be troublesome. You are still far from being able to defy her marriage with Wang Chen. Some things are not as simple as you think. Perhaps what you bring to her is not happiness, but torture. Think about it. That's all I have to say. Also, I hope that we will not meet in the eternal hell. After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Long Chen to say anything else and turned around. Wait. Long Chen called out to him. Is there anything else? Ling Xiao turned around. Long Chen pointed at his heart and said, I've climbed from being an ant in your eyes to where I am now. I've accomplished all the impossible things you said. Now is the time for me to take the final step. I don't want to say too many meaningless words. You just need to watch. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he smiled. I don't care what you think. I've heard countless people say the same thing. As long as she isn't happy, no matter who it is, I won't let them go. After he finished speaking, he returned to the group from the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain. Beside him, the arrogance in Wang Chao's eyes burned again. At first, he was frightened by Long Chen's appearance. After calming down, he already believed that this was the truth. Since he could kill Long Chen once, he could kill him again. His only regret was that he didn't check back to see if he had killed Long Chen. With his personality, as long as he thought things through, everything would be easy to handle. From far away, Wang Chao licked his lips with a sinister look in his eyes. He made a throat-cutting gesture at Long Chen. His eyes filled with provocation. Long Chen smiled coldly in response to such a childish gesture. Mo Xiaolang and the others were also watching this scene, especially Li Xuanji. She was standing in front of Long Chen. She knew Long Chen's journey and was the person who was most familiar with him. She naturally understood the determination in his heart very well. Unfortunately, he had fought so hard for a woman and not for himself. Thinking about it made her feel somewhat bitter in her heart. In terms of appearance, talent, and feelings, she didn't care about anyone else. It was just that she didn't have the right opportunity. With a face that could captivate all living things, she stared into the distance in a daze. After this battle, she would choose to leave. Perhaps she would never appear. Perhaps she would suddenly appear when he was in danger. The sky in the distance was grayish-brown. As the group advanced, a group of grayish-yellow mountains appeared in front of them. When they arrived, Long Chen couldn't help but hold his breath. The mountains in front of them actually gave off such an oppressive feeling. It was truly rare. The sky was also filled with a deathly aura. A sinister atmosphere lingered, making one's scalp go numb. The air was rather cold, making one shiver inexplicably. An aura that made one's soul tremble came rushing over. Ahead is the entrance to the eternal hell. The gates of hell have closed. The god-defying cult leader's voice came from ahead. Long Chen and the others entered the grayish-yellow mountains. The wind howled and the shadows of the trees flickered. The sinister aura was oppressive. Many people's eyes revealed annoyance. After walking through the mountains for some time, a huge peak suddenly appeared in front of them. A huge, ancient, and sinister stone gate was embedded in this huge peak. It was 300 meters tall. We're here. Chapter 1339. This was a huge mottled stone door that stood between the heavens and the earth. The ancient stone was covered with disgusting and hideous patterns that looked like insects. The door was filled with blood-yellow ripples that gently rippled like a huge mouth that wanted to swallow a person. For some reason, even Long Chen felt a chill run down his spine when he saw this door. Could this be the characteristic of an ancient ruin? This strange stone door that stood between heaven and earth had existed for countless years. It was filled with a heavy and gloomy feeling that people didn't dare to look directly at it. It looked so scary. As soon as they arrived and saw the gloomy stone door, Soyun hid behind Mo Xiaolang. Gates of hell. Just the name itself was enough to scare people. Long Chen was shocked at first, but he quickly recovered. This stone door was strange, but no matter what, it was just a door. Long Chen had seen it for himself. In this mountain range, there were countless experts guarding it. There were about 300 Nirvana Tribulation warriors from the 3 domains and 9 worlds who came to 9-star Chaos City. About a third of them were in this mountain range. With such a large force guarding the Eternal Hell, it could be seen how much the experts of the 3 domains and 9 worlds value the Eternal Hell. Unfortunately, Nirvana Tribulation warriors couldn't enter the Eternal Hell at all. Long Chen heard that besides the largest Chaos Kingdom, Nirvana Tribulation warriors couldn't enter the other ancient relic. They would be stopped in front of the gates of hell. However, the great clans of the 3 regions and 9 realms would always send their people in to search for treasures. Of course, people from other scattered forces could also enter, but they would not be able to obtain the true treasures. After all, there were so many Nirvana Tribulation experts guarding this place. The 12 Supreme Alliances had an agreement with the major powers. If the treasure they obtained was a Dao artifact, if it had 1 Dao pattern or less, they had the right to take it away. If it had more than 2 Dao patterns, it had to be confiscated. However, they could exchange it with the 12 Supreme Alliances for items they wanted, but the value didn't exceed 1 Dao pattern. If they obtained 2 treasures with 1 Dao pattern and above, they could at most keep 1. The rest would have to be confiscated. No matter what, Eternal Hell was a place jointly managed by the 12 Supreme Alliances. No one would be allowed to sneak things out. Otherwise, the 12 Supreme Alliances wouldn't have sent so many Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors to guard this mountain range. Perhaps their role in guarding the place was not as simple as it seemed. Usually, when people from the 12 Supreme Alliances came out, they would check their storage rings or god nations. Right now, Long Chen's strength was considered strange, and no one knew exactly how strong he was. However, everyone guessed that he definitely had a god kingdom. The 12 Supreme Alliances had this hegemony. Even if they wanted to check the storage rings and god nation, no one would dare to object. Fortunately, the 12 Supreme Alliances had strict rules. The inspectors couldn't simply take away the other party's things. In the past, many of the assassinations that happened in the dark had nothing to do with this. At this point, the god-defying sect leader couldn't enter. However, there was another warrior at the great perfection of the martial path leading Long Chen to the gates of hell. At this moment, many experts gathered around and secretly instructed their teams. No one knew what they were talking about. The god-defying sect leader reiterated the rules of the game again. Finally, at this moment, the teams from the 3 regions and 9 realms were filled with the smell of gunpowder. A murderous atmosphere quietly circulated. They all staggered away from each other to prevent the other party from launching a sneak attack. This was a kind of psychological defense. Every team was very strong. Who would be able to laugh till the end? You have a total of 20 teams, and Eternal Hell has a total of 18 levels. However, in order to let you meet each other faster and increase the chances of encountering each other, this time, you will be divided into 4 batches and placed into 4 adjacent levels of Hell. They are the Blood Pool Hell, the Netherworld Hell, the Avicii Hell, and the Ice Hell. These 4 levels of Hell are the less dangerous ones. I hope you can all come back in the end. Anyone who has entered Eternal Hell knows that the lethality of the creatures there cannot be measured by common sense. The god-defying sect leader chuckled. Finally, his gaze fell on Mo Xiaolang and Long Chen. It was as if the words, "I hope you can come back alive," were directed at the 2 of them. The god-defying sect leader still had a lot of hatred in his heart. The god-defying technique had already entered Long Chen's body, so Long Chen couldn't return it to him. Fortunately, the god-defying sect leader couldn't enter Eternal Hell. At least in the 3 months before he came out of Eternal Hell, Long Chen could ignore him. After that, he would have to be careful. The god-defying sect leader's strength was the same as the first supreme elder of the 3,000 palaces. Long Chen had heard that he was an expert who had passed the second Nirvana Tribulation. As for the other Nirvana Tribulation realm warriors, they usually only passed the first Nirvana Tribulation. 80% of the warriors at the Great Perfection realm of the Martial Path would be killed by the first Nirvana Tribulation. Therefore, although there were many warriors at the 9th level of the Divine Martial realm, there were very few in the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Even the same Nirvana Tribulation was divided into early and late stages. There were 2 possibilities for triggering the second Nirvana Tribulation. The first possibility was that one's strength had reached the peak of the late stage of the first Nirvana Tribulation realm and triggered the second Nirvana Tribulation with one's own strength. The second possibility was the time limit of 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, regardless of whether one was at the early or late stage, the Nirvana Tribulation would descend. If one could pass it, one would directly ascend to the second Nirvana Tribulation. If one couldn't, one would be reduced to ashes. The power of the heavenly Tao was that terrifying. For an ordinary person, it was very difficult to pass the first Nirvana Tribulation and grow from the early stage to the peak of the late stage. Many people spent 1,000 years and still couldn't achieve it. Naturally, they couldn't pass the second Nirvana Tribulation. But compared to the early stage from the late stage to the early stage of the second Nirvana Tribulation, it was much easier. At least it wouldn't be life-threatening. Those super geniuses with outstanding talent could easily go from the early stage to the late stage. After all, it only represented the increase of Nirvana power. For example, Long Chen had absorbed 70% of the ancestral dragon blood essence. In terms of talent, except for Mo Xiaolang, who could barely be compared to him, the others were worlds apart from him. When Long Chen caught up with them, he would instantly leave them worlds apart. This was the heaven-defying talent. In the 9-star Chaos City, most of the warriors at the Nirvana Tribulation realm were at the early stage of the first Nirvana Tribulation. Occasionally, there were a few lucky ones who spent hundreds of years or even close to 1,000 years to reach the late stage. There were very few who actually passed the second Nirvana Tribulation. In reality, the God-defying sect leader was very strong. Of course, the strongest experts of the major forces stationed here would only be stronger. They just didn't show up. The Demon Dragon Palace's sect leader should be even stronger. Once they reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm, it was time to fight with themselves. The 1,000-year limit was a nightmare for everyone. In the entire 3 regions and 9 realms, almost all the experts underwent the tribulation when the 1,000-year limit was up. There were only a few who could rely on their own strength to attract the Nirvana Tribulation. 18 tribulations. One day, heaven and earth would kill you, making you die on the path to godhood. While Long Chen was recalling this information, the evil Dragon Palace team followed the main group and walked into the gates of hell that looked like a vertical yellow lake. The yellow ripples drowned them and then swallowed them. Long Chen was in the middle of the group. Soon it was his turn. When he approached, he suddenly felt the gates of hell emitting a terrifying force that was repelling him. Long Chen's heart trembled, revealing a shocked expression. What's wrong? With such a sudden turn of events, Mo Xiaolang immediately approached. Long Chen was repelled by the gates of hell, but fortunately, he made his movements as small as possible, so no one noticed his abnormality. Nirvana power. Long Chen said softly. He knew that it must be because he had Nirvana power in his body, so the gates of hell treated him as a Nirvana Tribulation expert. Fortunately, there was only a trace of Nirvana power in Long Chen's body. Otherwise, he would have been sent flying. A true Nirvana Tribulation expert's entire body's power would be converted into Nirvana power. If he couldn't enter the eternal hell, everything would be for naught. So Mo Xiaolang was a little anxious. Don't worry, I'll try. Long Chen tried to wrap that trace of Nirvana power in the deepest part of his body, and then began to try. This time, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although that resistance force still existed, it was not enough to block Long Chen's power. The gates of hell actually repelled the Nirvana power. It was truly strange. Long Chen did his best to resist the resistance. With his powerful strength, he forcefully squeezed into the gates of hell. When he was submerged by the blood-yellow ripples, his entire body seemed to have sunk into a swamp. After a long while, he discovered that he was standing on a floating platform. This was a huge platform. There were already many people standing here, and the evil Dragon Palace's team members also came in one after another. Long Chen and Xiao Lang looked at each other. They were both glad that they were able to enter smoothly. The others also came in one after another. The 5 of them gathered together. At this time, Long Chen looked around. Other than the hundreds of people, he suddenly saw a black statue in the center of the platform. What is this? Under Long Chen's lead, the evil Dragon Palace's team approached the statue. Long Chen discovered that only the lower half of the statue was cut off at the waist, and the upper half was nowhere to be seen. The cut was very even, and it should have been cut off by a sharp weapon. From the lower half of the body, it was a human-shaped statue, but maybe not, because from the statue's feet, its toes were strangely shaped. There were a total of 6 toes, and it didn't look like a human. Perhaps it was the same as those magical races in the 3 regions and 9 realms. Chapter 1340. Long Chen knew that this was the passage to the 18 levels of hell. The 18 whirlpools led to the 18 levels of the eternal hell. The 18 levels of the eternal hell were interconnected, so this wasn't the only entrance to each level. Long Chen had already learned about the eternal hell. It was made up of 18 levels of hell, namely the Netherworld Hell, the Blood Lake Hell, the Ghost Flame Hell, the Avicii Hell, and so on. Every hell had terrifying creatures and countless dangers. At the same time, there were many fortuitous encounters and treasures. Whether one could obtain them depended on one's fate. 20 teams. Follow me. You will be entering the Netherworld Hell, the Avicii Hell, the Blood Lake Hell, and the Frost Hell respectively. As long as you walk into the vortex within a quarter of an hour, even if it's the same hell, the vortex will take you to different places. Therefore, you don't have to worry about meeting each other prematurely, explained one of the warriors who had perfected the martial Dao. The 12 Supreme Alliances have already chosen your specific locations. I will now announce the 5 teams that will enter the Blood Lake Hell. The teams that hear your name will enter the Blood Lake Hell first. First, the Sword Spirit Emperor domain. Ling Xiao and the rest walked out of the crowd, each of them overbearing. They were all kings of swords, carrying Dao weapons on their backs as they headed towards the Blood Lake Hell. Apart from Ling Xiao and Wang Chao, the other 3 teams were also experts. Their battle prowess wasn't much weaker than Wang Chao's. 15 minutes later, the warrior in the Martial Path Great Perfection Realm announced another team. Just like that, as time passed, the teams entered one by one. Once the Blood Lake Hell was filled, the next was the Avicii Hell. Coincidentally, the first team was the Evil Dragon Palace's turn. He hadn't expected it to be his turn so soon. In this case, Long Chen only knew that 5 teams had gone to the Blood Lake Hell. He didn't know which teams were in the Avicii Hell, but it didn't matter. Under the cold gazes of the crowd, Long Chen and his team headed towards a black whirlpool. The Hell of Avicii was a very famous place. Although it was mostly surrounded by gloomy mountain ranges, there were rumors that there were a lot of man-eating creatures there. It was a place of slaughter, and was even worse than the other 3 hells. At this moment, cries and screams could be heard coming from the vortex, as though there were countless ghosts wandering within. The timid Xueqi trembled all over, not daring to step into the black vortex. Yan, don't worry. We're here. Long Chen turned around and said, Yes. Xueqi nodded heavily, but she still hid behind the crowd. To be honest, Li Tianji also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His face was a little pale. You're scared too. Li Xuanji was dressed in a long black dress. She was as mysterious as a witch in the night. The atmosphere here was very suitable for her. Who said that? Li Tianji puffed out his chest and said loudly. Everyone roared with laughter. The atmosphere eased up, and the oppressive feeling of terror finally disappeared. Hand in hand, Long Chen suggested. Everyone listened to him and pulled each other's arms. Long Chen took the lead and jumped into the whirlpool. Whoosh! The 5 of them were instantly sucked into the whirlpool. The whirlpool was facing downwards. At this moment, they felt a crazy feeling of falling. They were completely weightless, and they couldn't even control their own strength. Don't panic. Long Chen used a strong force to stabilize his body. With the help of the 5 of them, he was finally able to maintain an upright position. However, he was still falling crazily at this moment. This was an extremely narrow and dark passageway. It was very scary. Fortunately, this passageway wasn't long. Soon, everyone could feel the exit below. After stabilizing their bodies, they landed steadily on an earthy yellow road. Where is this? Soyeon patted her chest and said with lingering fear. In front of them was a void, and the surroundings were filled with black sticky things. The only way out was the yellow road ahead. This yellow road was lonely and desolate. A hair-raising cry came from ahead, and the atmosphere was very gloomy. If we get out of here, we'll probably be in Avicii Hell. Long Chen calmed down and led everyone forward. After a few steps, a stone tablet appeared in front of them. There were 3 words written on it. Yellow Springs Road. Is this the Yellow Springs Road? The Yellow Springs Road was a path that connected the 18 levels of hell. It was also the passageway to the 18 levels of hell from the outside. Within the eternal hell, There were many such gloomy and indifferent paths. They were filled with a feeling of desolation, causing one to subconsciously feel fear. The gloomy wind swirled around them, and the road seemed endless. There are flowers on both sides. It's beautiful. Soyeon, this weird little girl, loved to look around. Actually, Long Chen had long discovered that there were fiery red flowers on both sides of the Yellow Springs Road. They were very beautiful. From afar, it looked like a fiery red carpet. However, these flowers were very mysterious. If one were to look at them for too long, they would feel dizzy and hallucinate. They might even be immersed in their memories. Don't look, Long Chen warned her. This red spider lily was a kind of medicine that could affect the god martial soul. It was said that many people wanted to use this red spider lily to harm people. They wanted to pick it, but as soon as they got close, they would first fall into a crazy illusion and lose consciousness. The 5 of them moved forward quickly in silence. The surrounding red spider lilies seemed to have come to life. They swayed even though there was no wind, as if they were welcoming their arrival. Under the red spider lilies, there were skeletons scattered helplessly. It was impossible to tell whether they were humans or demons. After traveling at high speed on the Yellow Springs Road for about 15 minutes, Long Chen saw a light in front of him. After a while, they finally walked out. Looking back, the Yellow Springs Road was actually in the belly of a black mountain. Long Chen remembered the location of this mountain. If they wanted to go back in 3 months, they would have to go out from here. Of course, it would be fine if they could find another way out. What a scary place. Li Tianji looked around and his face darkened. He regretted following Li Xuanji and the others here. Long Chen also felt a creepy gloominess and oppression. Looking up, they were in the middle of a group of black mountains. Or maybe the whole of Ichi Hell was a group of black mountains. Some of them soared into the sky. Some were entrenched on the ground. Most importantly, these black mountains looked strange. Some looked like the claws of a demon stretching out to the sky, and some looked like ferocious beasts. Gusts of cold wind swept through the whole of Ichi Hell. From time to time, there would be miserable screams coming from afar, as if someone was crying. There was a putrid smell in the air. This was the smell of corpses, and it was everywhere. After walking a few steps, Long Chen discovered that there were white bones everywhere under his feet. Some were human bones, some were beast bones, some were naturally corroded, and some looked new. However, the bones were very smooth, and there was not a single bit of rotten flesh stuck to them. The creatures here like to eat the flesh and blood of outsiders. The flesh and blood of warriors or demons contain a large amount of life force and energy. After devouring our flesh and blood, these creatures will become stronger. The reason why these bones are so smooth is because they were licked clean. Mo Xiaolong's words immediately made Li Tianji's face turn cold, and he quickly hid behind his sister. Soyeon screamed and stamped her feet in fear. So scary, what should I do? I don't want to be eaten, sob. The sky was gloomy and gloomy, with strange dark clouds floating in the sky. From time to time, they would transform into terrifying forms. In such an environment, even Long Chen felt a little uncomfortable, let alone Soyeon. He looked around and said, "Why don't you two enter my great void realm? The 3 of us can walk and kill outside." He said this to Soyeon and Li Tianji. No, I also don't want to hide. I'm a man, it's fine, I can do it. Li Tianji quickly said, I also don't want to go in, it's boring. Although it's scary outside, it's very exciting. Soyeon said something that made them spurt out rice. At this moment, Li Xuanji said, I heard that the creatures that eat humans here are called the ghost race. In the 3 regions and 9 realms, they only exist in the ancient ruins of the 9-star Chaos City. Among them, the Eternal Hell has the most of these creatures. I heard that these creatures have a different cultivation system from the demon race and human race. Even their souls are very strange. There are even rumors that they come from ancient times and are a strange species left behind from that time. Regarding ancient things, this was something that Kitten understood the most. When Long Chen asked him, he said, Don't ask me about this. I've also been asleep for a long time. I don't know most of the things that happened in the sacrificial dragon continent after the disappearance of the divine dragon. I woke up hundreds of thousands of years ago and traveled around this world. That's how I learned about so many new things. After that, I didn't have much power, so I stayed in the Myriad Kingdom's domain to rest again. As expected, I followed you. Oh. Long Chen only felt that it was a little novel. Since Kitten didn't know, He didn't continue to ask. Coming to this place, they had to be very careful. Long Chen realized that his divine sense had been suppressed to an extreme level. Even the soul pupil technique could only reach a distance of 10 miles at most. For them, this distance could be covered in an instant. Xiao Lang, feel where the 9 nether demonic ancestral fire is first. Long Chen said, then walked to Li Xuanji's side. At this moment, this woman was looking at him calmly. Her waist-length dark green hair was fluttering in the chilly wind, and her fair and delicate skin was so delicate that it seemed like it would break at the slightest touch. Are you okay? Long Chen asked with concern. Chapter 1341. Don't worry, I have other things besides my eyes. There won't be a problem if I use my full strength. No matter what, she was always so quiet, standing there silently. How about, don't say any more? Li Xuanji interrupted him. I'll fight for my eyes myself. I'm not a piece of trash. I can do it myself. Long Chen couldn't bear to hurt her pride. She was an unyielding person who didn't want to accept favors from others. It was good that they could fight side by side. At this time, Mo Xiaolang said, I feel that it does exist, and it should be in that direction. Long Chen had already discussed this. He, Li Xuanji, and Xiaolang all had things to do. In order to obtain the goddess flower for Li Xuanji, they just had to fight to the death with the other teams. Now that the game had begun, the other teams were already on the hunt. He had no clue about the thing left behind by the Void Universe Dragon, so he decided to go in the direction of Mo Xiaolang's 9 Serenities Devil Ancestral Flame. After all, he was more confident, while Long Chen knew nothing about it. After making the decision, the 5 of them set off in the direction of Wolf Cub. In this Avicii hell, there were many creatures of the Ghost Clan. Many of them were very powerful. As they had just arrived, they did not dare to wander around the city. They could only pass through the dark and gloomy mountains, making very little noise. Didn't you say that as long as we get close, we can find the thing left behind by the Void Universe Dragon? Long Chen used his soul eye technique to look around vigilantly as he spoke to Kitten. A cold wind whistled past, and the bones on the ground rolled and shattered. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. It's a bit difficult. The Eternal Hell's surface is very complex, and the space pressure is very high. It's fine if we're outside, but that thing is probably very hidden. I'll try my best, but I can't. You can try moving. Don't worry, it's not in this level of hell. Don't worry, I'll tell you if I feel it. Even the lazy kitten was extremely enthusiastic about the Void Universe Dragon. It stayed on Long Chen's shoulder and patrolled the area. The black kitten was originally very cute, but it made him lazy to raise it. It was really a sin. Stop. Long Chen suddenly indicated that within the range of his soul pupil technique, those kinds of undead creatures had indeed appeared. Their souls were indeed very strange, very different from the souls of humans and demons. Soul, it's actually incomplete. An incomplete soul can actually control the body's movements like this. Long Chen was shocked. Although he couldn't see the appearance of that thing, he could feel the soul. Within the range of his soul pupil technique, a total of 5 or 6 ghosts passed by. Each of their souls was incomplete, like a piece of ragged cloth, riddled with holes. They've appeared. Where are they? Li Tianji hurriedly asked. Up ahead. Long Chen pointed. Sure enough, at this moment, a cold wind blew, whistling over. Mournful cries came from the front, making one's scalp numb and hair stand on end. As they moved forward, the strange black mountains in the vicinity trembled, and many of the rocks fell. There aren't many of them. There are probably many of them in this Avicii hell. We just happen to be blocking their path. Let's see how strong they are. Long Chen decided. Xueqi immediately tensed up. At this moment, Long Chen felt that the other party seemed to be extremely excited. Their speed increased several times as they rushed in their direction. Their noses are very sensitive. They should have smelled our scent. Everyone, be careful. They're coming. Long Chen was very serious. These creatures called ghosts were still 5 or 6 kilometers away, but they could actually sense the existence of the 5 of them. They were very dangerous. Just as he finished speaking, a fishy wind rushed in front of them. The mountain rocks trembled, and there were several explosions. A total of 6 black figures suddenly rushed down from the mountain peak in front of them. They fell heavily in front of everyone. For a moment, the surroundings were filled with a rotten smell. Long Chen carefully sized up the appearance of the ghosts in front of him in that instant. He was a little shocked. These creatures looked similar to humans, but their bodies were tall, ranging from 2 to 5 meters tall. Their skin was a deathly gray, without any luster. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, and they were also deathly gray. They were very ugly. A pair of fangs pierced out of their upper jaws, stained with a rotten green mucus. Pieces of ragged cloth wrapped around their bodies, barely covering their ugliness. What was most shocking was that there were black iron chains growing out of their flesh and blood, wrapping around their bodies. It looked quite frightening. It was as if these black rusty iron chains were originally wrapped around their bones from the very beginning, and their flesh and blood grew out later. The places where the iron chains grew out of their flesh and blood were still bleeding and oozing pus. It smelled abnormally rotten and looked very frightening. Such a violent and ferocious creature made a sound like a baby crying. It made one's scalp numb. Seeing the appearance of these dead creatures, the timid Xueqi was the first to scream in fright. She quickly covered her eyes. Li Tianji also turned pale and retreated a few steps. He couldn't wait to find a place to hide. However, he didn't have the time. Because after sensing the aura of the living people, the 6 terrifying ghosts couldn't wait to pounce on Long Chen and the others. Their mouths were huge, and they rushed towards them. In their eyes, Long Chen and the others were food. You guys protect the 2 of them. Long Chen didn't say anything. He took out the scarlet blood sky end and transformed it into a blood-colored broadsword. Then, he rushed towards the 6 ghosts. These ghosts fought without any rules. Their only advantage was that they were very frightening. Moreover, their physical strength was very terrifying. However, Long Chen was even more terrifying. He gathered his strength and collided with one of the 3 meters tall ghosts. The broadsword in his hand suddenly chopped down. Suddenly, that guy's thick arm was chopped off. Green pus sprayed out and almost sprayed all over Long Chen's body. After being injured, that ghost let out a mournful scream. However, it still rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen found that the cut of its arm was beginning to regenerate. The arm was actually growing out at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its recovery power is so strong. No wonder everyone's expression changed when they talked about these creatures. These things were probably just small soldiers of the ghost race. Who would have thought that they would be so powerful? Long Chen pulled back his broadsword and swept it horizontally. With a clang, the scarlet blood sky end cut into the ghost's flesh. However, it was stuck inside. Iron chain. Long Chen knew that it must be the strange black chain inside his body that blocked the scarlet blood sky end. Although that ghost was cut by Long Chen, it still crazily rushed towards Long Chen. Damn it! Long Chen's broadsword turned into a spear. He used the 24 spear strikes and pierced through the ghost's body more than 10 times before completely killing it. At this juncture, the other 5 ghosts had already rushed towards Xiao Lang's side. Long Chen didn't say anything and turned back. Although these things were difficult to deal with, when they were serious, they weren't enough to be a threat. The 6 ghosts quickly fell under Long Chen's feet. Just like humans and demons, the weakness of these ghosts was their brains. Long Chen noticed that these black chains were actually growing out of their bones. They perfectly fit together, so the scarlet blood sky end couldn't cut them open in a short time. Time to go. I heard that their companions can smell the scent of their corpses. Soon, there will be a large amount of ghosts coming here. Mo Xiaolang cautiously said. Even though he didn't make a move, he felt that these things were not easy to deal with. Long Chen tried his best to activate his scarlet blood sky end and slashed at one of the corpse's chains. At this time, the chains automatically fell from the corpse's bones and turned into iron shavings, which were blown away by the cold wind. How could this be? Long Chen was startled and looked around. The black chains on the 6 corpses had all decayed. Only the bodies of the ghosts were left, emitting an extremely unpleasant smell. Let's go. Long Chen left as soon as he said so. He led the Evil Dragon Palace team and sped up towards the location where the 9 underworld demonic ancestral flame would appear. They left in a low-profile manner. After understanding the strength of the ghost race, Long Chen became even more careful. He constantly used his soul eye technique to monitor the surroundings. To tell the truth, these creatures only had remnant souls. Even with the soul pupil technique, it wasn't easy to identify them. If he wasn't careful, he might miss some. As expected, not long after Long Chen's team left, A large amount of ghosts rushed over and ate the corpses that Long Chen had killed. It was obvious that these undead creatures didn't have intelligence. The Avicii hell was much bigger than Long Chen had imagined. It took them 5 days and 5 nights to reach the 9 Serenities Devil Ancestor Fire. During that time, they encountered many of those creatures. There were even some that were even stronger. Their battle prowess was equivalent to the 9th tier of the God Martial Realm, and they were at least 10 meters tall. However, Long Chen had the soul pupil technique, so he was able to avoid them. There was one time when there were too many undead creatures nearby. Long Chen had no choice but to choose a direction to break through. That time, he and Mo Xiaolang attacked together. Mo Xiaolang's flames were very strong. When fighting, his efficiency was even higher than Long Chen's. With the two of them clearing the path, the other 3 didn't have to do anything. No matter what, this feeling of trusting each other and fighting side by side was quite good. After walking for another 2 days, the 5 of them were still in a sinister mountain range. The terrifying ghosts in the surroundings seemed to be increasing in number. There were several times when Long Chen's team had no choice but to attack. After killing them, a large amount of ghosts would immediately rush over. It seemed like they would never be able to kill them all. The numbers have increased. I don't know what's going on. Li Xuanji faintly felt uneasy. Some of the human skeletons on the ground were actually new. It was very clear that someone had died here not long ago. Apart from them, there were still many humans who hadn't made it out. At this moment, Long Chen discovered that the golden token in his hand had lit up. This meant that another team had appeared within a radius of 10 miles around them. Chapter 1342. First, he found the location of the other team. However, there wasn't a single soul that belonged to the human race or the demon race. There was only a group of a dozen or so ghost race members that were still alive. However, the golden token was right there. Long Chen told everyone what he saw and then said, "Let's go and see what's going on. This place is very strange. Everyone needs to be vigilant." Yes. Everyone nodded. Long Chen also had the soul eye technique, so he was the most suitable leader. Furthermore, his mind was much more meticulous than the others, and he was decisive when it came to killing. He was a natural leader. 5 miles wasn't far for them at all. As they got closer, Long Chen discovered that other than the dozen sinister ghosts that were still motionless in the distance, there weren't any other living beings in the surroundings. Those ghosts weren't enough to pose a threat to Long Chen's group. The golden token was right there. Long Chen led everyone there and sped up. As they rushed, Long Chen guessed the possibilities. In the end, he thought of the only possibility. Perhaps that team had been attacked by the ghost race, and the arm with the golden token was accidentally torn off. Or perhaps the captain had died. These were all possibilities. However, the combat strength of the 20 teams was actually not bad. Just the dozen ghosts were enough to do this. There were too many questions in his mind, so he could only go and take a look. Swish! The group of 5 arrived. Their scent had been smelled by the ghost race before they arrived, but strangely, they didn't attack. Instead, they stayed where they were. Long Chen looked over and his stomach churned. There were a total of 5 corpses surrounded by the dozen ghosts. They were human corpses, and the dozen ghosts were happily devouring their flesh and blood. They licked every bit of flesh clean. This bloody scene made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. The girls couldn't stand this bloody scene. Fortunately, Li Xuanji couldn't see it, but she still knew what was going on. Long Chen's eyes were sharp, and he soon discovered that one of the ghouls had swallowed an arm and spat out a golden token. The identities of these 5 corpses were obvious. They belonged to one of the 20 teams. At this moment, Long Chen made a decision. He would first let Xueqi and Li Tianji enter the Great Void Realm. From the situation of the past few days, it was indeed inappropriate for them to stay outside. It would be very dangerous for them to fight with ordinary ghosts. It would be bad if they were accidentally injured or even eaten. Seeing such a terrifying scene, he imagined himself in that situation. Xueqi and Li Tianji couldn't wait to enter the Great Void Realm. They even wanted to leave the eternal hell. Kill these things first. After ensuring their safety, the 3 warriors, who were at least at the peak of the 9th LV of the Divine Martial Arts realm, could move much more easily. The 3 of them took action and soon killed the Ghost Clan members who were still devouring the corpses. Long Chen could not bear to watch this scene, but he still picked up the golden token on the ground. There was a record on every golden token. This is not a team from the 12 Supreme Alliances. They were selected by other forces. They are not strong, explained Long Chen as he absorbed the golden token into his arm. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang set fire to the 5 corpses and burned them clean. This was better than being eaten. In this place they could forget about being buried. After dealing with them, Long Chen fell into deep thought and said, "It's impossible to kill them with just these ghost race members alone. Furthermore, there are no signs of a battle in the surroundings. However, if it was another team, it would be impossible for them to not take the most important golden token." Who did it? Li Xuanji was also puzzled and said, "Moreover, if it was an ordinary ghost, their god martial spirit could survive, but there is no movement here. Obviously, they were killed with one blow, and their god martial spirit was destroyed. So who did it?" Thinking of this, the 3 of them felt a chill down their spines. "Let's leave this place quickly. There might be experts here that we can't deal with." Long Chen made a decision immediately, and the 3 of them quickly left this place. Long Chen's heart was in a mess. If there really was an expert that could kill a team silently, then even they would be in danger. The Nirvana realm experts of the human clan and the demon clan could not enter. Could it be an undead creature? Avicii hell was not the most terrifying hell, so how could there be such an expert? Suddenly, Long Chen's body turned cold. He had a feeling that he was being watched, and an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. "What's wrong?" Seeing Long Chen stop, the other 2 immediately stopped and became alert. Long Chen was confused. He used the soul eye technique to look around, but there was nothing. "Maybe I'm thinking too much. Let's go," Long Chen said and continued to move forward. Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji shook their heads and could only follow. About 20 breaths of time after they left, a humanoid shadow suddenly appeared on the ground, drifting in their direction. From the shadow, he should be wearing ragged clothes. There were also several thin black chains dragging on the ground, emitting a sound that made one's scalp tingle. Long Chen was sure that he was being watched. There was an existence that even the soul-devouring demon eye couldn't detect. It was watching them. Long Chen couldn't find it no matter what, but it did exist. And maybe for some reason, it didn't kill them like it killed the team. He secretly told this matter to Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji. The 3 of them felt that it was very troublesome. "Big brother, why don't we go back and fight with it?" Mo Xiaolang growled. "No, we can't casually attack without knowing his strength. This place is very strange. Furthermore, it's already been 3 days, and he still hasn't attacked. He must be afraid. It's best not to be rash." After careful consideration, Long Chen still said this. He felt that it was best not to try a battle that hurt his foundation. After all, he had other purposes for coming here. My Li family's soul-devouring demon eye is not so effective against warriors above the Nirvana realm. After all, it's not a very high-level secret technique. From this, we can estimate that the creature following us should be close to or even at that level. Li Xuanji bit her delicate lips and said softly. As for Li Tianji and Sui Yan, although they didn't come out, they were also very nervous in the Great Void Realm. It wasn't that Long Chen didn't want to fight, but he was afraid. His intuition told him that there was absolutely no benefit in fighting with such a dangerous thing. It didn't kill them now because of certain things, but if they provoked it, it was uncertain whether they could survive. Long Chen didn't want to become a bunch of ghost food. Under the tracking of the mysterious existence, the 3 of them headed in the direction of the 9 nether demonic ancestral flame as fast as they could. However, in the process of advancing, there were more and more ghosts. Every time, there would be several groups of ghosts wandering within 5 kilometers, letting out hungry cries. It was frightening. As Long Chen fought, he wanted to get rid of the thing behind him. However, no matter how hard he tried, the guy behind him was still there. In the end, Long Chen didn't care anymore. He slowed down, and the other party did the same. It stared at them from afar, but didn't get close. At this place, they had to fight with the ghost race more than 10 times a day. From this, it could be seen that the number of ghosts had increased by more than 10 times. This Avicii hell, did something happen? Li Xuanji suddenly said softly. It's possible. Some changes that we don't know about have happened. If we can meet others, we might be able to find out more. Long Chen said. Just as he finished speaking, the golden token in his hand suddenly lit up again. Another team has appeared. The three of them couldn't help but feel nervous. With such a terrifying existence staring at them, another team actually appeared. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? When Long Chen discovered the other party also discovered them. At this moment, they were rushing in the direction of Long Chen. Instantly, Xueqi soared into the sky. People from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Mo Xiaolang could vaguely sense the sword qi. No, they are from Azura Sword Prison, but... Long Chen squinted his eyes and his face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Shouldn't a team have 5 people? Why are there 7 of them? The other 2 elders are also from Azura Sword Prison, but they should be in the Martial Path Complete realm. They are together to break the rules of the game." Mo Xiaolang laughed coldly and said, "I already knew that this bunch of people won't play the game honestly. I reckon that when Eternal Hell closes, there will be people sneaking in to wait for them. The 12 Supreme Alliances will more or less use their little tricks. These 2 people in the Martial Path Complete realm will give them a huge chance to win." The 3 of them stopped and waited for the people from Azura Sword Prison to arrive. Azura Sword Prison was for the Azura race. The Azura race also looked very similar to the human race. The Evil Dragon Palace's Yi Zhang was from the Azura race, but he grew up in the human race's territory, so he was no longer a pure Azura race. The true Azura race was also an expert in the Sword Dao. If the Sword Spirit Imperial region was the king of the Sword Dao, then they were the assassins of the Sword Dao. The swordsmanship of the Azura Sword Prison was fierce and direct, sinister and tragic. It was only born to kill. Everyone had extremely strict requirements for themselves. Growing up in the Sword Prison, they were a race that cultivated crazily without any scruples. Azura Sword Prison's Sword Dao was originally very strong. With the addition of the 2 experts in the Martial Path Complete realm, they posed a huge threat to the Evil Dragon Palace's team. There was a fierce tiger in front and a hungry wolf behind. Chapter 1343. Although the pursuers behind them were terrifying, they had been chasing Long Chen's group for a long time without any movement. While Long Chen was on high alert, he was also paying full attention to the Azura Sword Prison team. If it wasn't for the 2 elders at the Martial Path Complete realm, Long Chen and the rest wouldn't have paid any attention to the Azura Sword Prison team. However, it was different now. The golden token in his hand flickered and grew brighter. This proved that the Azura Sword Prison team was rapidly approaching. Long Chen told the 2 beside him to be on high alert. Then, he stood on the spot and watched as the 7 sword auras shot over. In front of Long Chen, they turned into 7 Sword Dao experts. Among the Azura Sword Prison team, other than the 2 warriors at the Martial Path Complete realm, the captain was also relatively strong. He was probably at the Martial Path Complete realm as well. After all, the Azura Sword Prison team was one of the stronger ones among the 12 Supreme Alliances. At this moment, both parties were facing each other. They hadn't fought yet, but the atmosphere was filled with the smell of gunpowder. They probably hadn't expected to meet the Evil Dragon Palace team. Hence, they were stunned at first and became on high alert. The captain of the Azura Sword Prison team was a young man. He looked very young and immature. His height didn't even reach Long Chen's chest. He wore a gray robe and his long hair reached his heels. In fact, his true age was already close to 1,000 years old. The reason why he still maintained such a young state was because of his cultivation, and also because of his own physique. This was a mature and crazy soul living in the body of a young man. The people of Azura Sword Prison were all like this. Their eyes weren't completely black, but slightly gray. They gave off a very cold feeling. The 2 experts at the Martial Path Complete realm beside him were both middle-aged men. A man and a woman stood at the back of the team. The man was tall and steady, while the woman was mature and beautiful. Faint sword markings could be seen on her body. Her eyes seemed to be hiding a sword as she sized up Mo Xiaolang cautiously. Yes, the gazes of the 7 people of Azura Sword Prison were all cast on Mo Xiaolang. The 2 sides confronted each other for a period of time. The Azura Sword Hell's team leader, Xueqi, who was also the toddler, turned around and exchanged glances with the 2 martial artists at the Martial Path Perfection realm. The 7 experts then surrounded Long Chen. Although Mo Xiaolang was indeed very strong, it was 7 against 3. For them, the odds of winning were still very high. After all, Xueqi and the 2 elders were all at the Martial Perfection realm. The combined strength of Xueqi and the 2 elders was much stronger than those from the godly defying sect. The tension between the two sides gradually escalated. Long Chen could feel the murderous intent in their bones. They were already prepared to make a move. Not only did he believe in himself, he also believed in Mo Xiaolong's combat strength. If it weren't for the two martial artists at the martial path perfection realm and outside of the rules, the Azura Sword Hell's team wouldn't even be in their eyes. After surrounding Long Chen and the other two, Zhuo Xianming, who looked young, walked forward barefooted. He raised his head and looked at Mo Xiaolang with an evil gaze. Then he said, "We have a total of 7 people, while you only have 3. If we fight, you will definitely suffer heavy losses." Mo Xiaolang snorted coldly and said, "Those who break the rules of the game will always be cowards. I look down on you." Zhuo Xianming smiled. He knew that Mo Xiaolang was referring to the 2 people in their team. He didn't mind it at all. After all, the other teams would definitely do the same. He pointed at the 2 elders in an extremely frank manner and said, "These 2 are the most famous purple-green twin swords of our Azura Sword Hell. Even 3 martial artists at the martial path perfection realm couldn't withstand their combined might. It's a wonderful story in our Azura Sword Hell. I'm sure you've all heard of their names. Now, I'll give you 3 choices." Although Zhuo Xianming looked like a young child, he was arrogant on the inside and had a ruthless personality. It was completely different from his somewhat cute image. At this moment, a group of people had gathered together and stood coldly in front of Long Chen and the others. Zhuo Xianming laughed loudly and said, "The choices are very simple. The first choice is for us to fight. I'll snatch your golden token and kill all 3 of you here. Of course, I don't recommend you to choose this." Long Chen and the other 2 couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. They were already prepared to fight. Zhuo Xianming suddenly started laughing and said, "What about the second choice? Your captain is this nameless nobody, right? Ask him to chop off his left hand and hand it over to me, and all of you will be able to leave. I suggest that all of you choose this option." After he finished speaking, a few people shot dagger-like gazes at Long Chen. They actually couldn't understand why Long Chen was chosen as the leader. In their opinion, although Long Chen's strength wasn't bad, he could only be considered average. Compared to a heaven-defying expert like Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen wasn't qualified at all. Among the 20 teams, every team had the strongest person as the leader. Only the Evil Dragon Palace's team had Long Chen as their leader. Why did the strongest person have to be the leader? It was because he was the one who controlled the golden token. It was the most stable. With Long Chen's strength, he couldn't protect the golden token at all. What about the third choice? Long Chen curled his lips and looked at Zhuo Xianming condescendingly. The third choice is very simple. I, Zhuo Xianming, have long heard that the wolf race's emperor's strength is outstanding. My Azura Sword Prison has countless experts. If we work together, we'll be invincible. Even the Desolate Emperor Palace's team might not be our match. Since that's the case, why don't we work together? After he finished speaking, Zhuo Xianming and the other 6 started laughing. Their previous hostility had completely dissipated. Fight to the death or work together. Choose for yourself. I'm very interested in working together. After all, we'll have to pay a price to kill all of you. For now, we don't want to pay that price, Zhuo Xianming said clearly. Amidst their laughter, the atmosphere lightened up. The Azura Sword Prison's team was still afraid of Mo Xiaolang. If it were an ordinary team, they definitely wouldn't waste so much time talking and would directly kill their way over. Mo Xiaolang didn't like them from the bottom of his heart. Just as he was about to reject and fight to the death, Long Chen said, "Work together." Of course we'll work together. From today onwards, the Evil Dragon Palace's team and the Azura Sword Prison's team are brothers. Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji didn't understand Long Chen's decision. Mo Xiaolang was confident in himself. Even though the Azura Sword Prison had 2 experts at the martial path perfection realm, he didn't think it was impossible for them to win. Moreover, with the Azura Sword Prison's team's current arrogance, even if they worked together, they would still have the upper hand and suppress the Evil Dragon Palace's team. Long Chen didn't say anything and pointed behind him. Mo Xiaolang immediately understood his goal. Actually, the biggest threat to Long Chen's team was the mysterious and terrifying existence behind them. Under the current situation where they didn't know anything, the Azura Sword Prison's team had an additional target for that mysterious existence to keep an eye on. At that time, if that mysterious existence attacked, Long Chen's team had more people. It would be easier for them to escape or fight. Mixing in with the Azura Sword Prisons team would benefit Long Chen a lot. One of us will play the good cop and the other will play the bad cop. Let's trick them, Long Chen secretly said to Mo Xiaolang. Seeing Long Chen agree to work together so readily, Zhuo Xianming was overjoyed. He immediately clapped and said, "Good, good. No wonder you can become the team leader of the Evil Dragon Palace. You're very tactful." Hearing Long Chen's words, Mo Xiaolang pretended to be dissatisfied with Long Chen's decision. He coldly snorted and shut his mouth. Long Chen was a smart person. After deciding to mix in with the Azura Sword Prisons team, he immediately mingled with the team. They called each other brothers and immediately became familiar with each other. On the other hand, Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji's expressions were cold. However, it seemed like they had no choice but to listen to Long Chen for some reason. After getting familiar with each other, Zhuo Xianming said, "Let's go. We'll start hunting the other teams. If we work together, we'll be invincible. We'll split the gold tokens evenly." Long Chen sneered in his heart. These guys would probably make a move on the Evil Dragon Palace's team after getting rid of the other teams. Their plan was very good. However, they didn't expect that they would fall into Long Chen's trap instead. If there wasn't a mysterious and terrifying existence following behind him, Long Chen would definitely fight them the moment he encountered them. After saying that, Zhuo Xianming led the Azura Sword Prisons team and walked behind Long Chen. The two experts in their team, a man and a woman in the Martial Path Great Perfection realm, were looking at them with a smile. However, they were actually very vigilant. "No, we can't go that way. We just came from that direction," Mo Xiaolang said coldly. He looked like he was very impatient with this alliance. This wasn't strange. As a prince, Mo Xiaolang was a proud person. Of course, he wouldn't be happy to submit to the management of the Azura Sword Prison. "Then where do you want to go?" Zhuo Xianming looked at him unhappily. Mo Xiaolang pointed in the direction of the 9 underworld's demon ancestral flame. "We also came from that direction. There are 7 of us and only 3 of you. Why should we listen to you?" Zhuo Xianming said coldly. "If the Azura Sword Prison is relying on numbers, then don't work together," Mo Xiaolang said coldly. "Don't quarrel, don't quarrel." At this moment, Long Chen came out to be the peacemaker. He glared at Mo Xiaolang and said, "We're all friends. There's nothing to quarrel about. Let's listen to Brother Zhuo." "Yes, big brother." Mo Xiaolang shook his head helplessly. He looked very helpless at Long Chen's disappointing look. The people of the Azura Sword Prison looked at each other and smiled. They finally understood the relationship between them. They were sworn brothers. However, after Mo Xiaolang became rich, Long Chen became a burden. But because Mo Xiaolang valued friendship and loyalty, he listened to Long Chen. In the eyes of Zhuo Xianming and the others, Long Chen was simply a coward. Vaguely, Long Chen felt that Zhuo Xianming was very strong. This guy could probably be ranked in the top 3 among the geniuses of the Azura Sword Prison. After coming to the 9-star Chaos City, he was even more dominant. His sword Dao cultivation was extraordinary, and his body was surrounded by gray sword qi. Chapter 1344. Long Chen sneered in his heart. The reason why he spoke up for Zhuo Xianming was to create the illusion that he, Long Chen, was weak. Even if he could not stop the Azura Sword Prison team from blocking that mysterious existence, when Zhuo Xianming looked down on him, Long Chen, he could make use of this to deal a devastating blow to the Azura Sword Prison team. The group split into 2 groups, still on guard against each other, and headed in the original direction. Along the way, the Azura Sword Prison team was in high spirits, chatting and laughing. On the other hand, Long Chen's side seemed to be having internal strife, and everyone was silent. Along the way, the number of ghost race members increased, and some other ghostly things even appeared. Zhuo Xianming had just used his sword qi to deal with a tall ghost race member from afar. He looked around and saw that the people around him were all engaged in a massacre. He said doubtfully, "Why are there more and more ghost race members? There weren't so many when we passed by here before." The others also started to complain. Although they were slightly stronger than the ghost race members, the ghost race's physical body, regeneration, attack power, and so on were not bad. A dozen of them was still manageable, but hundreds of them surrounded them and attacked crazily. This was very troublesome. Everyone was in a sorry state, and finally escaped from the encirclement with great difficulty. Those ghost race members did not chase after them, because they stayed where they were, devouring the corpses of their companions. Those strange iron chains on their bodies, after they died, turned into iron dust, and were blown away by the chilly wind. What the hell? The Azura Sword Prison's warriors cursed. Along the way, the number of ghost race members was still increasing. When we first arrived here, we couldn't even meet one after walking for half a day. Now they are everywhere. Basically, there is a large group every 15 minutes. One of the Azura Sword Prison's warriors said. Long Chen and the other two did not say anything. It had been 3 days, and that creepy feeling that made Long Chen's blood run cold still existed. This meant that the creepy thing was still following them. If we don't get rid of this thing, it will be really troublesome. Big brother, do you have any plans? Mo Xiaolang asked secretly. Long Chen shook his head and said, we can only wait and see. However, I did notice something. What is it? The Evil Dragon Palace team members looked over. Long Chen said, when we kill the ghost race, the stronger the ghost race is, the angrier the guy behind us seems to be. Therefore, it's best that we don't make a move now. Even if we do make a move, we shouldn't kill. Let Azura Sword Prison and the others provoke him, then we can seize the opportunity to escape. Mo Xiaolang understood. Another day passed. The members of the Azura Sword Prison were dissatisfied with Long Chen's group not putting in much effort. However, at this moment, the surrounding ghost race members suddenly dispersed in a sorry manner. Long Chen's group walked into an eerie mountain range. The mountain peaks here were extremely tall. They were like demonic claws that reached up to the clouds, grabbing at the sky. A chilly wind whistled between the mountain walls. Valley after valley intersected in the mountain range. Looking into the distance, Long Chen used the soul eye technique to carefully observe the surroundings. He suddenly discovered a powerful soul ahead. It was also an incomplete soul, but from its aura, it was much stronger than the ordinary ghost race members. It was over 20 meters tall, and its body was very thick. The members of the Azura Sword Prison did not sense it and headed in that direction. Long Chen informed Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji. The three of them knew what to do. When they were about 7 or 8 miles away, the huge ghost race member smelled the scent of Long Chen's group. It roared and charged in their direction, causing the ground to shake. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everyone felt the ground shake, and they quickly took precautions. At this moment, there was an explosion. A huge steep mountain was knocked down and smashed towards the team. The Evil Dragon Palace team and the Azura Sword Prison team dodged in 2 different directions. After the mountain fell, dust filled the air. A loud voice walked into the vision of Long Chen's group. It was a huge ghost race creature. It was crimson and covered in dense brown lumps. One look and anyone could tell that it was extremely thick. Its body looked like a human, but its body was so thick that its height and width were about the same. It was like a meat pillar. When it stretched out its arms, they were twice the length of its legs, and there were terrifying giant claws on them. This huge ghost race creature's head was like that of a wild beast. It was even more ferocious than the ordinary ghost race members. It had 2 pairs of fangs that were like fiery red knives. A terrifying aura of savagery and death exploded from this huge creature. Like the other ghosts, there were many black chains growing from its body. They were entangled with its flesh, and it looked rather disgusting. It's a scarlet demonic ghost. Someone in the Azura Sword Prison team exclaimed. Long Chen looked over and saw that they were taking it seriously. Based on what he felt, this creature called the Scarlet Demonic Ghost should be comparable to the 9th tier of the Divine Martial Realm. With its huge body, it covered a distance of 7 or 8 miles in an instant. It was obvious that it was very fast. Buzz! As expected, the Scarlet Demonic Ghost was extremely excited when it saw humans. It used its thick arms to beat its chest, and then charged towards the Azura Sword Prison team. The Azura Sword Prison team was very serious. Apart from Zhua Xianming, the other 4 people all charged towards the Scarlet Demonic Ghost. 4 sword martialists at the peak of the 9th tier of the Divine Martial Realm took out their swords against the Scarlet Demonic Ghost. Long Chen took a look and found that they were all terrifying Dao weapons. However, they did not have Dao patterns. They were much weaker than Wang Chao's Dragon Slaying Sword and Ling Xiao's Taiji Divine Sword. However, these Dao weapons were more than enough for them. The martialists of the Azura Sword Prison were indeed terrifying. When they fought, they did not need to defend at all. They attacked the scarlet demonic ghost without getting close to it. The way they fought was the weakness of the scarlet demonic ghost. In terms of their bodies, they were much more agile than the scarlet demonic ghost. Brother Long, you can't just let the people of the Azura Sword Prison fight. You guys should just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Zhuo Xianming looked over and shouted coldly. Long Chen smiled and said, the 4 super experts of the Azura Sword Prison are more than enough to deal with the scarlet demonic ghost. Why should we go and join in the fun? In fact, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. While the 4 guys were fighting the scarlet demonic ghost, the terrifying existence behind them was actually angry. Long Chen could clearly feel its anger. Therefore, at this moment, he was already prepared to escape, let alone fight. Brothers, get out of the way. Watch my annihilation sword Qi. One of the martialists soared high into the sky and slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, a sharp sword Qi descended. This sword Qi seemed to be condensed from countless small swords. It was extremely terrifying and had extraordinary lethality. Clang, clang, clang. Some of the sword Qi slashed on the iron chains, while others pierced into the flesh of the scarlet demonic ghost. The scarlet demonic ghost let out a miserable howl. Its arms were swung around crazily. One of the black iron chains shot towards the martialist in the sky. The martialist hurriedly blocked it with his sword. However, the terrifying force still made him vomit blood and fly back. At this moment, Long Chen had just praised the 4. Brothers, let's kill it together. The 4 martialists put in even more effort. The martialist who was injured just now also recovered very quickly. He was extremely furious. Although the scarlet demonic ghost's fighting strength was terrifying and it could not be killed, under the joint attack of the 4 sword martialists at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm, it still fell after a short while. At this moment, Zhuo Xianming was threatening Long Chen and the others. After the scarlet demonic ghost fell, the 4 sword martialists approached them, gasping for breath. One of them was the most seriously injured and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Zhuo Xianming was infuriated. He said to Mo Xiaolang, you have a good plan. You want the Ashura Sword Prison team to open a path for you, right? Good, very good. I don't think you have any sincerity to cooperate with us. When they said this, they did not notice the suffocating expressions on the faces of Long Chen and the others. He was approaching. Long Chen's intuition told him that he was very angry, very angry. He did not listen to what Zhuo Xianming said at all. Instead, he sensed that guy's position. He was getting closer and closer. Just when Zhuo Xianming finished his words, a scream came from behind. Everyone looked over and was instantly stunned. Among the 4 martialists, the martialist who was walking at the back had lost his head. Only a headless corpse was left standing where it had been. Everyone was stunned. The headless corpse looked like it had been bitten off by some kind of creature. There were still teeth marks on the wound. It was not cut off by a weapon. The so-called azure purple twin swords did not make a move. They were not far away from the dead martialist. However, even they could not see clearly who had made the move. Only Long Chen and the others could see a black shadow shooting over. The one who lost his head was the one who had killed the scarlet demonic ghost. Without saying anything, Long Chen and the other 2 chose to escape. With a swoosh, they disappeared from the spot. Zhuo Xianming was stunned for a moment. At that moment, he also felt the hair-raising aura. His junior brother's death reminded him of a legend that made his blood run cold. Run! The moment Long Chen and the others escaped, Zhuo Xianming thought of that legend. His whole body trembled. With a loud roar, he followed Long Chen and the others. At this time, the others did not care about the corpse anymore. A group of people madly chased after Long Chen and the others. The azure purple twin swords' faces were also pale. They were the strongest, but they ran the fastest. Whoosh! A chilly wind swept past. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Chapter 1345. This time, they fled for a total of 3 days and 3 nights. Long Chen truly understood the horror of that ghostly thing. He stared in that direction, but still couldn't see clearly what it was. Not only him, but Mo Xiaolang and the others also couldn't see clearly what it was. Therefore they had no choice but to run. The most terrifying thing in this world was the unknown. However, the people from Azura Sword Prison were killed, but they still ran away so quickly. This was an eye-opener for Long Chen. The people from Azura Sword Prison must know something, which was why they ran with Long Chen. Otherwise, if one of them was killed, they definitely wouldn't let it go so easily. After 3 days, the feeling of danger finally disappeared. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't sure if that thing really didn't follow them, at least his mood was much better, and he didn't feel pressured anymore. What was a little troublesome was that there were more and more ghosts in the surroundings. They even saw a few scarlet demonic ghosts moving along the way. This time, the people from Azura Sword Prison had learned their lesson. As long as it was a ghost, they wouldn't kill it, and only cared about running away. However, as the number of ghosts increased, the situation became more and more strange. When the road ahead was blocked by the omnipresent undead creatures, Long Chen and the others couldn't help but wonder if something had happened. Although there were indeed more ghosts in Avicii Hell, from the situation in the past tens of thousands of years, there shouldn't be as many as there were today. Could it be that something had happened in Avicii Hell, or perhaps Eternal Hell? There was no road ahead. Long Chen and the others had to find a huge mountain belly to hide in. As long as they didn't move, they could still conceal their aura. When moving at high speed, the aura of life would always leak out. What was a little troublesome was that the people from Azura Sword Prison had followed them in. Xueqi and the others didn't know that Long Chen already knew about the existence of that thing. Otherwise, they would have already started fighting with Long Chen. At this moment, they followed Long Chen and the others into the mountain belly. They used a huge rock to block the cave entrance, so that the wandering ghosts wouldn't be able to find them. Only then did they sit on the ground, panting. They focused their attention on the ghostly thing and didn't pay much attention to Long Chen and the others. Zhuo Xuanming's face was ghastly pale. He looked at the man within the twin swords and said, "Martial uncle, have you heard of the legend of the 10 great ghost kings in the eternal hell?" The man nodded and said, "If I'm not wrong, the thing that killed Gao Yang is one of the 10 great ghost kings. The 10 great ghost kings are just a legend. 10 great ghost kings were seen by someone 10,000 years ago, but there has been no news of them for a long time. I didn't expect them to reappear, and even come to this Avicii Hell. We have to leave this place quickly, or else. The 10 great ghost kings, according to the legend, without reaching the Nirvana Tribulation realm, it is impossible to be their match. No matter how strong we are, we will still die if we meet them." Zhuo Xianming lowered his head and pondered. "Looks like I have to leave the Avicii Hell as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will really die without a burial place like Gao Yang." When they thought of Gao Yang's body with his head bitten off, everyone's hair stood on end. 10 great ghost kings. Long Chen vaguely heard them say this name. It's necessary to leave this place. According to the direction we are heading in, the Netherworld Hell is right in front of us. I don't believe that the Netherworld Hell will be as deceptive as this Avicii Hell. One of the Azura Sword Warriors said. Zhuo Xianming said, "That's right, but there are ghosts outside. If we want to break out of the encirclement, we will definitely kill many ghosts. When the time comes, it will be troublesome if the 10 great ghost kings appear again. Last time, we escaped quickly, but the next time he is really angry, everyone here will die. Let's stay here for a few days and see the situation," the warrior from the Azura race said. Everyone nodded and sealed the cave entrance once again. After taking protective measures, they rested. The two teams quietened down and couldn't help but notice each other. Long Chen's thoughts were different from the Azura Sword Hell teams. Previously, he had teamed up with them to block one of the 10 great ghost kings. Now that guy didn't seem to be following them, there was no need for Long Chen to bow down to the Azura Sword Hell team. It would be fine if the other party was obedient. If not, they couldn't blame Long Chen for being vicious. In order not to be discovered by the ghosts running around outside, everyone quietened down and scattered in the mountain, waiting for time to pass. Long Chen spread out his soul eye technique. He realized that even at this time, the number of ghosts was still increasing. He really didn't know where these things came from. There were so many of them. Time passed by quietly. A day had passed, and the members of the Azura Sword Hell team could no longer sit still. They wandered around the belly of the mountain, and suddenly, they saw the beautiful and alluring Li Xuanji in a corner. Li Xuanji had a mysterious allure, like an inviolable mysterious lake. She was an absolute beauty. In the entire 3 regions and 9 realms, it was difficult to find a woman with such temperament and beauty. Zhuo Xianming was joking with the remaining 3 junior brothers. They were betting on drinking and soon, they bet on Li Xuanji. Boss Xue, you've lost. Hurry up. Yes, yes. Don't be rude to the beauty and embarrass the name of the Azura race. Fine, I'll go. I'm not afraid of you three grandsons. Zhuo Xianming stood up and strode in front of Li Xuanji. He sized up Li Xuanji's cold face, bulging chest, and beautiful curves with an aggressive gaze. It was a pity that he was too short and small. He looked a little comical. Li Xuanji looked at him in disgust and said, "What do you want?" Zhuo Xianming laughed heartily and said, "Nothing. I'll just say it. Zhuo Xianming, like you. From the first time I laid eyes on you, I was deeply attracted to you. In any case, I can see that you have nothing to do with Brother Long or Mo Xiaolang, so why don't you follow me, Zhuo Xianming? In terms of strength and status, I, Zhuo Xianming, am a top-notch existence in the Azura Sword Prison. Countless girls have wanted to be my woman, but I've rejected them all. I can guarantee that you will be my first woman, and I will treat you well with all my heart. If anyone dares to bully you, I will definitely dig out the graves of all 18 generations of their ancestors." Zhuo Xuanming's domineering proposal made his 3 junior brothers clamor. Zhuo Xianming didn't care about Li Xuanji's ugly expression and continued, "It's fate. Actually, I've noticed you for a long time. It's fate that we met in the Avicii Hell. We're a perfect match. Don't worry, I don't think you're not worthy of me. I know your identity. You're from the Li family of the Shadow Demon world. The Li family has already been destroyed. If you agree to follow me, when we get out of this eternal hell, I'll bring people back to the Azura Sword Hell and destroy the Yang family in the Shadow Demon world to avenge you." The reason why he said this was because Li Xuanji was indeed very attractive. The harder it was to get a woman, the more attractive she was. The other reason was purely because he had lost the bet. He had lost the bet, but he couldn't lose face. Li Xuanji was slightly angered. If it wasn't for Long Chen's plan, she would have definitely attacked someone who dared to offend her. At this moment, she suppressed her anger and waved her hand, saying, "Leave. It's impossible between us." To Zhuo Xianming, the fact that Li Xuanji didn't reject him meant that he had a chance. He was overjoyed and hurriedly approached Li Xuanji, saying, "Don't be like this. You have to give me a chance. I'll do everything I promised you. If you follow me, I'll let you enjoy all the riches in the world. Trust me." Li Xuanji really wanted to vomit at such a childlike guy. At this moment, seeing that he didn't want to give up and even wanted to approach her, her entire body turned cold. She snorted coldly and said, "Scram." Zhuo Xianming was furious. She didn't give him any face at all. The bet that he lost was just a kiss. His confession was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. Seeing that Li Xuanji directly told him to scram, he didn't hold back anymore. He raised his hand and kissed Li Xuanji's face. Li Xuanji's expression changed. The soul-shattering needle appeared in her hand and blocked in front of her. She pierced it towards Zhuo Xuanming's eyes. Zhuo Xianming was shocked. He didn't expect this woman to be such a big thorn. If he was pierced by this Dao artifact, he might even lose his life. He hurriedly retreated and rolled a few times on the ground before he escaped. The divine origin of the two of them started to circulate. They were ready to fight. Long Chen and the others noticed the commotion. In an instant, everyone surrounded them. "You stinky bastard! How dare you touch me, Zhuo Xianming?" Zhuo Xianming was furious. Just as he was about to attack, Long Chen hurriedly stood in front of him and calmly advised, "Brother Zhuo, please calm down. There might be a misunderstanding here. Give me, Long Chen, some face and don't be angry. We are still partners. Don't be in such a hurry to attack." "Partners my ass. She used a Dao artifact to deal with me. She wants to kill me," Zhuo Xianming said furiously. However, he finally stopped. Long Chen's fawning look made him look harmless. I know. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. If there's anything, we can talk it out. We're both in a troublesome situation now. We should help each other. Everyone, don't you think so?" Long Chen tried to mediate between the two. "Help my ass fuck. Fuck." Zhuo Xianming was furious. Although Long Chen was blocking him, he still glared at Li Xuanji. Long Chen pushed him back and said, "Brother Zhuo, please calm down. I'll give you an explanation." "You bastard. You can give me..." Zhuo Xianming was feeling very proud of himself. Just as he was about to berate Long Chen, the aura of the man who was trying to mediate suddenly underwent an incomparably huge change. It was as though he had turned from an errand boy to a peerless god of slaughter. Zhuo Xianming was dazed by this sudden change. In that instant, a terrifying spiritual energy was transmitted from Long Chen's body. That kind of irresistible might made him feel as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. And in the instant when he felt dizzy, a blood-colored dagger swept past his left hand. With a cracking sound, his hand was severed at the base, and the golden command medallion fell to Long Chen's hand. Chapter 1346. Zhuo Xianming screamed in pain when his hand was chopped off. Up until this moment, he was still in a daze. Long Chen had actually attacked him. At that moment, he truly realized that he had been fooled. In his impression, although Long Chen was the captain of the Evil Dragon Palace's team, he had always looked down on him, thinking that he was a useless coward. But at this moment, he finally understood that he had been fooled. This man could make someone like the Wolf Emperor submit to him. He was definitely a terrifying character, especially the shocking mental power he had displayed in that instant. That power instantly shook Zhuo Xianming's mind, causing him to lose consciousness. That was why Long Chen could easily chop off one of his hands and snatch the golden token from him at the very beginning. Indeed, the mental power that stunned Zhuo Xianming was the power of the inverse spirit art that Long Chen had just successfully cultivated. The god martial soul of the 9th level of the divine martial realm, the great perfection of the martial path, had already reached an abnormal level. Even illusions were not enough to affect it. However, Long Chen could use the will of the inverse spirit art to directly shake the opponent's god martial soul and make him temporarily lose consciousness. If this kind of power was used properly, it could cause a huge effect. When Zhuo Xianming actually teased Li Xuanji and touched Long Chen's taboo, he and Mo Xiaolang were already ready to attack. The performance just now was just to numb them. Sure enough, Zhuo Xianming fell for it. In the first instant, the Azura sword prison genius at the great perfection of the martial path had his hand chopped off by Long Chen. In the second instant, the scarlet blood desolation swept across his neck, causing blood to spurt out. Long Chen had almost chopped off his neck. At this moment, Zhuo Xianming finally reacted. He screamed miserably and retreated in a sorry state. He was covered in blood. On the other side, while Long Chen was attacking, Mo Xiaolang also instantly attacked. For him, a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm was too easy. When Long Chen obtained the golden token, he was even more terrifying. The flames on his body directly burned a warrior to ashes. These were all the first things that happened. Although the azulate dual swords were paying attention to this side, they were still quite a distance away. By the time they arrived, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had already retreated. Their only role was to protect Zhuo Xianming, who was almost killed by Long Chen. It could only be said that the willpower of the inverse spirit skill was too terrifying. The terrifying battle began immediately. Two experts in the great perfection realm of martial Dao were surrounded by sword qi as they chased after Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang's body was engulfed in flames, wrapping Long Chen and Li Xuanji. In an instant, the belly of the mountain shook and the three of them rushed out. Boom! The huge mountain was knocked down by them, and the three of them rushed out. The other party's speed was not inferior to his. Although he had snatched the golden token, the other party would definitely not let it go. They would chase relentlessly. Long Chen and Long Chen had already discussed the battle strategy at this juncture. Xiaolang, you take care of the two experts in the great perfection realm. Xuanji and I will work together to deal with the rest. Long Chen calmly analyzed. It's fine. I will deal with them faster than you. Mo Xiaolang sneered. He had long had enough of these guys from the Azura sword prison. It was just that Long Chen wanted to wait for the right time to make his move. Now that one of the 10 great ghost kings was no longer here, it was the best time to make his move. The belly of the mountain shook as sword qi surged. A terrifying sword qi soared into the sky. The people from the Azura sword prison rode on this sword qi and rushed out. The ones leading them were the azulate dual swords. They did not expect that Long Chen and the others would actually choose this time to make their move. When the two experts in the great perfection realm used their full power, their combat strength was quite terrifying. Apart from the azulate dual swords, there were only 3 people left in the Azura sword prison's team. Apart from Zhuo Xianming, There were two other experts at the peak of the divine martial realm. For Long Chen and Li Xuanji, they were still very terrifying enemies. Zhuo Xianming was still very good. If he was an ordinary expert at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm, the sneak attack just now would have been enough to kill him. Boom, boom, boom. The sword chi crisscrossed. The faces of every member of the Azura Sword Prisons team were incomparably gloomy. One after another, they took out the Dao artifacts in their hands, and their killing intent surged. Long Chen laughed heartily and said in a mocking tone, "Looks like you all have pig brains. Plotting against others, only to be plotted against by others. This must be a very depressing feeling." Zhuo Xuanming's hand was growing back, and the wound on his neck had basically recovered. Although he was small, he seemed to be hiding a wild beast on his body. At this moment, he broke free from the protection of the others and floated in the air, glaring at Long Chen. His eyes were bloodshot as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Long Chen, you've done well this time. Even I was tricked by you. But don't be happy too early. You'll realize that what you did just now was the stupidest thing you've ever done in your life. I'm going to deal with you. Martial uncle, help me restrain the prince of the wolf clan. You too help me restrain that woman. As long as I kill this brat, I'll immediately go and help you." Yes. The others obeyed Zhuo Xuanming's orders. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang glanced at each other, their eyes surging with battle intent. This was the first time the two of them fought side by side after their reunion. The blood in their chests was boiling. "Big brother, let's see who can deal with the opponent first. Although the opponent is at the great circle of the martial Dao, I believe in your perseverance," Mo Xiaolang said with a smile. "Focus on dealing with your opponent." Long Chen's heart was incomparably calm. Even though the opponent was comparable to Double Chi back then, Double Chi was an incomparable existence in Long Chen's eyes. He didn't expect that he could actually be compared to them not long after coming to the 9-star Chaos City. When he returned and saw his current situation, he didn't know what expression they would have. Of course, Long Chen wasn't sure if he could defeat Zhuo Xianming. Zhuo Xuanming's strength was considered weak among those at the Great Circle of the Martial Dao, but he was still at the Great Circle of the Martial Dao. Furthermore, he definitely had a Dao artifact in his hands. Xuanji. Long Chen was still most worried about her. The opponent had two existences at the same level as her. If she fought them, it would undoubtedly be very troublesome. Moreover, her eyes weren't good. "Don't worry, I can at least wait until you come to save me." Li Xuanji's heart was as calm as a lake. Her tranquil expression and beautiful face always gave Long Chen a sense of tranquility. "Then wait for me." Long Chen gritted his teeth and said, today's encounter with a strong enemy could also be considered a gamble. Although the opponent was strong, Long Chen had the courage to do so. High fives. "The three of us can't lose." Long Chen laughed. Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang, the three of them, clapped their hands together. A strong belief circulated in the hearts of the three of them. This was an energy of absolute victory. For the sake of the two people next to them, no one could lose, especially Long Chen. One was his brother, and the other was the woman he wanted to protect. As the decision-maker, he couldn't lose. At this moment, the three of them suddenly dispersed and went in three directions, pulling apart the battlefield. Below, countless ghostly beasts smelled their scent and rushed over excitedly. The ghostly beasts' ability to float in the air was limited. Long Chen and the others moved higher. They couldn't reach the ghostly beasts for now, but they couldn't stay in the air for too long. Otherwise, all kinds of dangers would come. Mo Xiaolang soared into the sky, causing the black clouds to tremble as if they were frightened by him. The two martial Dao Perfection Realm experts took out their weapons, a violet longsword and an azure longsword. These two swords were called the Azure Demonic Sword and the Ziying Divine Sword. There was a Dao pattern on them, making them quite terrifying. The most powerful thing about the azure and violet dual swords was their combined strength. When the two of them worked together, their battle prowess even surpassed that of 3 cultivators of the same level. Li Xuanji gave Long Chen one last smile. On the left side of Long Chen, the two disciples listened to Zhuo Xuanming's orders and rushed towards Li Xuanji. Zhuo Xianming was the only one left. His new palms had already grown out. They were as delicate as a baby's. He clearly looked like a child, but a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. Great Qi revolved around his body. This was the power of Zhuo Xuanming's Azura world. Azura was a synonym for slaughter. Therefore, Long Chen's Tao was very similar to his Tao. Long Chen felt like he had returned to the time when he fought against Yi Zhang. However, both he and Zhuo Xianming were much stronger than the two of them back then. You're not bad. You're worthy of me using the best method to send you to the next world. Zhuo Xianming sneered. The gray qi around his body condensed into the shape of a pair of wings behind him. This is the 17,000th time I've used my sword. You'll become the 17,000th soul under my sword. This sword comes from the Middle Ages and has gone through hundreds of owners before finally falling into my hands. This sword has drunk the blood of millions of people and slain the souls of millions of people. They've been sealed in the sword, never to be reincarnated. You Long Chen will become one of them. It's your honor to become one of the millions of resentful souls in my sword. I believe you've heard of the Azura Sword Prison's Million Resentful Soul Sword. That's right, it's in my hands. After saying all this, Zhuo Xianming laughed crazily. He stretched out one of his hands, and a gray stream of air gradually condensed on his palm, gradually turning into the shape of a sword. This was a gray long sword, and it looked similar to the reincarnation sword that Yi Zhang used. However, it was countless times more terrifying than the reincarnation sword. This was because there were millions of vengeful spirits sealed in this Tao item. When this sword appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. Although this was only a Middle Ages Tao weapon with a single Tao pattern, due to its special characteristic of slaying millions of resentful souls, the combat power it could display was definitely superior to any of the purple-green dual swords. Countless resentful souls screamed mournfully from within the Million Resentful Souls sword. There were still many classes before the National Day. 4 chapters per day was equivalent to 12,000 words for a 2K author. A 2K author was an author with 2,000 words per chapter, while a dragon's blood was 3,000 words per chapter. Therefore, every time he released a chapter, he would be at a disadvantage. For the past few days, Lunatic had been skipping half of his classes to write. There were 7 days until the National Day, and he had to release 5 chapters every day. He wanted to hurry up and get through this period. Fuck, this is torture. There are still 2 days left for the cake. Everyone try to build up to the 7th layer. The title of Week of Explosive Chapters has also dropped. It's at the 5th place. I hope everyone can push me back to the 3rd place. I'll repay everyone with explosive chapters. Let's get high. Chapter 1347. High up in the clouds, Mo Xiaolang was already fighting with the Azulite twin swords. Mo Xiaolang's figure couldn't be seen, but terrifying purple and cyan sword qi could be seen constantly tearing through the clouds and space, causing explosions. Down below, Li Xuanji was already fighting with 2 other cultivators. Although their momentum wasn't as great as Mo Xiaolang's, it was still thrilling. Long Chen knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Their agreement was that he would help whoever dealt with their opponent first. Long Chen was the big brother, so he couldn't be the last one to win. This was what he demanded of himself. The Million Resentful Soul Sword swept out, and a gray air current swirled around the Million Resentful Soul Swords. Within the gray long sword, countless screeching faces appeared. It was a hair-raising sight. The gray qi was like silk, and it didn't leave the Million Resentment Sword for even a moment. Hiss hiss hiss. The power of the Azura world spread out, and the surrounding space fell into a murderous state. Zhuo Xianming didn't show any mercy to Long Chen. At this moment, he was already holding the terrifying Million Resentment Sword in his hand and rushing towards Long Chen. As soon as the sword moved, the power of the Million Resentment Souls moved along with it. A sinister voice attacked Long Chen, and a terrifying cold wind swept everywhere. At that moment, Long Chen was actually resisting the power of the Million Resentment Souls. Under the Million Resentment Sword, do you feel fear in your heart and never be able to rest in peace? What Zhuo Xianming was most proud of was this function of the Million Resentful Soul Sword. The power of the Million Resentful Soul Sword had a strong spiritual impact. Many warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm couldn't resist this spiritual impact with their divine martial souls, and they were defeated before the battle even started. Next to Long Chen, there seemed to be a million people crying and howling. If it was someone with an unstable spirit, they would be scared to death at this moment, let alone fight. However, Long Chen happened to have the inverse spirit skill. The willpower of the defying god art made his defying will more terrifying and firm than anything else. His god martial spirit was simply indestructible. Even the millions of resentful spirits were frightened by its heaven-defying will. The effect of the million resentful spirit sword on Long Chen was reduced by at least half. In that instant, the will of defying was unleashed, and Long Chen seemed to have become an existence that could shatter the world. Zhuo Xianming was already small to begin with. Looking at the incomparably tall Long Chen, he actually felt inferior in his heart. What is this? He clearly remembered that the reason why Long Chen's sneak attack was successful was because of Long Chen's amazing willpower. Even his god martial soul, which was at the 9th level of the divine martial realm and at the great completion of martial arts, was suppressed by Long Chen's spiritual willpower. It's just an illusion, a smoke screen. My million resentment soul sword is the one that specializes in mental attacks. Zhuo Xianming hypnotized himself as he charged forward. Great shattering sword Qi. Baz. The million resentful spirit sword suddenly attacked, shattering the void. The gray sword Qi was composed of countless small swords, which gathered together and madly rushed towards Long Chen. This sword Qi, which carried the power of millions of resentful spirits and the power of the Shura world, instantly descended. The million resentful spirit sword instantly attacked Long Chen. Long Chen did not dare to neglect the slightest bit. His opponent's divine essence was incomparably powerful. The only thing Long Chen could rely on was the spiritual impact of the defying will. This was even a tangible power that allowed Long Chen to integrate into his attack. 9 Dragons Scripture. Previously, when Long Chen used the 9 Dragons Scripture to deal with Li Chueyue, he did not use all his strength. This was the first time he used it after cultivating the 7th level. 7 divine dragon phantoms swept behind him, with the 9-winged sky dragon taking the lead. It devoured the power of the other divine dragons and gathered on Long Chen's scarlet blood eternal desolation. The divine dragon's power was righteous, while the million resentful spirit sword was dark and cold. Although Long Chen's divine essence was simply too weak, the power of nirvana, the defying will, and the righteous power of the 9-winged sky dragon allowed the million resentful spirit sword to be knocked off course. Boom! With a terrifying explosion, the two of them were sent flying, their faces pale. Even with his full strength, he could only reach the same level as his opponent. This was within Long Chen's expectations. Just in terms of divine essence, he could not compare to his opponent because his cultivation level was too low. Zhuo Xianming was even more shocked than him. He originally thought that he would be able to finish off Long Chen in an instant by using his Dao artifact. He did not expect the kid to be able to withstand it. Not bad. You were able to block one of my moves, but you still managed to escape the fate of death. Zhuo Xianming's small body moved rapidly in the sky. His eyes were cold, and his body turned into a series of afterimages. Long Chen paid attention to the situation in the sky. Mo Xiaolong's strength was indeed vigorous. At this moment, he was completely suppressing the azulate dual swords without any hesitation. He had already transformed into his werewolf form, and his battle prowess had skyrocketed. Below, Li Xuanji had already unleashed her rising darkness array diagram. Darkness shrouded everything within a radius of 10 miles. Surrounded by the 9 demonic hands, it was impossible for the 2 sword martialists of the Azura Sword Prison to defeat her in a short period of time. Li Xuanji's rising darkness array diagram was already of a very high level. Before the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, most martial artists would gradually awaken their strongest rising darkness array diagram. This type of rising darkness array diagram could be unleashed, and it was known as a bloodline rising darkness array diagram. It was almost as famous as a connate Dao technique. For example, Li Xuanji's rising darkness array diagram. Mo Xiaolang was even more terrifying. He already had the myriad flames burning god array diagram, and he had also inherited the even more abnormal moon devourer. Moreover, Long Chen knew that Mo Xiaolang had another rising darkness array diagram. It was also known as the heaven and earth furnace diagram. Although Mo Xiaolang had yet to unleash it, just the name alone was enough to shock him. At this time, Zhuo Xianming laughed loudly and said, "Since the great annihilation sword Qi can't deal with you, then I'll let you have a taste of my bloodline rising darkness array diagram." Swish, swish, swish. As he unleashed his bloodline rising darkness array diagram, gray figures appeared beside him. Under the weak light, their appearances were somewhat blurry, and they seemed to be formed from light. These rising darkness array diagram were emitted from his body, and there were hundreds of them. In an instant, hundreds of rising darkness array diagram completely surrounded Long Chen. Every rising darkness array diagram seemed to be a copy of Xueqi, and the sword in their hands was also the Million Resentful Souls sword. From these details, it could be seen that these rising darkness array diagram were much stronger than ordinary bloodline rising darkness array diagram, such as Feng Zhilin's 100 Lifetimes Tempest Phantom. As soon as the rising darkness array diagram appeared, they followed Zhuo Xuanming's attack and slashed towards Long Chen one after another. Zhuo Xuanming used the Million Resentful Souls sword to unleash the Great Annihilation Sword Qi, and the other rising darkness array diagrams followed suit. For a moment, Long Chen was cornered, and he was almost torn to shreds. However, he wasn't someone who was willing to die under Zhuo Xuanming's sword. Do you really think that I don't have a bloodline ability? Under the frenzied attacks of the countless rising darkness array diagrams, Long Chen truly felt a sense of life-threatening danger. The attacks of each rising darkness array diagram were extremely terrifying, let alone when there were over 1,000 of them. Haha, you should just die under my sword first. Zhuo Xuanming laughed complacently. With the rising darkness array diagram, he finally managed to leave a wound on Long Chen's back, and at the same time, he sent Long Chen flying. He was just about to kill Long Chen and finish the battle first. The battle above his head truly made him tremble with fear. Mo Xiaolang was already this strong. If he still didn't go up, the Azulite swords would probably be finished. Just when he thought that he had Long Chen in the bag, Long Chen suddenly stopped moving. A drop of blood suddenly emerged from between Long Chen's eyebrows, slowly dripping down. In that instant, Long Chen opened his eyes, and 2 flashing blood-colored rays of light pierced out, instantly devouring the drop of dragon blood. Rumble! The blood-colored fog instantly spread out for a radius of 5 kilometers, turning into countless drops of blood that floated in the air. A blood-colored formation suddenly spread out, instantly covering a radius of 5 kilometers. It formed a double-layered formation with Li Xuanji's Darkness Rising formation. What? Zhuo Xuanming's heart trembled. This ability of Long Chen seemed to be very troublesome. The blood-colored fog gradually spread out, and in a short period of time, a radius of 5 kilometers was actually filled with floating drops of blood. Every drop of blood contained boundless strangeness and killing intent, causing one's scalp to go numb. Immemorial Blood Hell Formation. Long Chen's cold voice was transmitted into Zhuo Xuanming's ears from an unknown direction. Immemorial what? Zhuo Xuanming looked around in a daze. This bloodline ability had slowly awakened after Long Chen reached the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. This was the power of the ancient blood spirit dragon, the perfect combination of the devouring blood realm and the blood escape. Only after Long Chen truly understood how terrifying this immemorial blood hell formation was, in addition to the will of defying, his second greatest reliance. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, within the scope of the immemorial blood hell formation, Long Chen could teleport within it, similar to the effect of blood rebirth. Simply put, he could use the blood escape technique without any restrictions within a radius of 10 miles. Furthermore, it was even more terrifying than the average blood escape technique. However, the amount of divine origin consumed was only 1/10 of what it used to be, or even 1%. Using the blood escape in the immemorial blood hell formation was probably equivalent to using the 6th level of the 9 dragon scripture. This little bit of divine essence did not have much effect on Long Chen. As long as there was a drop of blood, Long Chen could achieve blood rebirth in that place, appearing instantly. This was the original power of the blood escape, and the original power of the devouring blood realm was once again strengthened. As long as the enemy was in the immemorial blood hell formation, the life essence of the enemy would gradually decline. The longer the battle lasted, the greater the possibility of Long Chen winning. The combination of the dual effects of blood rebirth and teleportation gave the immemorial blood hell formation infinite combat possibilities. To a large extent, Long Chen dared to fight against a martial artist at the great perfection realm of the martial Tao, was because he had the power of the immemorial blood hell formation's blood rebirth. Zhuo Xuanming, who was surrounded by the blood droplets, was furious. The Million Resentment Sword and the Light Shadow Sword puppet attacked at the same time, but they could not find Long Chen's shadow. Behind him, a drop of blood suddenly expanded and transformed into Long Chen's appearance. The scarlet blood heavenly desolation slashed down. In a short period of time, Long Chen had already completed the attack of the 9 dragons scripture. The halberd left a bloody mark on the opponent's body. Chapter 1348. Above the rising darkness formation was the ancient blood prison formation. When the ancient blood prison formation appeared, Long Chen was basically invincible. His speed was already fast, and at this moment, he was moving at high speed in the ancient blood prison formation. He could change his position at will within a radius of 10 miles. The fusion of the blood escape technique and the devouring world of blood was really close to the ancient blood spirit dragon's divine ability. Long Chen knew that when he truly transformed into a dragon, he would be able to use it more than Mo Xiaolang. Under the effect of the ancient blood prison formation, Zhuo Xuanming's light shadow swordplay was useless, because he couldn't grasp Long Chen's position at all. No matter how his light shadow swordplay attacked, it was very difficult for it to hit Long Chen. This battle had become incomparably difficult. Zhuo Xianming understood that Long Chen shouldn't be his match in a head-on confrontation. However, the problem was that he couldn't catch up to Long Chen at all. His attacks also didn't have the speed to hit Long Chen. No matter how strong the Million Resentment Sword was, it was useless. Long Chen. Zhuo Xianming was so angry that he almost fainted. Long Chen's bloodline divine ability wasn't an offensive type, but it was much more terrifying. Just the blood rebirth function alone was already heaven-defying enough. After a short period of time, Zhuo Xianming actually felt that his body was starting to weaken in the ancient blood prison formation. The most important blood essence in his body was actually burning and dissipating in the formation. As for Long Chen, the more he fought, the fiercer he became. If this continued, he would eventually be worn down by Long Chen. At this moment, above the clouds in the sky, the purple and cyan sword Qi became even more terrifying. At this moment, a terrifying wolf howl sounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. The black clouds immediately burned crazily, and in an instant, a formation with a radius of 10 miles appeared, floating above the ancient blood prison formation. Boom boom boom. Endless flames rushed out and surged crazily above. In a very short period of time, the space within a radius of 10 miles was completely filled up. These were the flames that Mo Xiaolang had devoured before. There were tens of thousands of them, and they fused and exploded again and again in this narrow space, releasing terrifying heat. As for Mo Xiaolang, he was like a fish in water amidst the flames. As for how terrifying it was, only his two enemies knew. Anyway, even Long Chen, who did not get close to Mo Xiaolang, still felt a burning pain on his skin, as if the flames had already stuck to his body. If these flames were to fall to the ground, the mountains within a 10-mile radius would be burned to ashes. Terrifying heat swept across the sky, emitting dazzling colorful lights that illuminated the earth. Below them were the blood-colored ancient blood hell diagram and the darkness rising diagram. This was Mo Xiaolang's third mystique, the heaven and earth furnace diagram. Mo Xiaolang was from the demon race and did not cultivate any battle techniques. The 100-tribe battle manual was not considered a battle technique, but he was most proficient in bloodline mystiques. When these three bloodline mystiques were combined, he could only be described as invincible. Seeing the heaven and earth furnace diagram appear, Zhuo Xianming became even more anxious. He knew that if he did not finish off Long Chen, his martial uncle and martial aunt would definitely be killed by Mo Xiaolang. At that time, he would also have to die. Fortunately, Li Xuanji could not hold on any longer. After all, there was something wrong with her eyes, but she still had to deal with two opponents on the same level as her. At this moment, Li Xuanji had already used the soul-shattering needle to barely suppress the two opponents. Zhuo Xianming was anxious, and so was Long Chen. He could not ignore Li Xuanji, so he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. The ancient blood hell diagram crazily surged, and all the blood droplets were swept away. Long Chen changed positions around Zhuo Xianming at a terrifying speed. This difficult-to-grasp position made Zhuo Xianming cry out in shock. The exhaustion of his body also made him go crazy. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you have a bloodline mystique. You're thinking too much. At this moment, Zhuo Xianming finally became ruthless. The Million Resentment Sword in his hand emitted a sword light that soared into the sky. The sword light carried endless power and exploded in the sky. Azura 10,000 Swords Prison. This move was extremely terrifying, and it was Zhuo Xuanming's limit. He had originally planned to use it against experts on the level of Mo Xiaolang, but now he had no other choice. The Azura 10,000 Swords Prison needed to burn the power of his Azura world. Using it this time would definitely cause his cultivation to regress a little, but in order to kill Long Chen, he had no other choice. Boom! A sword light burst out, turning into millions of swords, forming a huge prison, surrounding the entire ancient blood hell diagram and trapping Long Chen. The countless swords were cold and miserable, shrinking towards Long Chen's direction, making a sizzling sound. The sword light and sword shadows were cast by the million resentment sword. Long Chen felt as though all the sword shadows had a resentment soul, wailing and roaring, wanting to kill Long Chen and turn him into one of them. The resentment within was a very negative mental power. No matter who it was, they would be affected by the power of the Azura 10,000 Swords prison, and their cultivation would not be able to be used normally. However, Long Chen would not be affected. With the inverse spirit skill, his most indestructible thing was his will. Will was his sharpness. A cornered dog will do something desperate. Facing the Azura 10,000 Swords prison, Long Chen did not feel nervous at all. The Azura 10,000 Swords prison began to shrink, already surrounding Long Chen. Xueqi did not know that the reason why Long Chen's speed was so fast was because he relied on the location of the drop of blood and directly used blood escape to create the effect of blood rebirth. Although the Azura 10,000 Swords prison was a sword prison, ordinary people could not break out, but Long Chen could. Sizzling. The vengeful spirits, along with the sword shadows, charged towards the besieged Long Chen. In that instant, Xueqi, who was outside, was already laughing loudly. He seemed to be able to see the scene of Long Chen being slaughtered by the countless sword shadows. It's too early for you to be happy. The ancient blood hell diagram was activated, and Long Chen was reborn in the drop of blood behind Xueqi. The mighty Azura 10,000 Swords prison actually missed its target. This was the heaven-defying aspect of the ancient blood hell diagram. How is this possible? Xueqi was dumbfounded. He had thought that the ancient blood hell formation had only increased Long Chen's speed, which was why it was similar to teleportation. He had not expected that Long Chen would actually be able to escape from the Azura 10,000 Swords prison. When Long Chen said the first word, a golden mark on his chest instantly transformed into 9 golden elephants, squeezing Xueqi in the center. Under the control of the Nirvana force, the golden giant elephant let out a horrifying roar with great might. You're courting death. Xueqi suddenly turned around and frantically brandished the million resentment soul sword. It was a sword with a Tao pattern and millions of resentment souls. After 9 consecutive slashes, the 9 spiritual golden elephant seal was actually sent flying. Xueqi laughed loudly. A mere Tao artifact without a Tao pattern actually dared to show off. The moment he laughed, a long silver snake came from an invisible angle and instantly wrapped around his body tightly. This was Long Chen's real attack. The 9 spiritual golden elephant seal was just to make Xueqi lower his guard. Long Chen was a meticulous person. If he had directly used the God-binding demon shackles just now, he might not have succeeded. The God-binding demon shackles had a Tao pattern. After the silver chain locked Xueqi, densely packed silver runes formed a large formation on Xueqi body, completely imprisoning his body. At that moment, Xueqi was extremely terrified. This was because he saw Long Chen charging towards him. Xueqi trembled when he saw such a cold gaze. He felt that he was just a small ant in Yi Futian's eyes, while he, Long Chen, was the world, a different world. Li Xuanji was in danger. The God-binding demon shackles had already trapped him, and he was struggling to break free. At such a critical moment, Long Chen naturally wouldn't give him a chance to live. Dragon. Xueqi was so anxious that his face turned red, and he screamed miserably, trying to call for help. At that moment, Long Chen used the Extreme Universe Finger. Buzz. The 10,000-mile-long divine dragon phantom was indistinct, but it had a majestic aura that made people want to worship it. The Void Aeon Dragon's Claw was in Long Chen's left index finger. As Long Chen used the Extreme Universe Finger, the terrifying power of time disorder directly pierced Xueqi forehead. At that moment, Long Chen didn't hesitate at all. Buzz. With a crisp sound, Xueqi, who was staring blankly at Long Chen, was turned into dust, blown away by the strong wind, and dissipated into the air. Long Chen caught the million resentful soul sword in his hand, and without saying a word, he directly placed it in the great void realm. Such a ferocious sword, Li Tianji and Soyan hurriedly dodged. Xueqi was dead. The people fighting in the sky and the people fighting on the ground immediately realized this. With Xueqi death, the Azura Sword Prison team instantly collapsed, and they had no intention of winning. At this moment, the hearts of the remaining 4 people were filled with endless shock. At first, They thought that the fastest way for their side to break through was through Long Chen. As long as Zhuo Xianming was free, the Azure Sword prison team would win. However, it just so happened that they lost the most miserably from this angle. Zhuo Xianming was killed by Long Chen. The minds of the four people were blank. The people of the Azure Sword prison usually had very tough minds. Even though Zhuo Xianming had been defeated, they became even crazier. Only by defeating their opponents and holding them hostage could they survive. In that short instant, Li Xuanji had experienced the most terrifying counterattack from her opponent. At this moment, Long Chen stood in the boundless heaven and earth, and his hands were already free. Boom! As Long Chen descended, the ancient blood hell formation overlapped with the darkness rising formation. Blood-colored and black-colored frenziedly mixed, and a huge tremor was heard. Chapter 1349. Two terrifying divine swords, releasing dense sword qi, shook away Li Xuanji's soul-shattering needles, broke the 9-yin demonic hand in front of her that was protecting her, and was about to successfully kill Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji couldn't see, but she knew that she was probably going to die. She heaved a sigh of relief when Long Chen killed Zhuo Xianming. Previously, she had persevered because she didn't want to affect him. Now that she saw that he had really won, she relaxed and gave her opponent a chance to fight for his life. At this moment, a drop of blood quickly fell in front of Li Xuanji, expanding crazily, and soon turned into a demonic man bathed in blood. The blood desolation in his hand suddenly danced, and the power of 7 divine dragons gathered in the blood desolation. A total of 7 divine dragons coiled around the blood desolation. For a moment, the blood desolation let out a loud dragon roar that shook all directions. Below, there were many members of the Ghost Clan approaching, but they were all killed by the invisible power released by Long Chen. Using the 9 Dragon scripture, the attacks of the 2 warriors at the peak of the divine martial realm were easily dispelled by Long Chen. Bang bang bang. The 2 Dao weapons were sent flying by Long Chen's blood desolation, and the 2 warriors were also sent flying. At this moment, they thought of escaping. However, could they escape? Rebirth from a drop of blood. While they were frantically escaping, Long Chen was very bold. He directly moved to the place where one of the warriors was, changed his body shape, and in that short moment, the God-binding demon chain locked the opponent's body. His left hand was the God-binding demon chain, and his right hand was holding the blood desolation that had turned into a short knife. With a puff, he nailed it between the opponent's eyebrows. The Azure Sword prison team lost another member. Under the combination of the ancient blood prison formation, the God-binding demon chain, and the blood desolation, warriors at the peak of the divine martial realm were simply no match for Long Chen. Moreover, they were now in a state of terror. The last person did not escape. He had just witnessed the power of the ancient hell of blood formation, and knew that in a fight with Long Chen, the more he escaped, the more likely he would die. At this moment, Long Chen had a small silver snake in his left hand and a scarlet blood sky desolation in his right. He floated in front of the other party, his eyes blood-red. That astonishing willpower made the other party's legs tremble as she looked at him. I. He gripped the sword with both hands and glared at Long Chen. He bit his lips so hard that it bled. "Kill yourself," Long Chen said coldly. His voice carried a terrifying impact. It was the power of the soul of the defying will. The Azure Sword purgatory martial artist's soul shuddered violently as his eyes rolled back into his head. In the sky, the worldly furnace suddenly shrank before exploding loudly. 2 charred corpses fell before the fighters. They were the Azulate swords, but they were nowhere to be seen. The last warrior was finally terrified. He used the soul-scattering technique to disperse his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. He fell from the sky and became food for the ferocious ghosts below. The corpses of the Azulate swords were also devoured by the ghosts. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang descended from the sky. He had already returned to his original appearance, but his face was a little pale. This battle had consumed a lot of his energy, but he still looked at Long Chen in a daze. He smiled bitterly. "Big brother, I wanted to end the battle as soon as possible to help you. I didn't think you'd be this strong. The power of your bloodline innate ability really opened my eyes. It seems like I'll be far weaker than you again before long. I won't be able to help you." Finally finishing off his opponent, Long Chen's taut heartstrings relaxed. He smiled. "Who said that?" "You're the Emperor of the Desolate Emperor Palace. I'm improving, and so are you. Just don't leave me far behind. The first time they fought side by side, it ended perfectly. The two of them obtained a complete victory. Their hearts were filled with joy. After finishing off the Azura Sword Purgatory team, it wouldn't be so troublesome for them to continue their journey. However, the more troublesome ones were still the ghosts. Due to the commotion caused by the battle between Long Chen and the others, when they looked down, they saw a dense horde of ghosts. Some of them were over 10 meters tall, while others were about the size of a human. There were even several gigantic scarlet demonic ghosts below, roaring at Long Chen and the others. With so many ghosts, the three of them had no place to stand. They couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. Mo Xiaolang gave the Azure Demonic Sword and Purple Ing Divine Sword to Long Chen. Although they were temporarily useless to Long Chen, they were still treasures. They couldn't be scattered here. Killing people and taking their treasures was always the fastest way to get rich. Behind them, Li Xuanji stood in the distance with a smile on her face. After finishing off their opponents, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang turned around to call Li Xuanji to set off. The moment they turned around, Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang's hearts turned cold to the depths of their souls. The most terrifying feeling climbed from their feet all the way to their heads, freezing them completely. Li Xuanji knew that they were looking at her, but she seemed to be behaving strangely. Why? Long Chen almost suffocated. He was stunned for a moment. Both he and Mo Xiaolang widened their eyes and contracted their pupils. This was because there was a person standing about a meter behind Li Xuanji. It wasn't a human. Long Chen was able to see its appearance in a very short amount of time. This thing's figure was similar to that of an ordinary human. Its skin was a deathly gray and filled with wrinkles of various sizes. An extremely damaged set of black armor was draped over its body. It was in tatters and looked like it was about to fall off its body. Its head was hidden in a pointed black helmet. Its face was completely black and blurry, and only sharp canine teeth could be seen. It could be described as a green-faced fangs. The only thing that was enough to identify him were several relatively small, but extremely long black chains. They were covered in rust as they grew out of his flesh, dragging for more than 20 meters in the air all the way to the ground. At that moment, Long Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Long Chen knew the identity of this green-faced, scrawny monster. He was one of the 10 great ghost kings that had followed Long Chen and the others from the beginning. He was one of the 10 great ghost kings that had eaten a warrior from the Azura Sword Prison Team. Even the Azura Sword Prison Team was terrified of him. It was rumored that he hid in the deepest part of the eternal hell, a terrifying existence that hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. And now, he was so close to Li Xuanji. He was so close that he could kill Li Xuanji with just a raise of his hand. Long Chen had no idea when he had arrived or where he had been standing. Cold air poured into Long Chen's body. There was simply nothing to say to such a creature. Upon seeing such a scene, the two brothers didn't say a word and charged in the direction of Li Xuanji at their fastest speed. Long Chen had already put away the ancient blood hell formation. It would take a long time for him to set it up again. He could only charge forward crazily, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Don't attack. Don't attack. At this instant, that strange ghost really made a move. However, it wasn't targeting Li Xuanji. Instead, it was targeting Long Chen and the others. A black chain smashed towards Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang charged forward, but he was sent flying. A deep wound appeared on his arm, and a gray aura spread out, causing Mo Xiaolang to cry out in pain. Even he was injured. It could be seen how powerful this ghost was. However, for the sake of Li Xuanji, Long Chen couldn't care less. He had exhausted a lot of energy today, but he still executed the extreme universal finger and unleashed all the power he could. Swish! A metal chain pierced towards the center of Long Chen's eyebrows. Long Chen raised the extreme universal finger and pierced over without a care for his own safety. Wang! At the last moment, that metal chain actually retracted and returned to the side of that ghost. Long Chen felt that the ghost was actually looking at him, and there was a deep fear in its eyes. Long Chen instantly understood. It seemed to be afraid of his strength. In this short period of time, Long Chen's god-binding demon chains had already wrapped around Li Xuanji's body, forcing her to retreat. At the same time, he used himself to block in front of that ghost. Since it was afraid of his strength, Long Chen didn't hold back and attacked it crazily. Hiss! The more Long Chen attacked, the more that ghost seemed to be afraid. It retreated, not daring to come into contact with Long Chen. Only now did Long Chen understand the reason why he didn't dare to go forward all this while. It was afraid of him. But why? It wasn't until Long Chen forced this guy away and fled far away that Long Chen understood. It should be the power of nirvana. In the entire eternal hell, only Long Chen's power had the power of nirvana. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. Even someone like Mo Xiaolang was injured, let alone Long Chen. That thing finally escaped. Long Chen really felt like he was dreaming. He panted heavily and turned back to put away the god-binding demon chains on Li Xuanji's body. He said, "It's fine now. Just rest." And then he came to Mo Xiaolang's side. On Mo Xiaolang's shoulder, there was a bloody wound that looked very tragic. The gray aura on it spread, and the wound was actually expanding. "Big brother, I can't take it anymore. Cut off this piece of meat." Mo Xiaolang gritted his teeth and said firmly. That gray power was very strange. If he didn't cut it off, even the sun-devouring demon wolf would be finished. Long Chen gritted his teeth and took out scarlet blood eternal desolation. He cut off that piece of meat. Below, countless ghost beasts flew up and devoured that bit of meat. 5 of them came into contact with the gray aura and quickly fell to the ground and turned into pus. Seeing this scene, the 3 of them were terrified. They didn't expect that after dealing with Azura Sword Hell, they would still face such danger. Mo Xiaolang's situation was still okay. The flesh that was cut off started to recover with his terrifying recovery ability. In a few days, 3 days, the energy that he used in today's battle would be replenished. Long Chen looked around. Below them were densely packed ghosts. A few scarlet demonic ghosts were roaring right below them, dripping green saliva at them. "Big brother, that thing is actually afraid of you," Mo Xiaolang asked in shock. "It should be the effect of the power of nirvana," Long Chen guessed. Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji finally understood. There were ghosts below and they obviously couldn't walk on the ground. Long Chen was about to escape when Li Xuanji called out to him. Chapter 1350. What's wrong? Long Chen looked at this woman in bewilderment. In the darkness, her skin was fair and tender, and even though her eyes had lost their luster, they were still very attractive. Because of the battle, she was very tired. Her clothes were a little messy, and the heart of the Eternal Protector came out of her chest. Li Xuanji lowered her head and said dejectedly, "You're already very strong. I'll only distract you if I stay outside. It's better for me to enter the Great Void Realm. I'll drag you down." Long Chen laughed involuntarily and said, "Don't think too much about it. I think that every journey is precious, so we should cherish it. I'm more diligent, so I'm slightly stronger, but that doesn't mean that you're not strong enough. As long as you gain experience and strive for it, there will be even greater opportunities waiting for you. The 3 of us will never leave each other and fight together. How about it?" She didn't expect Long Chen to comfort her. She was satisfied, and the lack of confidence in her heart was swept away. Sensing the young man looking at her with a scorching gaze, Li Xuanji blushed and said, "Then let's go." Mo Xiaolang saw this and took out a black armor and gave it to Li Xuanji. "This is the green ink armor. Although the name is simple, it is very effective. It is a Dao item with a Dao pattern. Your defense is not good, so this can protect you. Of course, with my big brother here, you won't have many chances to use it," Mo Xiaolang said solemnly. Li Xuanji was a little hesitant. She was not stupid, and she could feel that Mo Xiaolang's attitude towards her was a little strange. She knew that Mo Xiaolang and Lingxi were close, so, however, Mo Xiaolang saved him without hesitation just now, and he was even injured by the ghost. Now, Mo Xiaolang was still thinking about him, which proved that Long Chen was really a good brother who was worth befriending. "Take it," Long Chen said with a smile. "Thank you." She was very grateful. As proud as she was, she couldn't help but admire these 2. "What do you plan to do next?" Mo Xiaolang immediately started a new topic. Long Chen looked down and saw that the ground was completely blocked by the ghosts. There was no way out at all. He said, "Let's travel by air for a while and see what happens in front of us." The 2 of them nodded. The 3 of them had won a great victory, and they flew through the air together. In order to prevent that ghostly thing from following them again, Long Chen was extremely careful. The downside of not walking on the ground was that they couldn't be hidden at all. The group of ghosts below really treated them as food and chased after them. They couldn't keep up with Long Chen's speed, but there were other ghosts that discovered them high up in the sky and chased after them in a frenzy. The good thing was that after a few days, everyone's injuries were all healed. The green ink armor that Mo Xiaolang had given them was also integrated into Li Xuanji's body. She used the power of the world to control it. This was an armor-type Dao treasure. It was relatively easy to use and didn't require much power. But the problem was that the ghosts below did not decrease. Instead, there were more. The densely packed ghosts gathered together, killing each other and devouring each other. It was disgusting and tragic. Long Chen didn't know what these things were doing. He had already integrated 3 gold tokens. This was not enough. If he wanted to get first place, 3 tokens were far from enough. He needed at least 7 or 8 to be sure. But Long Chen wasn't worried. From the opening of the Eternal Hell until now, it had taken less than a month. There were still 2 months left. On the other hand, there was still no news of the Void Astral Dragon. The chaos of the ghost race was too strange. It disrupted Long Chen's thoughts. The good thing was that even if the game ended, the Eternal Hell would still be open. At that time, Long Chen could wander around and search the entire Eternal Hell. He didn't believe that he couldn't find it. According to Long Chen's estimation, the 9 nether demon ancestral fire that Mo Xiaolang wanted should be in the Netherworld Hell. The Azura Sword Hell team had said that this was the direction to the Netherworld Hell. Mo Xiaolang had already devoured a large amount of the 9 nether demon ancestral fire. There was only 1 or 2 left. He would let the ancestral fire merge with his original form in his body. At that time, he would be even stronger. After 10 days, Long Chen realized that he was already very close to the Netherworld Hell. However, this was the place where the specters were the most numerous. Before Long Chen had even arrived, the area below him had already been filled with countless specters, all of whom were currently roaming about and fighting. Apart from the ordinary ghost race, there were also a large number of scarlet demonic ghosts. The scarlet demonic ghost was the ruler of the ordinary ghost race. As long as it was hungry, little ghosts would come to its door for it to devour. Of course, there were also things that could control the scarlet demonic ghost, and that was the stronger ghost race. Along the way, Long Chen saw such ghost races as the headless ghost and the wind ghost. The headless ghost was a monster with a head on its stomach. Its body was slightly larger than the scarlet demonic ghost. The scarlet demonic ghost was its food. The wind ghost was smaller, but it was very fast. Most importantly, it could fly. From afar, it looked like a thick green fog. As long as it opened its mouth, countless green-faced, fanged little ghosts would be swallowed. Long Chen killed many wind ghosts along the way. Among them, the strongest ghost that Long Chen saw was the giant devil. This ghost race was more than 40 meters tall and could fly. It looked very ferocious and was covered in incomparably hard black scales. Most importantly, each giant devil had 3 heads. Although they were all green-faced and fanged, the 3 heads had joy, anger, and sorrow expressions. At the same time, it had 6 thick arms. The giant devil's combat strength was almost at the great circle of the martial path. The giant devil that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang encountered was very strong. At that time, the 2 of them had spent a lot of effort before Mo Xiaolang used the heaven and earth furnace diagram to refine it to death. Even Long Chen's scarlet blood desolation couldn't kill it. The god-binding demon lock, which had a Dao pattern, had almost been broken by the giant devil. After defeating the giant devil, Long Chen was scared witless. He thought to himself that if a few more of these things appeared and surrounded them, they could only choose to escape. But fortunately, they had probably reached the edge of the Avicii Hell. They just needed to find the Yellow Springs ancient path that led to the Netherworld Hell. Finally, I don't have to see these ghostly things. Soyeon was incomparably happy. She had been scared out of her wits for the past month. Even though she was in the Great Void Realm, she was still very uncomfortable. Long Chen had a bad feeling. Suddenly, there were countless tremors in front of them. The entire ground quaked and cracked, forming a deep abyss. A large number of ghosts fell into the abyss and turned into meat paste. In Long Chen's vision, there were a total of more than 10 giant devils. They formed a terrifying formation and rushed towards Long Chen. Each of them looked ferocious, and huge black chains coiled around their bodies like tentacles. They ran wildly on the ground. With every step they took, countless little ghosts would be turned into meat paste. Even the headless ghosts and scarlet demon ghosts had to dodge. If they didn't dodge in time, they would be caught by the giant devils and devoured. The scene was incomparably disgusting. Run! The three of them had already been discovered. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang were already having a hard time fighting just one giant devil, and they had almost suffered a great deal of damage to their vitality. If they were to fight with these dozen giant devils, they reckoned that it would be even more tragic than when they fought with the Azure Sword prison team. They might even die here. These giant devils blocked the passage to the netherworld hell, not allowing anyone to pass through. Long Chen could only retreat first and think of another way. After all, even though the giant devils were huge, their speed was terrifying as well. The earthquake earlier was caused by their frantic running. The three of them were about the same speed. Among them, Mo Xiaolang was the fastest. However, the slowest Li Xuanji was fast enough to shake them off. After chasing Long Chen for a while longer, those giant devils retreated, their huge bodies disappearing into the darkness. Long Chen and the others finally stopped to rest. Looking around, they found that there were even more ghosts around them. There were even a few wind ghosts approaching them. Thankfully, there were no more heaven-defying creatures like the giant devil. Long Chen's scarlet blood eternity transformed into a sword and killed all these guys. The three of them then started discussing how they should proceed next. Maybe we should find a place to stay first and see what's going on in this Avicii hell. The passage to the netherworld hell has been blocked by those 10 overgiant devils. I don't think we can pass through. Long Chen said. We can use a diversion tactic. I'll lure those giant devils while you guys head over. Li Xuanji said. No. Long Chen sternly refused. This place is very strange. We can't split up. Let's find a place to hide first. This place isn't far from the netherworld hell. Once we think of a way we can sneak over. Leading them, Long Chen searched the Black Mountains for a place to hide. Just like last time when he raised his head, he saw that there were several mountain peaks in front of him that actually formed a huge circle, forming a ring-shaped tall mountain range that pierced the clouds and was incomparably steep. Long Chen was stunned. Ordinary ghosts definitely wouldn't be able to climb into this place. Apart from crazy devils and giant devils, the ring of mountains should be a good place to hide. After all, that mountain was the highest mountain in 100 li radius. Let's go there, Long Chen said decisively. The three of them approached that place. When they were less than 5 kilometers away from that place, the golden tokens in their hands lit up again. Moreover, the brightness this time was much greater than before. With every step they took, the golden tokens would shine even brighter. The three of them stopped. What's the situation? Mo Xiaolang asked. This means that there are many teams that have fled to the Ring of Mountains. The changes in the Avicii Hell have affected our normal team confrontations. Long Chen said. Then what should we do? Do we still go? Mo Xiaolang asked. Of course. Long Chen smiled. At this time, he wasn't afraid of the battle between teams. Since there were so many teams in the Ring of Mountains, it didn't matter if there was one more. As Long Chen approached, the others also noticed him. However, they didn't move. As Long Chen approached the huge mountain, he couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the Ghost Clan couldn't enter the Ring of Mountains. On one of the mountains, there were 3 incomparably huge words. Taiwei Mountain. There were 23 chapters left. Chapter 1351. This ring-shaped mountain was so high that it directly pierced into the black clouds. Moreover, it was straight and steep, just like the finger bones of a skeleton. The 3 words, Taiwei Mountain, were very huge. Each word was bigger than the body of the giant demon. The 3 big words were mottled with vicissitudes. Although a long time had passed, they were still full of deterrence. Many ghost beasts attempted to climb into the Taiwei Mountain, but they fell halfway up the mountain and were badly mutilated. Even with their tough bodies, they were badly mutilated. It was not hard to imagine the height of the Taiwei Mountain. Long Chen didn't know how he came to this place. He subconsciously felt that this place was very strange. However, since so many teams had entered, and the outside was full of ghosts, he didn't know where the giant demon would come from. It was better to go in. As they went up the Taiwei Mountain, the higher they went, the more terrifying the chilly wind was. When they reached the top of the mountain, the chilly wind had condensed into numerous blades, constantly cutting Long Chen's flesh. If not for their tough bodies, the chilly wind at such a high altitude could have blown them into pieces. The chilly wind here can be compared to the oblivion wind tribulation of the wind-fire tribulation. Long Chen sighed. It's much more powerful than the oblivion wind tribulation. Li Xuanji said. Long Chen suddenly recalled that his oblivion wind tribulation was much more powerful than others. In his opinion, the oblivion wind tribulation was also much more powerful than others. Since the surroundings were submerged by the chilly wind, it was difficult to enter the Taiwei mountain from here. They moved forward against the strong wind. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly became vigilant. He hurriedly let Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang approach him. Looking back, a black shadow flashed past. Long Chen felt his blood run cold at once. Without saying anything, he sped up with the other two towards the interior of the Taiwei mountain. What's wrong? Mo Xiaolang asked curiously. The 10 great ghost kings are following us again, Long Chen said with fear and trepidation. That ghostly thing was like a shadow following him. Long Chen couldn't sense its existence at all. It was just an intuition. He didn't expect that after such a long time, he still couldn't get rid of this damned thing. Mo Xiaolang was also very nervous in his heart. Although he was strong, the thought of his opponent casually whipping him with a chain still left a shadow in his heart. Thankfully, after appearing for a short while, that damn thing disappeared. Long Chen and the others also successfully crossed over Taiwei Mountain and entered it. This was a place surrounded by extremely high mountains, and it was also the only place that the ghosts had not touched. Strangely enough, there were no strong winds raging inside. Although it was still filled with black fog, it felt a lot quieter. It was a place where one could rest. However, the moment they arrived here, Long Chen's group felt a terrifying gravitational force acting on them. There seemed to be a powerful force pulling them downwards, or in other words, sucking them in. In a trance, Long Chen saw an abandoned black city below them. It was in ruins. Although the gravitational force coming from below was very strong, causing them to be unable to fly normally, they were at least able to stabilize their bodies. The 3 of them controlled their bodies so that they would not fall to the ground. As they slowly descended, Long Chen was able to carefully observe this place. This place was completely surrounded by the circular Taiwei mountain. It was very quiet. Below them was a deathly silent black city. It looked extremely ancient and mottled. At the same time, there was an inexplicable and terrifying qi blowing towards them. Long Chen could gradually see those ancient black houses, city walls and so on. This place seemed to have experienced a fierce battle. The houses had basically collapsed, and the city walls were also in ruins. Traces of being sealed were everywhere, but strangely, they were still preserved. In his hand, the golden token was shining very brightly. Long Chen lowered his head and could almost see 7 golden tokens shining clearly below. There are 7 teams in this Taiwei mountain. Long Chen was a bit speechless. This place led to the nether hell. It might also lead to the other hells. As a result, the other teams also came to the Avicii hell. The 10 odd huge demons might be blocking the tunnel leading to the nether hell. Meanwhile, Long Chen estimated that the other hells might be in the same situation as the Avicii hell. This Taiwei mountain seemed to be the only place that was not ravaged by demons. As they often stayed in 9-star Chaos City, of course, they knew that there was such a Taiwei mountain in the Avicii hell. The 7 teams were gathered in a square near the edge of the black ruins. The square was very large, with a circumference of 3 or 4 miles. The ground was covered with black bricks, and many places were filled with holes. In the center of the square, there was a pool, but the pool had already dried up. In the center of the pool, there was a white object. Without taking a careful look at that object, Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang and Zhang Tai landed on the edge of the black square. Outside the square, there were dense dilapidated houses, which extended to the distance. The interior of Taiwei Mountain covered about 25 miles. In this ruin, the gravity was very strong. If they flew higher than 30 m, their battle strength would be greatly influenced. They might not even be able to fly normally. If they wanted to leave Taiwei Mountain, they could only climb out of the mountain wall. If they fought in the ruins, they might have to fight on the ground. For them who were used to fighting in the air, it might affect them a little. It would depend on their adaptability. When they finally landed, the 7 teams walked forward. Long Chen and the other 2 stood together and looked at the others with hostility. When they saw that the one who came was Mo Xiaolang, their hostility disappeared. Long Chen was not worried. They were all here to escape. He didn't believe that the 7 teams could bully the Evil Dragon Palace's team with Mo Xiaolang. So it's the Evil Dragon Palace's team. Wolf Clan's emperor is also among them. I didn't expect them to also come here to escape. Of course. Who could have predicted that such a big event would happen in the Eternal Hell? I guess all the 20 teams that are still alive are escaping. Those who know about Taiwei Mountain are probably here. They discussed in low voices. While they were sizing up Long Chen and the other 2, Long Chen was also estimating their battle strength. Of these 7 teams, 3 were from outside the 12 Supreme Alliances. They were relatively weak. The strongest was only at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm, so there was nothing to worry about. The other 4 teams were from the 12 Supreme Alliances. Among them, there were 3 teams from the Solar Divine World, the Primeval Thunder Reservoir, and the Ancient Yuan Spirit World. As for the last team, it was undoubtedly the strongest. It was also a team from Long Chen's main family, the True Martial Emperor Palace. All 5 of True Martial Emperor Palace's team were here. As for Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and Desolate Emperor Palace, the 2 strong teams, they did not come. They were far away, or they had their own ways to hide. In True Martial Emperor Palace, there were 4 men and 1 woman. Li Chueyue, who had a conflict with Long Chen, was among them. Naturally, he was very unhappy with Long Chen. At this moment, when he saw Long Chen, he was slightly angry. However, the others did not react. It seemed that Li Chueyue's dissatisfaction with Long Chen was just his own opinion. Long Chen was from True Martial Emperor Palace. He could become strong and intimidate others. It was also because of True Martial Emperor Palace's reputation. As for the remaining teams, they were from the Desolate Ancient Lightning Pool. Every single one of them was a tall and burly man. Each of them had terrifying lightning runes engraved on their bodies. Countless streaks of lightning crackled around their bodies. Among them, there was a man with eyes as sharp as lightning. His strength was estimated to have reached the Martial Path Great Circle. He was one of the top geniuses in the Desolate Ancient Lightning Pool. Solar God Realm was slightly weaker. Their team was at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. There was no one particularly outstanding. They were not as fierce as Ancient Thunder Reservoir. Solar God Realm and Supreme Een Devil Realm were neighbors. They fought constantly, but their strength was at the bottom of the 9 realms. Another strange team was the Ancient Yuan Spirit World. The Ancient Yuan Spirit World was recognized as the strongest world apart from the 3 great emperor palaces. They were called the Spirit Race. The appearance of the Spirit Race was slightly different from that of the human race. They were generally more handsome and slender. They looked elegant and fresh. It was rare to find an ugly person in the Spirit Race. In addition, the spirit art they cultivated was different from ordinary battle skills. It was a branch of battle skills that could draw on the elemental power of nature. It had terrifying lethality, and there were even more mysterious spirit arts. The 5 young men and women of the Spirit Race in front of Yi Futian were all top-notch. The leading martial artist was also at the Martial Path Great Perfection Realm. He was handsome, and it was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. He had snow-white hair and his skin was as white as jade. His fingers were slender and very attractive. The other 4 had red, yellow, blue, and cyan hair. Long Chen glanced over and had a better understanding of the strength of these teams. Among them, the True Martial Emperor Palace's team was undoubtedly the strongest. There was no doubt about this. The 3 great emperor palaces were always far ahead. Next should be the Ancient Yuan Spirit World. Their spirit arts were extraordinary. Third should be the Desolate Primeval Thunder Pool. The 5 of them were like 5 giant thunder beasts. Their bodies contained a frightening amount of power. Long Chen calmed himself down and looked at them, unwilling to be outdone. The True Martial Emperor Palace's people ignored them and stood together. The others surrounded them and watched the show. At this time, the Ancient Yuan Spirit World team's team leader, who had snow-white hair and was as handsome as a woman, walked forward. He smiled and said, "Greetings, I'm Yuan Xiaozhou from the Ancient Yuan Spirit World." The voice of the Ancient Yuan Spirit World's team leader, Yuan Xiaozhou, was very elegant. It was simply a masterpiece of heaven and earth. No one could bear to blaspheme him. However, Long Chen knew that this person was definitely a man. Chapter 1352. Long Chen smiled when he heard the words peace treaty. He knew that it wasn't easy to get along here. Of the 20 teams that entered, Everyone was here for the 3 rewards. They came to the eternal hell to fight and snatch each other's gold tokens. And now there were 8 teams here. If they could obtain all of them, it would mean victory. However, everyone was deeply afraid of the other teams, so they didn't dare to make a move. Adding on the fact that there were ghost beasts everywhere outside and they didn't know what was going on, no one dared to act rashly for the time being. Thus, the peace treaty was born. Yuan Xiaozhou smiled, his pure eyes flashing with an amiable light. He said very amiably, "The so-called treaty was made by the 7 teams before us. In this place inside the Taiwei Mountain, no one is allowed to attack each other, let alone snatch the gold tokens. Whoever makes a move first will be jointly punished by the other teams. This punishment is based on the degree of injury. If someone kills someone and snatches the gold tokens, then no matter who it is, they will be jointly attacked by the other teams until they are eradicated." This peace treaty was very simple and clear. In any case, they just couldn't fight. However, Long Chen understood that the treaty was just a treaty. It was just words. If there were any real conflicts later on, it would be a chaotic battle. In any case, Long Chen understood that if he took it seriously, he would lose. At this point, Yuan Xiaozhou asked, "What do the Evil Dragon Palace's teams think?" Long Chen said, "Naturally, they will participate and strictly abide by the rules." Yuan Xiaozhou smiled. "That's good. I believe that Captain Long is a smart person. The ruins of the Taiwei Mountain are rumored to have been left here countless years ago. When it was excavated hundreds of thousands of years ago, there were a total of 78 Dao artifacts, as well as well-preserved immortal essences and connate Taoist techniques from the Middle Ages. It is a huge treasure trove. However, the treasure trove has already been searched. Over the past tens of thousands of years, treasure hunters have almost dug 3 feet into the ground." He didn't expect the Taiwei Mountain to be such a place. After Yuan Xiaozhou finished speaking, he returned to his team in the ancient Yuan spirit world. Everyone had probably only been here for a short time. The ruins were still quite terrifying. No one dared to wander around. Each team stayed in their own team and whispered to each other. Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang, and the others walked to the center of the square and looked around by the pool. Long Chen didn't dare to relax because he knew that one of the 10 great ghost kings must have followed them into this place. This square was a good place. As long as that thing appeared, Long Chen would be able to see it clearly. There were a lot of people here, so he felt a bit safer. Just as Long Chen was about to settle down, the members of the True Martial Emperor Palace's team followed their captain and stood behind Long Chen with solemn expressions on their faces. When everyone saw this, they tensed up. The team from the ancient Yuan spirit world and the team from the ancient Thunder Reservoir met up and looked at each other. They didn't understand what the team from the True Martial Emperor Palace was doing. Did they want to break the rules first? The people from the True Martial Emperor Palace were all rather arrogant. The peace treaty was made by Yuan Xiaozhou, but the captain of the True Martial Emperor Palace's team had agreed to it. The captain of the True Martial Emperor Palace's team was definitely an influential figure in the Martial God Palace. He was one of the true upper echelons of the True Martial Emperor Palace. His status was much higher than Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai's. He was qualified to become a supreme figure in the True Martial Emperor Palace in the future. He was already very close to the Nirvana Tribulation realm. Compared to the 2 addicts, his potential was limitless. Such a person was now facing Long Chen. It could only be said that Long Chen's rising speed was too fast. In this trip to the Eternal Hell, the True Martial Emperor Palace's lineup wasn't any weaker than the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's. Among them, there were 3 whose battle prowess was similar to Li Chouyue's. However, it was said that they had a terrifying combination technique that could restrain a martial artist at the martial Dao perfection stage. Li Chouyue didn't use her full strength when she fought Long Chen. The core strength of the True Martial Emperor Palace team, the key to victory, was their captain. Long Chen had seen him in the Polaris battlefield and had a deep impression of him. This was a man dressed in a golden imperial robe. He had black hair and black eyes, and his appearance was very ordinary. He couldn't be compared to the youths of the spirit race. However, he had the temperament of a martial artist. This temperament was something that even Long Chen couldn't compare to. The True Martial Emperor Palace's name implied that they pursued the true martial Dao. Long Chen seemed to see the essence of the word true martial in this man. He was neither arrogant nor rash, calm and composed. He followed his heart and faced difficulties head-on. In this man's eyes, Long Chen saw such temperament. He was sure that this guy was definitely in the top 3 of the new generation of experts in the true Martial Emperor Palace. He was a famous figure in the Martial God Palace. If Long Chen hadn't come to the 9-star Chaos City and had chosen to enter the Martial God Palace, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to improve like the inverse spirit art. Maybe a year later, he would still have to look up to this true martial Dao expert. At this moment, he stood at the same level as Long Chen. Before Long Chen came to the Eternal Hell, he had looked up this guy's information. His name was Huang Yu, and he was at the Martial Dao Perfection Realm. He cultivated the true Martial Emperor Palace's Supreme Martial Dao Grand Ceremony, the true martial formless battle technique. He also had a mysterious divine ability and a terrifying Dao weapon. What was even more shocking was that he had the bloodline of one of the ancient divine beasts, the Jade Qilin. He was a direct descendant of the Divine Beast clan. The ancient divine beasts, such as the Golden Crow, various kinds of phoenixes and Qilins, were all buried in the dust of history. The divine beasts weren't demons, but demons could become divine beasts. And the bloodline of the divine beasts could be possessed by both demons and humans. For example, the Purple Fire Phoenix Su family that Long Chen had met before. However, the Purple Fire Phoenix wasn't a divine beast. It was only one of the true descendants of the divine beasts. The Sky Phoenix divine bird that Long Chen had met during the Wushu Sage dynasty in the Myriad Kingdoms territory also had a trace of the divine beast's bloodline. Huang Yu, on the other hand, had the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Jade Qilin. It was rumored that the descendants of the ancient divine beast's bloodline were no less talented than ordinary dragon martial artists. They could at least surpass the Blue Dragon, Red Dragon and other low-level divine dragons' bloodline. Of course, they were still a distance away from dragon martial artists like Wang Chen, who had the bloodline of a void refinement realm demonic dragon. Of course, this was only in terms of talent. In this aspect, Long Chen could definitely beat them. Talent and current strength were not necessarily comparable. Huang Yu's Jade Qilin bloodline was quite amazing. If it wasn't for this bloodline, he wouldn't have been able to enter the top 3 of the Martial God Palace. There were over 100 million disciples in the true Martial Emperor Palace. Huang Yu was someone who stood above the masses. His temperament was several times higher than people like Lu Junyue and Lu Jin. In any case, he rarely saw any negative emotions in Long Chen's eyes. His eyes were like a piece of white jade, without any spirit. At this moment, he was looking at Mo Xiaolang. Long Chen vaguely knew what he was going to do. I'm Huang Yu. I've long heard that the demon race's emperor is invincible under the Nirvana Tribulation realm. I hope to have a spar with you. Huang Yu cupped his hands and looked at Mo Xiaolang expressionlessly. This person was really temperamental. He directly ignored Yuan Xiaozhou's peace treaty. However, Huang Yu also said that it was just a spar, not a fight. The other party openly challenged him. If he didn't agree, he would lose face. Mo Xiaolang was actually very proud in his heart. As the demon race's emperor, he naturally had his own dignity. However, in front of Long Chen, he was a different person. Xiaolang was a very practical person. No matter how his status and strength changed, he would never forget his brothers who had always been with him. This time, he also handed the decision to Long Chen. Decide for yourself. Follow your heart, Long Chen said solemnly. If it was a challenge from a small fry, Long Chen wouldn't care. However, Huang Yu was different. Mo Xiaolang represented the strongest of the Desolate Emperor Palace's new generation in 9-star Chaos City, and Huang Yu represented the true Martial Emperor Palace in challenging him. A dignified martial Dao genius should also have this belief. Long Chen's words were tantamount to giving Mo Xiaolang a reason to show off. He didn't hesitate and directly said, "All right, come." At that moment, Long Chen felt Huang Yu's heart heat up. The other members of the true Martial Emperor Palace team didn't dare to look down on Mo Xiaolang. They had tried to persuade Huang Yu before, but it was useless. Now that Mo Xiaolang had agreed to the challenge, they could only retreat and give up this place to them. Grow some face. Long Chen laughed and led Li Xuanji away. No matter what, he still supported his brother. As for the true Martial Emperor Palace, although it was a good place to belong, it couldn't be compared to his brother. Got it, big brother. Mo Xiaolang chuckled. The others had already sensed that this would be a shocking battle. They were both excited and worried. The weaker teams were worried that the true Martial Emperor Palace team and the Evil Dragon Palace team would clash, and then the peace treaty would be broken. They would die outside, and they would also die here. As for the desolate ancient lightning pool and the ancient Yuan spirit world teams, they had strange expressions on their faces. No one knew what they were thinking. Only Mo Xiaolang and Huang Yu were left in the 3 to 4 li radius. The peak geniuses of the 3 regions and 9 worlds were gathered here. At this moment, Long Chen had finally climbed to the peak. Looking at Huang Yu in front of Mo Xiaolang, Huang Yu was neither servile nor overbearing, neither arrogant nor rash. Even when facing a famous expert like Mo Xiaolang, Huang Yu was still calm and unperturbed. This was a true martial arts genius nurtured by the true martial emperor palace. Long Chen knew that it wouldn't be long before he would be qualified to face such an expert. Both sides hadn't made a move yet, but the chi field started to surge. Facing a sun-devouring behemoth like Mo Xiaolang, Huang Yu didn't show any weakness. The ancient divine beast Jade Qilin bloodline awakened, and it gradually let out a deafening roar. Buzz! Chapter 1353. When Huang Yu fought fiercely, his entire body was covered with Qilin armor like dragon scales. These dense scales made him feel very similar to Long Chen when he went berserk. However, compared to the bloody killing of far ancient bloody spiritual dragon, Qilin was much more elegant. Each scale was as shiny as white jade. Being surrounded by white jade scales, Huang Yu looked like a piece of jade in the shape of a human, which was very delicate and couldn't be associated with killing at all. Even its head was completely surrounded by white jade scales. Its eyes were like the most resplendent white jade, emitting a dazzling radiance. The originally ordinary-looking yellow jade actually made people feel that it was simply the most beautiful masterpiece of nature at this moment. By contrast, Mo Xiaolang's handsome look turned much more grim. The form of werewolf was his second most powerful form. Basically, if he wanted to fight Huang Yu, he should at least use the form of werewolf. If the opponent was more powerful, Mo Xiaolang might have to revert to his original form. The werewolf's body, the explosive muscles, the firm lines, and the intense battle intent. It was a sight to behold. The two of them weren't people who talked nonsense easily. After preparing, they immediately started fighting. Long Chen and the others discovered that the distance they had retreated wasn't enough. Left with no choice, they could only retreat once more. They knew that some people had already entered the depths of the ruins and were at least 5 or 6 kilometers away from them. Standing on the roof of a dilapidated building, Long Chen and Li Xuanji watched the fierce fight between the two powerhouses. Long Chen first noticed the material of this building. After knocking it forcefully, Long Chen found that the structure and material of this building were so tough. Not only the building, but everything in the ruins was so tough that even Long Chen couldn't destroy it. Chen Feng brought out the Scarlet Blood Desolation Stinger. Given how sharp the Scarlet Blood Desolation Stinger was, it would actually require a great deal of power to stab into the walls. If it were a Dao artifact, even if it were to unleash its power, it might not be able to do anything to these dilapidated buildings. Where did the ruins of Taiwei Mountain come from? What secrets did it have? No matter what, the combat between Mo Xiaolang and Huang Yu had already started. Long Chen held his breath as he was really looking forward to this combat. A black figure and a white jade figure were fighting on the square. The combat gradually escalated from the most ordinary combat. Undoubtedly, Huang Yu's body was very terrifying, which was close to the level of Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang. Besides, he was also good at close combat. A large part of the true martial formless war technique was a close-range combat technique. Of course, Mo Xiaolang was a demon and had over 100 kinds of immortal spirits to refine his body. He had also cultivated the most precious 100 Tribes battle skills of Demon Clan. Speaking of close combat, 100 Tribes battle skills was simply the best in the world. Therefore, at the beginning of the combat, Mo Xiaolang suppressed his opponent with his powerful combat skills. The only shortcoming was that Mo Xiaolang was only a grade 8 demon immortal. Therefore, there was a gap between the power of his demon essence and his opponent's divine essence. The combat gradually escalated. In the end, the two of them started to compete with more powerful attacks. However, what was shocking was that no matter how much they improved their combat strength, they couldn't damage the ruins at all. If they were outside, the earth would have been shaking and the mountains would have been shaking. Even the giant demon could cause a landslide, not to mention the two of them. However, the ruins were obviously destroyed by an external force. Who had the power to destroy this strange city to this extent? Long Chen was sure that even if they used their strongest power, It would only be enough to make a small dent in the wall. The two of them fought fiercely on the square. The momentum was great, but even the black floor of the square was not damaged. This high-level combat made people's blood boil. The speed of the two of them, the strength of their bodies, and the sharpness of their attacks were simply eye-opening. I didn't expect the bloodline of the Jade Qilin to be so powerful. Long Chen was secretly speechless. Just now, Huang Yu had already used a mystique. The power of the attack was quite terrifying. Long Chen even saw the true appearance of the ancient Jade Qilin. It was just that the attack was swallowed by Mo Xiaolang with the moon-swallowing technique, and then counterattacked. Mo Xiaolong's three mystiques were attack, defense, and support. The 10,000 Flames Burning God was for attack, the moon-swallowing technique was for defense and attack, and although the Heaven and Earth Furnace formation was for support and not for direct attack, the attack power was much stronger than the 10,000 Flames Burning God. Boom, boom, boom. The black figure and the white jade figure clashed again and again, making everyone tremble with fear. The people of the ancient Yuan spirit world all revealed a deep fear of these two experts. If they wanted to dominate, the two biggest obstacles were Huang Yu and Mo Xiaolang. These two experts could only be described as peerless talents. Heaven and Earth Furnace Formation. Finally, at this time, Mo Xiaolang used this mystique. In an instant, the terrifying billions of flames surged from his body, and a colorful formation covered the ground of the ruins. Billions of flames suddenly rose, forming a huge furnace that trapped Mo Xiaolang and his opponent inside, smelting them with fire. The edge of the Heaven and Earth Furnace Formation was right in front of Long Chen. Standing at this position, he still felt a sharp pain on his skin. Needless to say, Li Xuanji felt it. Long Chen hurriedly brought her back a distance, and only then did she feel better. Thanks, Li Xuanji lowered her head and said softly as she took back her hand that was being held by Long Chen. You're treating me like an outsider. Long Chen laughed and continued to pay attention to Mo Xiaolong's battle. As expected of a genius disciple of the true martial emperor palace, Xiaolang even used this move. Under the Heaven and Earth Furnace, everything became blurry. Even Long Chen couldn't see the situation of their battle. He only knew that Huang Yu was in the Heaven and Earth Furnace Formation. If he didn't defeat Mo Xiaolang as soon as possible, he would definitely be smelted alive. As expected, the attack that Huang Yu unleashed next was much more terrifying. Beams of jade-colored light engulfed the area. The will of the great path of Zhan Wu unfolded, and an indomitable martial arts aura permeated the worldly furnace matrix. Terrifying clashing sounds were heard incessantly, so loud that even the deaf could hear. Long Chen estimated that right now, he shouldn't be a match for these two experts. At this moment, Huang Yu was like a true martial god. His martial aura had reached perfection, and he could shatter space with a wave of his hand. His entire body was surrounded by jade-white light, and he could avoid being burned by those 10,000 types of flames. But that was only to a certain extent. Mo Xiaolong's companion in the Heaven and Earth Furnace wasn't that easy to defend against. Wang. Every time they clashed, a huge sound wave would travel towards the outside. Some of the martial artists had no choice but to retreat and stand further away to watch the battle. Bang! It was unknown who unleashed the attack, but the entire plaza finally trembled. Roar! Between the heavens and earth, countless rays of light converged, forming a blurry white giant beast within the Heaven and Earth Furnace Formation. That giant beast had the might to control the heavens and earth. It was high up in the sky, and with a loud bang, it slammed its claw towards Mo Xiaolang. Bang bang bang. Mo Xiaolong's speed was extremely fast, and he changed his position under the claws of the giant beast. At this moment, the blurry black shadow expanded, and a terrifying life form was born within the Heaven and Earth Furnace Formation. Everyone felt a deep fear in their hearts, and even Long Chen was shocked. Could this be the strength of Mo Xiaolong's main body? That black shadow moved with lightning speed and bit the neck of the white Jade Qilin, pressing it to the ground. That black icy flames gushed out from its mouth, and the white Jade Qilin let out a series of miserable cries as its aura grew weaker and weaker. Bang! The Heaven and Earth Furnace Formation dispersed. Mo Xiaolang returned to his human form and floated 3 meters in the air. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, while Huang Yu was half kneeling on the ground. His face was pale, and the white Jade Qilin armor on his body had already disappeared. Who won and who lost was clear with a single glance. Huang Yu slowly stood up and swayed a little. Only then did his pair of white jade eyes look at Mo Xiaolang. There was a look of admiration in his eyes as he said, as expected of the demon race's emperor's disciple. Your combat prowess isn't something I can match up to. Admirable. Admirable. Mo Xiaolang seriously said, Sir, you're pretty good as well. I only won by a little bit. Huang Yu knew in his heart that Mo Xiaolang was at a disadvantage in terms of demon essence. However, he was too strong in other aspects, and he could completely cover up that weakness of his. 3 great innate abilities. It was simply too hard for a human to resist. Naturally, what Mo Xiaolang said was the truth. This was the strongest opponent he had faced so far. Mo Xiaolang had even used his trump card in the end. Fortunately, he managed to defeat Mo Xiaolang. After their battle, the others only dared to surround them. They were trembling in fear as they looked at them with complicated expressions. Huang Yu from the true Martial Emperor Palace was defeated by a little bit. This meant that Mo Xiaolang was the strongest expert here, and this caused the expressions of the true Martial Emperor Palace's members to turn ugly. Let's go. Huang Yu was very open-minded. He was the first to leave the plaza and enter the mysterious ruins of the Tai Wei Mountain. Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang met up. Seeing Long Chen, Mo Xiaolang smiled bitterly and said, It seems like the geniuses of the true Martial Emperor Palace can't be underestimated. Just now, I was almost injured. If I didn't go all out, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him. I reckon that Ling Xiao from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is also at the same level. There's no need to mention the Violet Gold Great Ape King and the Kuan Pang race from the Desolate Emperor Palace. Huang Yu, Mo Xiaolang, Ling Xiao, and the 2 from the Demon race were the 5 strongest experts among the 20 teams. Long Chen was still a little weaker than them. It's already not bad. Let's recover first. Long Chen suggested. This battle had caused Mo Xiaolang to consume a lot of energy. Long Chen was very nervous in his heart because that undefeatable ghost was definitely in the vicinity. Chapter 1354. After staying in the plaza for about 3 days, the other teams could not stay any longer. They started to wander around the ruins of the Tai Wei Mountain. The true Martial Emperor Palace team did not return. Not long after, the ancient Yuan Spirit Realm, Ancient Thunderpool, and Solar God Realm gradually left. Finally, there was only one team left. In that team, a fat man trembled as he walked in front of Long Chen and the others. He gathered his courage and said, I'm Yang Yang. I'm here to remind you of something. What is it? Long Chen asked. This big fatty was very tall and big. If it wasn't for his fierce-looking face, he would probably look quite cute. His body looked like fat, but it was actually all muscles. He probably cultivated a special martial art to look like this. Yang Yang said, Although there is a peace treaty, I know that the people from the ancient Yuan Spirit Realm and the desolate ancient Thunder Reservoir have secretly gathered together. They came here together. The Solar Divine Realm team seems to have joined forces with the other 2 teams. I reckon that when the time comes, they will not care about the peace treaty. When the time comes, they will join forces. Thank you. I understand. Long Chen nodded with a smile. Actually, he knew what this guy was going to say next. I want to ask if the Evil Dragon Palace's team is willing to work with us. Oh no, just let us follow you and help you out. If we think it through, we can give you the gold medallion, Yang Yang said anxiously. If the weak came here and encountered such a big thing, it was very likely that they would die. Long Chen would not be kind to strangers. Everyone had their own fate and should pay the price for their own choices. Moreover, it was very inconvenient for him to move with these 5 people. Hence, he flatly refused. I'm sorry. We are used to being alone. We don't like people following behind us. Yang Yang had a helpless expression and said, Can't we just take it as having a few underlings? We really regret joining this killing game. You can leave. Long Chen's voice turned slightly colder. All right. Yang Yang could only move his body away and look at the others helplessly. Then, they left the square together. If they stayed in the square, they might as well find a hidden place to hide. No matter what, they couldn't use their spiritual consciousness in the ruins of Tai Wei Mountain. Each of them was almost blind. The buildings here were extremely hard and terrifyingly firm. If they could find a shelter, they would be very safe. Now, only Long Chen's team was left in the square. Let's walk around as well, Long Chen suggested. After all, none of the teams were in the plaza. Just as he was about to leave, Long Chen suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked at the pool in the middle of the square. There was a strange thing in the pool. Long Chen hadn't noticed it before, but now that he saw it, he headed towards the center of the pool. The three of them stood side by side in front of the white object. This was a pure white skeleton. It was very complete. It stood in the middle of the pool with its hands crossed in front of its chest, as if it was hugging something. It raised its head and a pair of empty eyes looked towards a certain direction in the sky. This skeleton should not be a corpse, but a sculpture made of a strange material. Long Chen walked forward and gently pinched it a few times. He found that the material of this skeleton was also very terrifying. Anything that didn't change in Mo Xiaolong's heaven and earth furnace diagram was definitely not ordinary. What a strange thing. Li Xuanji also felt it and said softly. Mo Xiaolong knocked left and right and said, "It's nothing. Everything here is so hard. If there was any secret, it would have been discovered long ago." Long Chen felt that Xiaolong's words made sense. It was just a white jade skeleton sculpture. After following the skeleton for a round, he suddenly realized that the skeleton was looking in a certain direction. Following its gaze, Long Chen looked up. In the direction that the skeleton was looking at, there were the thickest black clouds in the sky. The layers of clouds were stacked up, almost pressing down on the ground. "Let's go, big brother. Let's enter the ruins and take a look. Who knows, we might be able to find some treasures." "Haha, after so many years, I heard that there are still treasures that were not taken away," Mo Xiaolong said from the side. Long Chen didn't think too much and left this strange white jade skeleton. In the direction that the white jade skeleton was looking at, the clouds were rumbling like a huge beast. The three of them wandered around the ruins. The houses here were very tall and were basically dilapidated. It was obvious that they had been forcefully destroyed. Many places even had deep fist marks. Just what level of martial artist is he at to be able to do this? It should be an ancient martial artist. The martial artists of the Middle Ages were much stronger than the ones now, Mo Xiaolong said. After wandering for a long time, other than discovering that this place was very complicated, like a maze, there was nothing strange. Long Chen had the spirit eye technique, so he could easily grasp the position of others. Not far away, there was a small team that belonged to Yang Yang. After wandering for a long time, he didn't expect to meet them. They also discovered Long Chen. Immediately, their faces were full of smiles as they walked towards Long Chen. "What a coincidence. We just separated. I didn't expect to meet you guys here again." Yang Yang's face was full of smiles as his pair of small eyes squinted. It was fate that brought them together. Long Chen wasn't a heartless person. He smiled and said, "Yes, what a coincidence. You guys are also here to see if there are any treasures." Yang Yang smiled and said, "That's natural. The ancient ruins is such a strange place. Even in those places that have been dug 3 feet deep, there might be treasures appearing. So we came to try our luck." Long Chen understood. It seemed like they knew a lot about this Tai Wei mountain. Long Chen continued to ask, "How much do you know about this Tai Wei mountain?" Yang Yang was delighted. As long as the other party had questions, he could stay with them. His safety was also guaranteed for a short period of time. He didn't need to find a place to hide. He quickly said, "Of course I came here once before. I even studied this Tai Wei mountain." Speaking of this, Yang Yang was very excited. However, at this moment, his face froze for a moment. He pointed behind Long Chen and said, "Is he from your team?" Long Chen suddenly felt a chill down his spine. At this critical moment, he suddenly hugged Mo Xiaolong and Li Xuanji and pushed them against the wall. He stood in front of them and mobilized his nirvana force to surround the three of them. At the same time, he looked in the direction that Yang Yang was pointing at. At that moment, Long Chen was really scared out of his wits. He didn't know when, but one of the 10 great ghost kings was standing 10 meters behind them. His tattered armor swayed gently, and there were several iron chains on the ground. His head was completely hidden in the darkness of the armor, and a rancid smell filled the air. "Ah!" Yang Yang let out a scream of terror. He didn't see the person's appearance clearly. After Long Chen and the other two dodged, he finally saw the appearance of one of the 10 great ghost kings. What he saw gave him quite a fright. He had been in the 9-star Chaos City for a long time, so of course he knew about the legends of the 10 great ghost kings. They were ghosts that would kill anyone who met them. And this person who had appeared out of nowhere, didn't he look like one of the 10 great ghost kings? That ghost had appeared silently behind Long Chen, and they were all scared stiff. Not only Yang Yang, the others also let out a scream and scattered. However, they found that they were so scared that even their legs were trembling. They couldn't exert their speed. Several earth-shattering screams broke the silence of the ruins of the Taiwei Mountain. Several teams rushed towards this direction to see what was happening. This was the most sensitive moment. A little movement could determine a lot of things. It was this ghostly thing again. They were like maggots attached to bones. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get rid of them. Long Chen had the power of nirvana, so it didn't matter. However, if Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji were touched by them, their death rate would be very high. Long Chen clearly remembered that he could hurt Mo Xiaolang with a casual swing of the change. Under Long Chen's vigilant gaze, the ghostly creature let out a few strange sounds, as if it was chewing on something. It looked in Long Chen's direction with fear, then turned its head towards the others who were about to escape. Hiss! With a loud roar, their gray corpse-like bodies finally disappeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. Several earth-shattering screams rang out, and the 5 martial artists fell to the ground in front of Long Chen one after another. Each of their faces was pale, and a small gray hole had appeared between their eyebrows. It was obvious that chains had pierced through them and hooked their souls away. 5 people had turned into 5 corpses in a short period of time. That ghostly thing looked at Long Chen unwillingly before disappearing again. Long Chen was scared out of his wits. When he looked back, he found that Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji were also pale with fear. If it weren't for Long Chen's protection, they would probably have become one of them. Although that ghostly thing had left, it was still a trouble to them like a shadow. They're all dead. Li Xuanji's voice was trembling. Her fair and delicate face was a little pale at this moment. Not to mention her, even someone as powerful as Mo Xiaolang was filled with lingering fear at this moment. There's nothing I can do. I can't protect so many people. Long Chen could only sigh helplessly. He couldn't protect so many people in such a short time. Within the range of the Soul Eye technique, several teams rushed over. They weren't far away, and such a huge incident had stirred up everyone's sensitive hearts. Long Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. Trouble is probably coming. Indeed, as soon as Long Chen said that, Yuan Xiaozhou and the others from the ancient Yuan Spirit Domain, the desolate ancient Thunder Reservoir, the Solar Sacred Realm, and 2 other teams approached from all directions. When they saw that Long Chen and the others were still standing, while the people in front of them were dead and lying on the ground, their expressions changed. Chapter 1355. This scene made people think that the Evil Dragon Palace's team had killed them. Only the Evil Dragon Palace's team had the strength to kill one of the teams in such a short period of time. The true Martial Emperor Palace's team heard the commotion and came over. However, they did not approach. Instead, they stood on a roof a kilometer away and observed the commotion. With their pride, they disdained to stay with others. Everyone looked at the 5 people lying on the ground. It was too horrible to look at. Then, they looked at the Evil Dragon Palace's team angrily. Many people started shouting. What's going on? They actually killed them. Didn't we make a peace treaty? Is the peace treaty bullshit? We've agreed before that whoever makes a move will be joined by the other teams to kill the one who makes a move. The situation is very clear now. What are you all waiting for? Even the people from the ancient Yuan Spirit World and the desolate ancient Thunder Reservoir had gloomy expressions. The leader of the ancient Yuan Spirit World's team, Yuan Xiaozhou, walked up. His kind expression turned serious as he asked, "Can you all give us an explanation? Why did you kill them? What enmity did they have with the 3 of you?" Saying that, he changed the topic and revealed his killing intent. "If the 3 of you turn a blind eye to the peace treaty, then we will have to fulfill our previous agreement and join hands to punish the 3 of you." There were 6 teams present. The true Martial Emperor Palace's team had also agreed to the peace treaty. If they also agreed to kill the Evil Dragon Palace's team, then Long Chen's team would not be able to escape. The others also came forward and looked at Long Chen's team with killing intent, especially the weaker ones. They had always lived in fear, but the Evil Dragon Palace's team had set a precedent by killing them first. Long Chen had no intention of getting entangled with them. He said, "Take a good look at their injuries. Don't falsely accuse others without knowing anything. Who said we killed them?" Everyone was skeptical. They immediately turned around and looked at the injuries of the 5 people. At this time, the wounds on their foreheads had expanded and gradually turned their heads into a gray liquid. Their corpses began to melt. Yuan Xiaozhou of the ancient Yuan spirit domain narrowed his eyes and said, "We haven't seen this kind of method before, so we don't know who did it. But what kind of joke is this? There are only 7 of us here. When we arrived, you all stayed here. Who else could it be? So did the others. Can't you guys have some brains? Isn't he still holding on to the gold token? If we wanted to kill him, would we still be here waiting for you fellows to catch us?" Long Chen looked at them in disgust. This was especially true for Yuan Xiaozhou. At first, he was kind, but now he was clearly taking the opportunity to target Long Chen's group. Everyone started to make a ruckus. Yuan Xiaozhou opened his arms and stopped everyone from talking. His handsome face was incomparably solemn as he said, "Everyone, quiet down. Listen to his explanation. You said that you guys aren't the culprit, but since you came here first, you must have seen who the culprit was. You want to say that there are other people in the ruins." Long Chen was arrogant in his heart and couldn't be bothered to say more. He said, "You will know very soon whether there are other people or not." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Just as he was about to leave, the people from the ancient Yuan spirit domain and the desolate ancient thunderpool blocked his way and coldly said, "Today's matter is not explained clearly. No one is allowed to leave unless you dare to face our 6 teams alone. Long Chen, people can't be as arrogant as you. Tell me who did it." Both sides confronted each other, and the smell of gunpowder was very strong. Li Xuanji's pretty face was cold as she said, "One of the 10 great ghost kings. He was in human form, wearing tattered armor, and there were iron chains on his body. They died because the iron chains pierced through the space between their eyebrows." Hearing Li Xuanji's words, everyone suddenly felt a chill. Looking at the 5 corpses, it was very similar to what Li Xuanji had described. They also knew about the 10 great ghost kings, but it was almost a legend. Everyone wavered between believing and not believing. They were afraid and chose not to believe it. After all, it was a legend and might not necessarily exist. But now that the ghost race was rioting, it was very normal for the 10 great ghost kings to appear. At this time, Huang Yu from the True Martial Emperor Palace spoke. He said, "Everyone, be more careful. If the 10 great ghost kings really come to the ruins of the Taiwei Mountain, everyone will die. We will not accompany you anymore." Clearly, the True Martial Emperor Palace's team believed what Long Chen said. The others looked at each other, not knowing whether to believe it or not. If the 10 great ghost kings really come, we should hurry and hide. Yeah, we can't gamble our lives here. Looking at the 5 corpses on the ground, everyone felt their blood run cold. The people from the ancient Yuan spirit world and the ancient desolate thunderpool looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. The True Martial Emperor Palace's team had already left. They had to pay a price to deal with the Evil Dragon Palace's team. Now was not a good time to fight. Hence, Yuan Xiaozhou said, "In any case, we can't get out of here. I want to see if the 10 great ghost kings are really here. If we don't see them in 3 days, the teams that should be judged will still be judged. No matter what, in order to avoid chaos, we have to strictly follow the rules. Now that everyone has fallen here, we should help each other instead of thinking about those treasures." Everyone was convinced and agreed with Yuan Xiaozhou. "Then what about your gold token?" Suddenly, a martial artist from the Solar Divine World asked. Yuan Xiaozhou glanced at the corpse and said, "Whoever killed them will take the token. In any case, it's not the ancient Yuan Spirit World's team." After saying that, they looked deeply at Long Chen. The group of handsome young men and women turned around and left arrogantly. The 5 men from the ancient desolate thunderpool patted their chests and said, "The people were not killed by the ancient desolate thunderpool. Everyone, please go ahead." After saying that, they also left. Long Chen sneered in his heart. He thought to himself, "The fox's tail is finally showing. You won't take the gold token now. You will only take it after all the teams have been destroyed." The Evil Dragon Palace's team followed Long Chen and left as well. The remaining 3 teams looked at each other. One of the martial artists from the Solar Divine World said, "Brothers, let's go. This has nothing to do with us." Since the Solar Divine World had left, the remaining 2 teams did not dare to take the gold token. They hurriedly left. When the 5 corpses turned into liquid, the gold token was left alone. An hour later, A martial artist from the solar divine world rushed over. He looked left and right. After confirming that there was no one around, he hurriedly took the token and fled. In the darkness, the people from the ancient Yuan spirit world and the ancient desolate thunder pool laughed. The true Martial Emperor Palace and the evil Dragon Palace's team both have peak experts. Although we are not weak, we will be greatly weakened if we fight them. Looks like we can only deal with them one by one. The true Martial Emperor Palace's team has already entered the depths of the ruins. Let's deal with the evil Dragon Palace's team first. As long as we can trap Mo Xiaolang and kill the other two first, there will be no problem. That's true. There are 6 tokens in total. Each team will take 3. We will cooperate to the end. Anyway, there are 3 treasures. 8 teams gathered here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Right, the 10 great ghost kings that Long Chen and the others mentioned. You actually believe that? Due to the appearance of the 10 great ghost kings, Long Chen decided to find a place to settle down first. It seemed like the plaza was the best. That was because it was a spacious place that wouldn't give that ghostly thing an opportunity to attack. That ghostly thing was very strange. It had been following Long Chen all this time, but it had never ambushed Long Chen's team. Every time, it scared them even more. No one knew what it was thinking. After returning to the plaza, Long Chen's team was about to find a corner to hide in. Suddenly, he saw something in the white skeleton's hand in the center of the dried-up pool. That thing's aura was too obvious. It couldn't hide from Long Chen. Because it was the aura of a dragon, without saying a word, Long Chen led the other 2 to the skeleton. When they saw the thing in the skeleton's hand, Long Chen's team was stunned. They clearly remembered that the skeleton had never held anything in its hand. During the time they were gone, no other teams had come here. In that case, what was up with this dark purple dragon scale? That's right. The thing that the skeleton statue was hugging was a dark purple dragon scale. This dragon scale was shrouded in a turbulent demonic aura. The domineering aura that made one's soul tremble was released in all directions. Above the dragon scale, the purple mist condensed into the shape of a long purple dragon. It stared at the intruders before transforming back into the purple mist. This should be the scale of the purple blood demonic dragon. The purple blood demonic dragon is similar to the red-horned demonic dragon. It can be considered a more similar type of dragons. However, its murderous aura is stronger than the red-horned demonic dragons, and its combat power is comparable to the 9-winged sky dragons. Kitten's chubby head popped out of the great void realm in shock. He stared blankly at the scale of the purple blood demonic dragon and shouted, "Who placed this here? Isn't this specially prepared for you?" Long Chen's body trembled as he quickly used his soul eye technique to scan his surroundings. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anyone suspicious within a 5-kilometer radius. There were 3 possibilities. The first possibility was that the Ghost King of the 10 Great Ghost Kings had been following Long Chen's team and had placed this scale there. This was unlikely. That Ghost King definitely hated Long Chen. Furthermore, he didn't seem to have any intelligence. Why would he do such a thing? The second possibility was that there was another expert that Long Chen's soul eye technique couldn't detect. Chapter 1356. All in all, the third possibility was the most likely. But who was that person? Why did he do it? Why did he know that Long Chen needed this thing? Or did he just randomly place it here? Or it just appeared naturally? Long Chen's mind was a mess, but he didn't care anymore. He already had the strength to use the 8th level of the 9 Dragon Scripture. This purple blood demonic dragon scale would play a crucial role in improving his combat power. So, with a wave of his hand, he kept the scale that once belonged to the purple blood demonic dragon. Up until now, the 9 Dragon Scripture had 8 scales from different divine dragons. The first 6 levels were 1 level, and the last 3 levels were 1 level. There were billions and billions of divine dragons in the primordial era, but only a few were left now. After taking the purple blood demon dragon's dragon scale, the 3 of them left the plaza and hid in a relatively sealed but intact room next to the plaza. Long Chen believed that even the 10 great ghost kings would not be able to destroy this room, so it was temporarily safe. Long Chen took out the purple blood demonic dragon scale. The smell of purple blood lingered in the small space. Long Chen raised his head and asked, "What do you guys think?" Mo Xiaolang scratched his head and said helplessly, "I'm as confused as you." Li Xuanji fell into a state of deep thought. After a long time, she shook her head in distress and said, I have a feeling that someone must be familiar with your situation and then left this thing here, waiting for you to come back. But who is this person? In any case, I don't think it's the Ghost King that chased us. Her thoughts were basically the same as Long Chen's. Big brother, don't think so much. Use this to cultivate the 9 dragon scripture. I don't think that thing appears so frequently, and I forgot to be on guard just now. A purple blood demonic dragon scale can increase your strength by a lot. You cultivate, and I'll be on guard at the door to guard you. It'll be fine, Mo Xiaolang said. He wasn't a weakling either. The reason why he was injured the first time was purely because he didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. He didn't believe that his opponent could still do anything when he was on full alert. Besides, even if he couldn't, Long Chen could still wake up from his cultivation state. In any case, the outside world was still in turmoil, and the ghost tribe was running amok. Since they had nothing to do, they might as well increase their strength. Long Chen nodded readily. After telling them to be careful, he began to study the 8th stage of the 9 dragon scripture. It could be said that the higher the level of the 9 dragon scripture, the more powerful it would be. Previously, the power of the 7th level of the 9 dragon scripture was already equivalent to Long Chen's extreme universe finger. Now that he had cultivated it to the 8th level, the power of the 9 dragon scripture would definitely surpass the killing move of the extreme universe finger, unless the extreme universe finger evolved to an even higher level. Leveling up the extreme cosmic finger was rather difficult. Thus, for the time being, cultivating the 8th level of the 9 dragon scripture was the fastest method. With the previous few experiences, although it was difficult to integrate another layer of energy into it, hard work paid off. Long Chen had long understood the knack and was extremely familiar with it. It was only a matter of time before he succeeded in cultivating it. The thing that puzzled him the most was who had given him such an opportunity. Only God knew. Mo Xiaolang didn't dare to be negligent. He was always on guard. Li Xuanji also assisted him on the side. Both of them were waiting for Long Chen to succeed. About a day later, people had explored the entire ruins of the Taiwei mountain. When they returned to the square, they gathered in 2s and 3s. Among them, the members of the ancient Yuan Spirit World and the ancient Thunder Reservoir teams had also returned. They gathered together and glanced over at Mo Xiaolang from time to time. The 5 handsome young men and women of the ancient Yuan Spirit World were like fairies. Their appearances were enviable. Yuan Xiaozhou was the best among them. During this period, some people went out to take a look. The ghost clan was still rampaging outside. There was no way out. Thus, everyone waited patiently. Some even decided to stay here. The riot of the ghost clan had already affected the game of the 12 supreme alliances. It was fine if the game didn't continue. On the 3rd day, Long Chen was almost familiar with the 8th level of the 9 dragon scripture. The scale of the purple blood demonic dragon was about to be integrated into his chest. The 8 scales formed a ring. Only the scale of the demon dragon was left to complete the ring. Just as he was about to finish, there was a commotion outside. The 2 people from the solar divine realm staggered back to the square with their bodies covered in blood. Seeing their miserable appearance, everyone immediately panicked and became extremely vigilant. There had been a total of 5 people from the solar divine realm, but now there were only 2 left. Furthermore, they were missing an arm or a leg. What exactly had happened? For a moment, everyone was in an uproar. Could it be that what Long Chen had said about the Ghost King was actually true? Everyone felt their hair stand on end. Many people hurriedly asked, "What happened?" The 2 warriors from the solar divine world looked around with hatred. Finally, they fixed their eyes on Mo Xiaolang and Li Xuanji, who were standing at the door of the small house in the distance. They roared angrily. Their clothes were already dyed red with blood, but they didn't seem to notice it. They rushed over and shouted, "Murderous thieves! I want to avenge my brothers from the solar divine world. Come out and fight!" What? Everyone was frightened. Could it be that it wasn't the Ghost King who made them act like this, but the team from the Evil Dragon Palace? How was that possible? While everyone was confused, the 2 warriors from the solar divine world had already rushed in front of Li Xuanji and the others. They looked at them ferociously and were about to make a move. Several experts from the ancient Yuan spirit domain and the desolate ancient thunder reservoir rushed over. Among them, Yuan Xiaozhou used his spirit technique to restrain one of them, making him unable to move. Then he asked, "What happened? If you have something to say, speak slowly." If they did something wrong, we definitely won't just stand by and watch. When the warrior was stopped, his anger turned into tears. As he cried and struggled, he shouted, "It's them! They wanted to ally with us, but they launched a sneak attack. 3 of our brothers died, and even the 2 of us were in danger. If we weren't lucky enough to survive and recover after 3 days, our team from the Solar Divine World would have been annihilated by them." The other warrior glared at Long Chen and the others and scolded sternly, "You are really cruel. You used this method to annihilate the previous team, didn't you? First, you used the excuse of allying with them to gain their trust, then suddenly killed them. You definitely succeeded without anyone knowing. You killed them all, but you didn't expect the 2 of us to still be alive and miraculously survive. Evil Dragon Palace team, I want you to pay the price." As they insisted, the others also had angry expressions. Everyone gradually surrounded them and looked at Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang aggressively. Everyone could accept it if it happened the first time, but if it happened a second time, they could no longer tolerate it. Otherwise, what would they do if it happened to them again? Long Chen had reached the final juncture. He knew that what happened outside was just a false accusation. He could see it clearly and sneered in his heart. However, he still continued to complete the last part of the 8th stage of the 9 Dragons scripture. Mo Xiaolang faced them alone. He was strong, so his aura was naturally strong. At this moment, he looked at everyone coldly and said, "We came here 3 days ago. From the beginning to the end, we didn't talk to your team from the Solar Divine Realm. What do you mean by allying with you? Are you sure that the people you met were really us and that you weren't deceived by some strange technique?" The expressions of the people from the ancient Yuan spirit world changed. Yuan Xiaozhou said coldly, "Mo Xiaolang, are you saying that our team from the ancient Yuan spirit world is framing you? You're too ridiculous. I saw that you were an expert and respected you before. I didn't expect you to be a coward who didn't dare to admit your wrongdoings." "You're right." In the desolate ancient thunderpool, the burly man at the great perfection of the martial path also said angrily, "A man should admit to what he did. Mo Xiaolang, don't make me look down on you. These people from the ancient Yuan spirit world have been with us all this time. How dare you say that they're framing you? Do you think that our brothers from the Solar Divine Realm are fools? Do you think that we can't see clearly whether it was the spirit technique or you guys?" For a moment, the people from the 5 teams present all pointed their fingers at Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang clenched his fists. He knew what was going on, but he was no match for the ancient Yuan spirit world team in a battle of words. If it weren't for Long Chen's instructions, he wouldn't have bothered to waste time with these guys. He would have directly attacked them. Li Xuanji was also very angry. The feeling of being wronged was not a good one. She knew that Yuan Xiaozhou was probably targeting them because he was afraid of them. However, he was very ambitious. Therefore, they could only take advantage of the situation to attack Long Chen and the others. Li Xuanji took a step forward. Her pretty face was filled with coldness. She was also not a person who could be easily bullied. She said straightforwardly, "Solar Divine Realm, you fought with us from the Supreme Een Demon World for so long in vain. You have no brains at all. Let me tell you, we definitely won't do anything sneaky. Don't be used by others. You might think that you've taken revenge, but the real enemy is pretending to help you." What? The 2 people from the Solar Divine Realm did not believe her at all. In a situation where hatred had clouded their minds, they believed their own eyes even more. The first person to attack was Li Xuanji. This could not be wrong. In addition, the Solar Divine Realm and the Supreme Een Demon World were enemies. One of the warriors cursed, "You poisonous woman, how dare you say such things? If I didn't believe you, we wouldn't have died." Chapter 1357. Shut up. Li Xuanji was so angry that she fainted. Stupidity wasn't scary, but stupidity to this level was beyond redemption. "You want me to shut up? Go to hell." The 2 cultivators were in a frenzied state. They attacked Li Xuanji again, but this time, Yuan Xiaozhou and the others smiled coldly and didn't stop them. Whoosh! Li Xuanji's face was frosty, like an ice beauty. Long Chen was still cultivating inside. Seeing that the other party attacked without knowing right from wrong, she became anxious. The spirit-shattering needle flew out of her hand and pierced through the space between one of the cultivator's eyebrows. Puh! The originally heavily injured cultivator fell to the ground with a dull expression and lost all signs of life. The other cultivator screamed and hurriedly threw himself on the body of the dead cultivator, crying bitterly as his eyes became incomparably red. "You actually killed me, you actually killed me, damn you, damn you!" he roared madly, staring at Li Xuanji. Additionally, Yuan Xiaozhou and the others felt that the time was right. He stepped forward and helped the only cultivator from the sun god realm up, comforting him for a while. Then, he looked at Li Xuanji with cold eyes and said, "Now you have nothing to say. You attacked so viciously. Obviously, you were the ones who destroyed the sun god realm. Then, according to the rules, we have no choice but to act against you, especially you." He pointed at Li Xuanji, his originally pleasant voice now incomparably sinister. "You killed people in front of us, you simply don't put others in your eyes. Compared to the women of the ancient Yuan spirit world, such a vicious and sinister woman is simply an unbearable tumor. What right do you have to live in this world?" However, Li Xuanji did not take these harsh words to heart. Today, she was truly angry. Facing the other party's question, she coldly said, "I also want to ask you. We're all men, but why are the two men beside me so open and upright? Why are all of you men from the ancient Yuan spirit world full of things that are neither men nor women? They specialize in scheming in the dark. What right do you have to live in this world?" This was her nature. After coming out of the god's sealing bronze coffin, she had tried to scare Long Chen, wanting to kill him. It was just that the upheaval in her family in the supreme Een Devil world had forced her to restrain herself. That sharp personality was forever hidden in her heart. She was only gentle to Long Chen. Yuan Xiaozhou was infuriated by her words. Just as he was about to scold her shamelessly, a figure walked out of the hut and stood in front of Li Xuanji and Mo Xiaolang. At that moment, they felt as if they had found their backbone. Long Chen actually felt very sorry for her. Sometimes when her temper flared up, it was indeed very sharp, but it was also very cute. "I never thought that you would have such an image of me in your heart. Of course, this kind of monster that is neither man nor woman is qualified to be compared to me, Long Chen, and my brother." Long Chen laughed. His pair of blood-red eyes looked at Yuan Xiaozhou and the others. That formless aura made all the martial artists below the martial Dao Great Perfection retreat one by one. At that moment, everyone seemed to understand why the captain of the Evil Dragon Palace was not Mo Xiaolang. The aura in Long Chen's eyes created a powerful suppression on everyone's divine martial spirits. This was not the will of the world, but his own will. However, it was much more terrifying than the will of the world. Even they, 9th-tier divine martial realm martial artists, had no choice but to lower their heads in front of this will. Long Chen's cold laughter was like a huge bell, ringing in their ears over and over again. "It's time to end this farce. We are all from the various forces of the 12 Supreme Alliance. This is just a game. There's no need to resort to underhanded tricks. We just arrived and you're already talking about a peace treaty. Since you want to fight, let's fight fair and square. If you continue to play such petty tricks, it will only make me belittle and despise you. A true expert should be fearless, but you're lacking in that aspect." Long Chen stretched out his finger and pointed at Yuan Xiaozhou in an incomparably domineering manner. He said, "Smelly woman, do you have anything else to say? If not, then lead this group of idiots who have been fooled by you to fight. No matter how useless I, Long Chen, am, I will not lose to a thing that is neither man nor woman like you." Haha, this description is very apartment. Behind him, Li Xuanji finally smiled. She was a peerless beauty. Her smile was like the arrival of spring, making people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. After hearing Long Chen's words, the grievance in her heart disappeared. She understood that Long Chen was suppressing her with words in order to let her vent her anger. Otherwise, if this kind of thing was not explained clearly, even if she beat the other party fiercely, it would not look like she was standing on the side of justice. Fighting would not go well. Long Chen's words made the remaining Sun God Domain warrior seem to understand a little. He moved a few steps away and looked at Long Chen, then at Yuan Xiaozhou, whose face was ashen and had completely lost her beauty. "Is there still water in your brain?" Long Chen asked with a smile. He pointed at himself and said, "I'll tell you one last time. When I kill someone, I never accidentally leave them alive. If I really did it, you wouldn't be standing here now." This sentence was exactly the same as Long Chen's character. The remaining people, except for the people from the ancient Yuan spirit world and the desolate ancient lightning pool, actually had an idea in their hearts. Obviously, from the looks on Yuan Xiaozhou and the others' faces, they roughly knew what the real situation was. The Sun God Domain Warrior finally calmed down and said coldly, "Yuan Xiaozhou, don't let me go out alive, or I will spread this matter to the 12 Supreme Alliance." Long Chen's few words successfully disrupted their attack. The handsome men and women of the ancient Yuan spirit world all had ashen faces, their faces extremely ugly. The 5 men from the desolate ancient lightning pool also had ugly expressions. Long Chen turned around and said solemnly to Li Xuanji, "We made you angry. Next, watch me and Xiao Lang." Okay. She was actually very happy, because she knew that Long Chen was afraid that she would be injured in the chaotic battle. If that happened, it would be irreparable. This feeling of being cared for was really good. Long Chen also let her enter the Great Void Realm, and then stood side by side with Mo Xiaolang. Their opponent was the combined forces of the ancient Yuan spirit world and the desolate ancient lightning pool team, a total of 10 people. And Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang only had 2 people. "Come on." Long Chen beckoned Yuan Xiaozhou with his finger, his eyes full of provocation. Yuan Xiaozhou trembled all over. This was because he, who was incomparably elegant, had a head full of shit thrown at him today. The other 4 handsome men and beautiful women also felt like their heads were full of shit. Yuan Xiaozhou really wanted to obliterate Long Chen and the others like this, but the matter had already been exposed. His intuition told him that it was very inappropriate to make a move now. With Mo Xiaolang's strength, it would be troublesome if the 2 teams were injured. What he wanted was to achieve a complete victory in the most perfect situation, when the morale was high. The remaining 2 teams obviously wouldn't help him today. Although they were weak, they were still a force to be reckoned with. For example, they could restrain Long Chen, and then everyone could besiege Mo Xiaolang. But today was not the day. Today he had made a mistake. Yuan Xiaozhou was a meticulous person. After his anger, he calmed down. He knew that his rashness would inevitably bring irreparable losses. Although the members of the ancient Yuan Spirit World team and the ancient Desolate Thunderpool team were already rubbing their hands together, he waved his hand and said, "Today's matter is not something that can be settled just because of your sophistry. In any case, we have a clear conscience. Also, let me warn someone, don't be deceived by the words of others. We wanted to help you take revenge, but you were blinded by the words of others." With a sneer, he looked at Long Chen again and said, "Don't be too proud. I know you're good with words, but you'd better behave yourself." After saying this, he actually called for the others to leave. Long Chen could be considered to have seen how thick-skinned this person was. He was almost about to reveal his true colors, yet he was still able to smooth things over with just a few words. This caused that martial practitioner from the Solar Divine Realm to be dumbfounded. Who exactly was the murderer? Seeing that this grandson was actually leaving, Long Chen was speechless. Only Yuan Xiaozhou could endure being humiliated to such an extent. It seemed that his temperament was not ordinary. Long Chen was clear that if he faced these 2 teams, it would be very challenging. He might even lose. After all, they were very strong. He was also weighing whether to fight today. If he fought, the consequences would be unpredictable. But if he didn't fight, there would be a stone in his heart that he couldn't let go of. No matter what, he wouldn't feel good. Just as the ancient Yuan Spirit World team was about to leave, Long Chen suddenly became vigilant. He leaned close to Mo Xiaolang. In that instant, Long Chen knew that the Ghost King must have come again. However, this time, Long Chen was able to use his soul pupil technique to sense a weak soul aura. This soul aura belonged to the human race, not the Ghost King. Not the Ghost King. There were actually other experts who entered the ruins of Taiwei Mountain. Just who was it? Long Chen hurriedly used his eyes to search for his location. Suddenly, 2 people screamed. A purple figure swept past the remaining 2 teams. 2 of them hurriedly covered their hands. Looking carefully, one could see that their left palms were gone. Papa! 2 palms fell in front of Long Chen's eyes. The gold token had been taken away. For this guy to be able to do this, not to mention other things, just his speed alone was enough to make Long Chen worship him. This was definitely a powerhouse, even more terrifying than Mo Xiaolang. Just who was it? Whoosh! His figure stopped on top of a tall but dilapidated house on the opposite side of the square. Everyone looked over blankly, only to see a tall man wearing a purple full-body armor and sharp war boots standing in the middle of the thick fog. Because of the purple fog, no one could see his appearance clearly, but from his tall and straight figure, he was definitely a young man. This purple color made Long Chen think of the purple blood demon dragon's scales. He was 100% sure that this powerhouse who suddenly appeared was the one who brought the purple blood demon dragon's scales. What shocked Long Chen the most was that he actually felt the aura of a dragon from this young man. That was the aura of the purple blood demon dragon. At this moment, the young man waved the 2 gold tokens in his hand and laughed loudly. His voice was clear and resonant, with an uninhibited free and easy aura. You guys go ahead and fight. Father will give these 2 gold tokens to whichever team wins. If you guys don't fight, haha, then I'll break these 2 treasures. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Who was this mysterious person? Kitten's fat head came out of the realm of higher void. He rubbed his eyes with his paws and said in disbelief, You scared me to death. Isn't this the dragon warrior? 1 p.m. Thank you for your support. I've been writing day and night for the past few days. I'm really tired. However, I'll keep my word. National Day is coming. Madman has more time. As long as I can persevere, I'll write 5 chapters every day. Chapter 1358. Long Chen already had a premonition in his heart. When Kitten said it, his heart trembled. After all, he was able to get to where he was now largely because of his identity as a dragon warrior. This was his most unique secret. All along, he had heard a lot of legends about dragon warriors, including Wang Chen, who was a dragon warrior. But he had never seen another person like him in real life. And the person in front of him was clearly not Wang Chen. The purple mist dissipated, revealing the appearance of this tall martial artist. This was a fair-skinned, tall and slender youth. He was extraordinarily handsome, with a hearty face. Between his eyebrows, there was a sharp and ruffian aura that made people not dare to look at him directly. He had a head full of long purple hair and sharp eyes that made people feel awe and fear. Long Chen had seen many handsome men along the way, but there seemed to be only one young man who had such an unruly aura as this man in front of him, a tough yet evil youth. Purple armor, tough boots, and a domineering gaze that was unstoppable. What caught Long Chen's attention the most was his identity as a dragon warrior. He had just obtained the scales of the purple blood demon dragon, and from the aura of this youth, he was obviously the inheritor of the purple blood demon dragon. Purple blood demon dragon. This was an ancient divine dragon that was a level higher than the ruby-horned demon dragon. It was almost at the same level as the void refinement demon dragon. Compared to the void refinement demon dragon, the purple blood demon dragon was born with the primordial purple blood demon dragon. This was an ancient blood that came with the heavens and earth, and the purple blood demon dragon was the only creature that had this blood. With the primordial purple blood demon dragon, its physical body was stronger than most divine dragons. This dragon warrior in front of him gave Long Chen a physical shock. Long Chen thought that he had almost completely integrated with the dragon blood. Long Chen could not help but connect many things together. The purple blood demonic dragon, the dragon martialist, the demonic dragon hall. The people of the demonic dragon hall had always been talking about this purple chainmail. This youth was clearly from the demonic dragon hall. But wasn't the demon dragon hall on the other side of 9-star Chaos City? How did he get here? These were all very mysterious. At this moment, seeing that Long Chen and the other members of the ancient Yuan spirit domain did not respond, the young man laughed evilly, waved the 2 golden tokens in his hand, and said in a very pitiful tone, "It seems that you don't care about these golden tokens at all. It just so happens that I don't care about them at all, so I have to break them. What a pity." At this point, he placed his purple-gloved hands on the ends of the 2 golden badges. His lips curled into a faint smile as he looked at the 2 groups of people facing each other. Don't. Within the ancient Yuan spirit realm, a blue-haired, abnormally beautiful girl that was as exquisite as a sapphire said hurriedly, "What?" The purple blood dragon warrior laughed heartily, looking at the girl's face, chest, and beautiful curves with a passionate gaze. "Tesveske, based on my experience with countless women, I can give your face 90 points. Teske, based on my experience of seeing countless women, your face can be rated at 90 points. Your breasts are a bit inferior. Probably 80 points. As for your figure, your body is as soft as a water snake. It should be very good when you twist it. I can give you 95 points. As for your appearance, I can tell that you are a girl with a pure appearance but a flirtatious heart, which suits my taste. Alright, I have decided. If you sleep with me for 1 night, I will give you a gold badge. If you sleep with me for 2 nights, I will give you 2. What do you think? He spoke very seriously, as if he was really negotiating with the other party. The sapphire-like girl was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Without saying a word, she waved her hand and dozens of water snakes appeared out of thin air. These seemingly simple water snakes actually pierced through the space and rushed towards the strange martial artist. At a glance, it was obvious that this was a ruthless attack. So this is a spirit technique. It is indeed amazing. Long Chen watched coldly from the side. He actually attacked. That martial artist suddenly laughed out loud. His body instantly disappeared at an incomparably terrifying speed and reappeared in an instant. But what shocked Long Chen was that the sapphire-like beautiful girl was already in his arms. He stretched out his Lushan claws and reached into her clothes. He fiercely rubbed that fragrant and wonderful soft flesh and laughed out loud. The others were dumbfounded. The sapphire girl let out a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering scream. Just as she was about to attack, the other party had already retracted her hand and slapped her across the face, sending her flying. Her beautiful face became blood-red, as if she had been disfigured. Bitch, you are no longer a virgin. Why are you still pretending to be pure? He scolded as he sniffed the lingering fragrance in his hand. The strength that he had displayed in that instant was beyond everyone's understanding. Long Chen knew very well that to be able to easily bring that girl out of the ancient Yuan spirit world and then easily suppress her meant that he was probably in the tribulation realm. However, he didn't have the aura of the nirvana tribulation realm on him. It was possible that the so-called Wang Chen was only at this level of strength. He was definitely one of the top geniuses in the entire 3 regions and 9 realms. Long Chen understood this principle, but Yuan Xiaozhou and the others couldn't. Although someone on their side had been violated, Yuan Xiaozhou felt like coughing up blood. That girl was his woman. However, this mysterious young man who had suddenly appeared was so powerful that he had no confidence in being able to fight him head-on. He helped the girl into the group and said a few words in her ear, finally stabilizing her emotions. Then, Yuan Xiaozhou looked at the warrior and said, "What do you want to do?" The mysterious cultivator shook the gold token in his hand and said, "I've already made my words very clear. I'm looking forward to seeing you fight to the death. Whoever wins will be the owner of the gold token in my hand. Hurry up, don't waste my time." Yuan Xiaozhou frowned slightly and said, "Why should I believe you and fight to the death with them? Also, who are you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Long Chen took a step forward and said fearlessly, "I believe in him, so I agree to fight. I just don't know if the people of the ancient Yuan spirit world and the desolate ancient thunder reservoir have the guts to do so." The mysterious warrior laughed loudly when he heard Long Chen's words. Long Chen knew that this person understood him and had even given him the purple blood demonic dragon scale. This meant that he was definitely not here to deal with him. In addition, it was time to end things with these 2 groups. 10 against 2? If you are still afraid, then I really look down on you. Mo Xiaolang, who had accompanied Long Chen and fought side by side with him, sneered. Yuan Xiaozhou was already riding a tiger, unable to back down. He was also arrogant. For the sake of the big picture, he had already been forced to this point. He could no longer endure it. His woman had been violated, so Yuan Xiaozhou could only vent his anger on Long Chen. If it weren't for Long Chen, he wouldn't have provoked such a terrifying man. The people of the desolate ancient thunder reservoir were all very irritable. At this moment, the leading warrior roared, "Yuan Xiaozhou, if you continue to endure it, even I will look down on you. Let's do it. No one from the desolate ancient thunder reservoir can deal with Mo Xiaolang. You should deal with Long Chen." The 5 people from the desolate ancient thunder reservoir were like 5 giant lightning beasts. They also understood that between the evil Dragon Palace's team and the mysterious warrior, the evil Dragon Palace's team was easier to deal with. As for Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang, it was clear that Mo Xiaolang was much stronger. They were also unyielding and actually said such words. "Don't worry. After we deal with this guy, we will go and help you." After a long time, Yuan Xiaozhou finally confirmed it. On the roof, the mysterious martial artist laughed out loud. He sat down and waited for the Long Chen warriors to start fighting while he watched the show. A battle that wouldn't have happened originally had been stirred up by him with just a few words. "Big brother," Mo Xiaolang asked. "Go." Long Chen was facing the 5 people from the ancient Yuan Spirit World's team. For Long Chen, the thing he was least afraid of was being surrounded. Although the ancient Yuan Spirit World's team was indeed very strong, he wasn't afraid of a single person. Advancing bravely was the true path of martial arts. The greater the suppression, the stronger Long Chen's will to defy. Invisibly, the 5 effeminate men from the ancient Yuan Spirit World were greatly suppressed. This time, let's see which of us brothers wins first. I lost last time, but I won't lose this time. Mo Xiaolang was also a decisive person. With that, he flicked his finger at the 5 people from the desolate ancient thunder reservoir and said, "If you're a man, come with me." The 5 burly men from the desolate ancient thunder reservoir all roared and followed Mo Xiaolang's footsteps. They leapt out wildly. If it was elsewhere, the earth would definitely shake. Whether it was the desolate ancient thunder reservoir or the ancient Yuan Spirit World's team, they were both much stronger than the Azura Sword Hell's team without the Azulate swords. Right now, Long Chen was facing an entire team of cultivators from the ancient Yuan Spirit World alone. Just this boldness was enough to shock the dragon warrior who was observing him. Long Chen knew that the fellow was looking at him. He had no hostility, and he had even come to help him. Perhaps he felt that meeting another dragon warrior was a very wonderful thing, or perhaps he was lonely. Regardless, the team from the ancient Yuan Spirit World was still filled with killing intent this time. They originally believed that they were stronger than the team from the desolate ancient thunder reservoir. Now that they faced an opponent like Long Chen, not only did they have to win, they had to win beautifully. There was nothing to fear. Blood-red scales gradually covered his body with dragon blood. Exquisite and sharp bone spikes appeared on his elbows, knees, and other places that could be attacked. Blood-red dragon scales increased his defense by an incomparably huge amount. At that moment, a bloody and murderous aura emanated from Long Chen's body. It was as if he was standing on a pile of hundreds of millions of corpses. That mental pressure that no one could look directly at made the people of the ancient Yuan spirit realm pale before the battle even began. Swish! The huge blood-red desolation transformed into a halberd. The tip of the halberd smashed into the ground, producing a clang that pierced everyone's eardrums. Long Chen's current appearance caused the mysterious martialist to reveal a knowing smile. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.